You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Hello and welcome to the 420 Pace podcast of the Karma Cup judging party. We are live. As you can see, I got some people, some friends sitting around the table right now. Some of them actually, one of them isn't in view. Lean ahead there, Wayne. And today we're going to judge some cannabis from the Karma Cup. We've got an indica dominant kit, and we've got a pre-rolled judges kit that was sent to us. Thank you, Sarah, so that we could do some judging on these kits. Go ahead.
I've got my sativa kit here.
So we're basically going to review 3 of the 4 kits that are available now.
Yeah,
because you got the sativa.
I have
got
the
pre-rolled and the indica here. So the only thing that's missing is the hybrid buds.
And I went into the store here in Terrace Bay, and they don't have any yet. And I was going to get the hybrid as well, so we would have had all 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we would have, but we're good. We'll cover the 3 and go from there.
Yeah.
There's, as I mentioned, there's the indica buds. There's 7 different buds entries in these. Same with the pre-rolls. Each of them have anywhere from, I saw anyways, up to 15 questions that can be asked. That includes things like the effects, whether you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Would you buy it again? Would you buy
visual appeal?
The visual appeal.
Moisture. I'm actually staring at the page. Aroma, strength.
Yeah.
Aroma, pleasantness. There's a word for it. Pleasantness.
Is there any hairs in it? Is there any seeds in it? Those are the kinds of things that they.
If they're white hairs, we don't count them.
Is it sticky?
No, they are still packaged and sealed. So Tessa is not on any of the buds. Okay?
And one of the things that they have the questions in here is the ash color and structure. And most rec smokers don't even pay attention to it. But I know a lot of medical users of cannabis look at the ash, because the darker the ash, the more impurities that are in the bud, right?
Right. No,
but it could be the paper as well, right?
Like as far as you look at it, still nutrients still in the bud.
Yeah.
There are some people who say that that's not, flushing doesn't matter, but
hey, buddy,
it does.
It does. Does to me. So also during this afternoon, we have no idea how long this is going to take. So we've got some burgers and hot dogs to cook on the barbecue.
Oh, great. Thanks, Al.
So yeah, we can cook one for you, buddy.
Yeah, just put it on the just in front of me there, please.
We got some snacks too, because we're probably gonna get the munchies. So there's some snacks.
Snacks won't help you with that.
Snacks might just cause more. They are infused snacks. Some of them, not all. So, and we got some beverages here. We got some infused beverages, as well as we got some water or iced tea. It's nice and sunny here in Havelock. It's going to be a warm day. We're underneath the umbrella. Plus, we're slightly protected by a overhang here that is keeping the sun off us mostly.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice, very nice spot.
Yeah. So as far as who's all here, you guys just want to lean ahead and introduce yourselves? First names, it doesn't matter to me.
Dwayne, Campbell for Lifestyle Shop.
The bong and dong guy.
Sharon. 420.
I'm Adam. And everybody knows who I am, and obviously who Al is. We're all Al's.
He's the other Al.
Yeah. Now,
unfortunately, Mary Jane is ill. So
correct. Mary
Why-
Jane was
why no
going to be
Mary
here
Jane?
with us, but she's ill. Now, with the samples came some information to give us a bit of an idea. Sarah this year released some of the suppliers of the products that are involved in this. And from what I see, it looks like most of them are craft growers.
Yes. Yeah, there's from what I saw on the list, because I've got the cards too. I just have to grab them. They're in the other room.
Yeah.
What I saw on the list, I'm not seeing any of the big, we'll say the
No.
top 10.
No,
Good.
no. There's even a medical company that's involved in this as well.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my list.
There's also the OPP.
Yeah,
involved.
we saw them on the way here.
Did you? Oh yeah, you did.
Right program
But-
just down the road.
You know, from going to events in Toronto, some of the judging has been held at OPP headquarters. And that going, what do you mean by the OPP headquarters, right? The OPP stand for other people's pot. Yeah. So OPP, what the fuck they're going to the OPP for, right? So that was interesting. There's companies from out west. I'm gonna say there's companies from east. They're spread out.
I don't know any. I don't know any of these.
No.
No.
Oh well, you know the OPP I knew. I've heard of Montreal Cannabis. And
No, I have not heard anything. I mean, although I have specific brands that I buy. Right.
I just grow.
Yeah, I try to. I try to
Well,
mostly.
I have plenty of weed. I just don't have anything to smoke.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? That happens with a lot of people. Green carrot, Sublime Culture, yeah, people that we really haven't heard of, which is, as the card says, legacy forever. Maybe these are brands now who are people who were growing in legacy and now are growing in the craft market.
And the Karma Cup is Canada's longest running cannabis cup.
Yes.
This is the 11th year.
Oh, it
for
is
the
11.
competition, and this is the second year for the legal competition.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So as far as the big festival that everybody got to know for the 10 years,
Yeah.
those are no more.
It's
But
always
you know as well as I do, guys, that if Sarah can find a way to pull off another one of those, she will eventually.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Just takes a matter of time. Maybe it might be some regulation changes, but there are, maybe some way of doing it. See what happens over time. That's all. Right? Never say never. Everybody thought cannabis was never going to be legalized. And
This is a great way for the smaller companies to get their name out there so that
Correct.
people can try them. Though.
yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely. Okay, good. I got no more emergency messages. Okay, so basically, we're going to start off with on the table here with the indica dominant judges kit, and everybody has got their phones, and except for one, who has to go. Everybody has to go to thekarmacup.com. All right, everybody's going to go to karmacup.com. It's here, and they're going to have to register. Everybody's registered but one person. And there will be one or two more people who will be joining us throughout the afternoon. One of them is at a celebration of life, which is understandable. And one other person who was invited is just they are just going to stop in and say hi and see what's going on.
So we're here all day smoking pot with you, basically.
Okay, all right, on the site. All right, now go back to the main page.
There'll be a skill testing question on who coughs the loudest.
Yeah.
Who's what?
Coughs
Okay.
the loudest.
I'll put your email address in and create a password. They don't send you.
Loudest. I'm the longest.
Just so you can register.
Just so you know, the gentleman with the beard is not Al Graham,
No.
even though his name tag is right below him.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. No, that's Wayne. Cannabis lifestyle shop sales. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say store.
I just call it the Bongs
Yeah,
and Dongs
that's-
place.
All right, we're getting the last one in here, and then we'll. So let's see what else. We've got a plate here because I know there's part of the testing requires spelling after you're grinding it. So we've got a plate here where people can grind and put the bud on there. And also I've passed out for everybody to take home a grinder. These are Greenhouse Seed Company grinders. When was the last time you heard that name?
Strain hunters. I haven't heard that in a
Strain
while
hunters.
Oh yeah, eh?
It says, yeah, these grinders are from the Treating Yourself Expo. The last one was held 11 years ago.
Yeah, I
Was it
believe
11
that.
years ago?
That shows you how long these grinders have been around.
How long has Franco been gone now?
Years.
I was at the bar always.
Yeah, that was at the one you're talking about, Al, is the one where I first met him. And
Yeah.
Violet.
My job.
Had your code.
Did I?
Okay, try this.
At the bar.
Type that in exactly the way it is. Codes have to go in. Capital letters, hyphens, everything's got to be included when you put in your code and to be able to judge.
I'm doing number 5. I'm just entering stuff in and watching
Oh,
my
yeah.
dog. Excuse me 1 minute. Rosa, get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
No, thanks.
Just in the cat food. Go.
So today's supposed to be a nice day weather-wise.
I don't mean to be
High
blocking you.
27, 28,
You
feeling
can't see me
32.
anyways. Can I?
No
I can
rain,
see it.
rain,
I
so
can
we
see
should
it
be really
now.
good. We actually have, as I mentioned, we got the umbrella over top of us. I've also got an umbrella on the laptop. Keep the laptop out of the sun.
Good, because it won't fucking overheat like it did at the ICC last year.
Oh, it was hot outside.
Oh
man.
yeah, eh?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Nice
big time.
day.
Yeah. Nice day, nice breeze, eh?
Where's that third bag?
I can't remember the last time I got stoned in the breeze.
They're all capitals.
Did you happen to hear in the news, anybody, that there will not be Seattle Hemp Fest again this year?
Yeah, yes. I saw that posted on.
Very, very.
Rap posted that. I saw it yesterday.
Proceed, King. Just proceed to judge. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
Where's that third bag?
What's
Okay.
that?
You got that other bag? I want to take a picture.
This is 2.
Oh, I thought you had 3.
No, no.
See,
Al
Oh, I
had-
have one, Al.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I'm already
Yeah,
I'm already
yeah.
too high for this.
Okay, you're in. All right. So
We've been sitting here
basically-
since 10, Wayne.
Yeah, we've been here for a while. I spent yesterday afternoon out here too.
3 hours.
The 3 hours just testing everything. We
Yeah.
were going to do 2 tables and the whole bit. We had to check which end of the tables because we were. It got to one point at one end of the table you couldn't see anybody. Everything
Yeah.
was a silhouette.
Yeah.
Right. So we did testing with that, sound testing, the speakers. Yeah.
Sweet.
We did everything just to get to that point where it was going to be working good, right? So Deb's over there. I guess she's over there having like some killer weed, tobacco. But I appreciate that she moved over there. So other than that, I guess basically what I'll do is there's 7 samples, and we'll start. For example, Wayne, we can start with you with number 1. And once you're done the first question,
Yeah.
on there, you enter your results. pass it on to Bob. Bob, who's he'll write down his information, and then I'm going to enter it in for him afterwards.
Yeah.
So he'll jot his down after you pass it, and just basically do the same thing. Pass it around to everybody, and we can enter our information. And once we get the first strain done, we'll put the second one in.
Cool.
All right. Okie dokie.
Overall visual appeal.
Is that the first question? Overall.
They're all over that for you.
All right, I got into it. I was worried about that. Okay, I did see some people online. I posted a picture earlier this week of last year's judging bags. The bags of product coming in.
They are different. Yeah, they're not black, and also
You can see
Sarah decided to use numbers instead of colors this year.
correct, which was an excellent move because of that orange, red. You know, people have colorblind.
Yeah,
I could see them having issues.
Did you tell them?
What's that?
Did you tell them I was colorblind?
Yeah, I did. And just for you, Bob, you put numbers on them.
Green. One.
That's the green one.
That's the green one.
The green
They
one.
so each
Go ahead, smoke it.
packages are much smaller, which is much nicer. And because so you know, I did
I
have a
don't know
couple
about
people who
that.
did comment on the post about the packaging, the size of the packaging, and you know, yeah, you learn as you go along, and there are regulations that have to be followed, right?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the VAC Roundtable number 26. We have a special guest with us tonight. It is Marcus Bubbleman Richardson, and Ricardo Pieta will be playing Marcus Richardson tonight because Bubbleman apparently did not show up on time. So if he does show up, we'll go into these questions a little more in depth, but I would like to welcome Marcus. Hi, Marcus. Welcome. Marcus was fortunate. We said questions that I provided him beforehand, and the wonderful stoner answered them. So Rico is going to do his best Bubbleman impression, and I'm going to start off with the first question, and then we'll go to Michael for the second question. And we'll go for Brian for the third question. And Rico, if you would like to ask yourself the fourth question, you're more than welcome to. But we're just having a little bit of fun until hopefully Marcus does show up. But here we go. VAC Roundtable number 26. So how'd you come up in the cannabis field?
Oh, well, thank you, ATN. It's great to be here at the roundtable for VAC. Normally get to join you at Hash Church, and it's fun to flip the script. You know, I'm really happy to do this. I was excited when you invited me on, so I went ahead and prepared some questions that I'm going to read off now. You know, it's hard to say how I came up in the cannabis field, but I guess my passion drove me towards it. My first passion of smoking it, really like to smoke it, and it just grew and grew and grew. You know, I was taking it much further than any of my close friends were. And I got it to the point where smoking and hanging with friends took over my life. Eventually, my friends and I realized we should become, artisans or something like that, because we weren't allowed to have it. Had to go out and advocate for our rights. We weren't allowed to smoke it, weren't allowed to grow it, and so we just got together and we started as hemp activists. We were located in Manitoba, where hemp could and would grow extremely well. Right. My partners all approached our Minister of Health and Agriculture and asked what was keeping us from growing it. Eventually, after our first year, we got a license to grow an experimental 5-acre crop. First one in over 73 years in our province, ATN. It's really a big deal.
Thank you, Marcus. That's great to hear. Michael, do you have a question for Marcus at this time?
Yes, indeed. So what drew you into the hash world there, Marcus?
Oh, well, the ceiling cannabis was given me, right? Like I mentioned above, I was smoking a lot of it, smoking an enormous amount. Now it's plus a day, easy. Once I got to British Columbia and started selling large amounts of cannabis, hundreds of pounds per week, the free cannabis was flowing so fast that I could barely get high off it anymore. I had played a little bit with sifting in Manitoba pre-95, but by 96 in BC, I was really starting to look at it. I would see hash from Lebanon and Afghanistan roll through Vancouver, and that piqued my interest. But some of it was no stronger than the flower I had. So eventually, I got into dry sifting fairly deep. I had met Rob Clark in 95, thanks to a good friend, Hillary Black. I first met him at my house, and then eventually in Amsterdam. The sift he was smoking would melt into a liquid, and he would say, if it didn't bubble, or if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. I'm sorry, I'm a little high. This would later become my company's slogan. And I would find out it was actually Skunk Man who coined the term. Another shout out to Hash Church.
Yes, I loved Hash Church, and thank you for having me on, as well as allowing me to be on so many episodes over the years. It's been an honor to learn and as well as to educate. Councilmember Buckley, do you have a question for our Bubble Man?
Yes. Mr. Richardson, I'm on to you. I know in reality, your name is Rico and you're an American. So being an American, can you give us some insight into the cannabis realm from your point of view in Canada? The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, where in the world is Rico Richardson? I can't tell you. But the cannabis realm in Canada is a big, complex thing, right? First, it's comprised of two parts, medical and recreational, don't you know? Medical is, of course, how it got through the door. We've had medical cannabis in Canada since early 2000, don't you know? You could get a license to grow it yourself for a solid decade and a half before companies got involved producing cannabis for medical purposes. A lot of companies focused attention on it, and for a while it got better. However, when recreational showed up in 2017, everything changed, and companies that were growing for medical started growing for recreational. Patients started getting left out. One example, if you wanted to sell it to a province, you had to get enough to make sure the province could buy it, and you could even restock it. That was recreational. For medical, they had no such rule. You could sell smaller lots without having any left to refill. This left patients out in the rain. As if you found a cultivar that worked, it could be a very small batch that didn't show up for months and months again, or ever. So that's the view. Little snippet.
That's very excellent. I was wondering, Rico, would you like to ask Marcus a question?
Well, Marcus, I'd like to know what it's like using your system legally, your mail system, that is. Right? Like that's some straight up Mr. Rogers neighborhood shit, Canada. All right, you are, Rico. It's pretty cool to have cannabis show up in the mail, eh? It also created a space where I could gift cannabis to friends and send it in the mail legally. You get used to it pretty fast, though, and the novelty wears off soon. Gee, thanks, Marcus, man. That's really insightful. I appreciate your time. No problem, Rico. No problem.
Thank you, council member. So from your perspective, what are some of the pros and cons of a legal market?
Well, the pros certainly are no guns in our faces, no cops arresting us, no family services taking our children, etc. This is huge. I cannot say this loud enough. This is huge. That being said, of course, the regulations are intense, and the amount of people who came to cannabis just for a job that really have zero interest in cannabis and certainly are not fighting for cannabis, these people slow things down a great deal. They are the ones who are drinking a whiskey at the end of the night, not smoking a joint. They still have preconceived notions steeped in prohibition propaganda about cannabis and its users. So we still have a little fight on our hands, eh?
No doubt about it. Michael, do you have a question for Marcus?
Yes, absolutely. Keeping quality in the game. What are some of the products that excite you out there? And maybe even more importantly, what are some that you think we should be wary of?
Oh, well, being Canadian, I think I'll keep it positive, don't you know? I love the idea of creating an unadulterated cannabinoid high for folks that is pure full melt bubble hash, dry sift, and or rosin from flower sift or bubble. That being said, we have a hazel hash joint we sell at Embark that is pure hash, no paper, no glue. Although the hash is medium grade, the novelty of the product is awesome. And pulling folks away from the pre-rolled joint market into a pure hash joint is also unique. No rig, no papers, no carb cap and banger, no blowtorch, no anything needed other than a lighter and you're smoking hash.
Right on. Councilmember Buckley, do you have another question for Marcus?
Yes, and it's a provocative one. What is the ceiling of the most expensive joint, if there is one?
Oh, joints are the most popular product in Canada, but we just made it legal to mix categories. What I mean by that is that cannabis is a category 1 product, and hash and concentrate oils, etc., are category 2 products. Up until very, very recently in Canada, you were not allowed to mix these 2 products together. Now that we can, I am sure we will see some sipped and bubble joints, etc., but I am not sure how far we will go. Rules in Canada for extracts is it cannot go over 1,000 milligrams of THCA. So that doesn't answer your question at all. The question's really out there for anybody. What is the most expensive joint or hash out there?
Well, what would it entail, what the size it would be? I mean, we have a little bit of time. Let's devolve on this subject for a second. I've seen artistic joints. I've seen joints that are made to look like real objects until you actually light them. At the same time, I've seen 24 karat rolling papers. Okay. So, is it something that is, buying the most expensive joint, rolling it in the gold papers, and then it show up on the most expensivest or something like that? I don't know. I mean, it seems it's kind of antithetical to cannabis and the ideals of cannabis to have the most expensive joint out there. However, there is, Dom Perignon, which is one of the finer champagnes, are stocked even at small places all around the globe. So, I mean, the highest quality is available, just not in the quantities necessarily that, are expected. But I mean, I've seen retail joints as high as $70 to $100. And I think that's just outrageous for, the cannabis that's inside it. And if it's a pre-roll, that's a different thing than if it's a actually fresh cut up used joint. Am I incorrect? I would prefer a freshly rolled flower as opposed to a processed flower that's been left in a tube with oxygen, with paper and everything, soaking up all the terpenes and sesquiterpenes, etc. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, maybe in the future, it's like when I go to New Orleans, they actually prepare in front of you bananas Foster, such as they bring out the bananas fresh, they bring out the, you know, the caramel and the, you know, all the things that they're going to make, and they throw the bourbon on, light it right in front of you, and so, you know, is that the future, you know, the experience is going somewhere and picking out your most, you know, the most expensive thing there, and then having them roll that joint specifically for you right at that moment for you to enjoy, you know? I don't know. It sounds kind of weird. Thoughts?
Yeah, I have you know, when I'm thinking about joints, two joints in the past jump to mind. One expensive and one not so expensive, but just fun. A buddy of mine back in college, he had seen some picture in High Times or something where somebody had made a joint that looked like a rocket. So it had the boosters on the bottom, and it was one big joint. It was like 8 inches tall, but it had basically 4 joints, 3 on the bottom that hold it up as a tripod, and then the joint. And it, if you did it right, it would actually smoke. You could light all 3 of those joints and smoke them at once. And we did play with it. We had to tinker with it for quite a while, but we actually got the bloody thing to work. That was a lot of fun. But I remember at one of these conferences that we were out there in California, and somebody pulled a joint out of a bag, and I can't remember how much he said it cost, but it wasn't like an expensive avant-garde joint. It was just, that was how much he put into it. And it was like, you know, X amount of keef and X amount of bud, and you know, there was X amount of everything. It was a pretty big joint. It went around a party of, I don't know, 50 people, maybe 50 times. So just the sheer amount that you could put in a massive paper, I can imagine being expensive. But I think that the really top end joints that that come to mind, I've never seen one, but I've heard about them and seen them, you know, on the web, are just, you know, sort of artistic expressions, you might say, and about the size of a cigar, but you know, made in a way that you just have to have one. You know, it's kind of like you know, have to have the finest champagne or something like that. If there's a certain taste or a certain level of luxury to it, then I think people will buy it, even if it's $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 for a joint.
Well, Marcus, just the other day, we were talking about champagne, the genetics. So having champagne in a joint, you know, hey, around there. But Councilmember Buckley, you actually produce joints legally. So, I mean, what would, in your opinion, be something of the most expensivest?
You know, like maybe just speaking from like a retail point of view, and not really like on the craft side. You know, I'm not gonna call it any brand specifically, but it went, you know, it's some have very exotic casing, you know, and you see the price for like a pre-roll, and the casing's like the size of the baseball or like even bigger. And I look at them and I'm like, that's a lot of money for a pre-roll that's 27% THC, which I could go find one for $7, I'm sure. And then like, you're like, okay, like I just try to vision, like maybe I would buy one for, or maybe I'll buy 3 for you 3 for your birthday or something, just as like a gimmicky kind of deal. But like, would you like leave work and be like, man, you know what, I need a pre-roll and I'm going to grab one of these $100 joints? You know, it's just like, I don't even know how that works out, but I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a market for it. I guess some people dig it. I don't, you know, brands are brands, but those are things that make me question some pre-rolls and stuff like that, where you kind of look like, you know, it's not always, it's like my father-in-law tells me, he's like, it's not always like the most expensive bottle of wine. You just got to know the good quality ones, and you can find really good, inexpensive wine. So that's just kind of things I see.
Councilmember Ricardo.
Oh, hey guys, glad to be back. Wow, that was weird. I don't know, it disappeared for a second. Shit. Now, I think we're talking about some kind of craft again, farm or cultivar that is select. You know, it only comes around every now and then. You know, the grower, you know, the lineage, you know, the history. It's like having a really nice reserve on hand of some like just quality drink or something where it's like special occasion, I'm gonna pop this out, or whatever. But for a joint, I could see kind of going upwards of maybe like $60, maybe 100, depending on what it is. There's these things called snow cones where they roam in like top shelf flour with wax strip or whatever, and then kind of sticky on the outside with keef in it. So for like a party or some special get together, I could see that, sharing it, like Mike was saying. If you're getting a whole party blitzed, that's a good investment for $100 just to show up and say, "Hey guys, check this out." But like Brian was saying, for just everyday use, something that's reasonable. Look, I'm not. It takes a lot for me to look at the prices now where it's like $10, $15, $20, $25. I'm like, fuck, man, that's what I was paying for a sack back in the day. Oh, I got to pay that for a joint now. Like, and if it's old or if it doesn't hit like it should, it's frustrating. Like I just burned down this entire doobie and I don't feel shit. That I feel like I got took. I feel had. I don't like it. But yeah, stick with what works, man. The gimmicks and shit, that's just what they are, gimmicks. I guess there's a market for it.
Yeah, we would call that pretendica. Nothing worse than getting a fresh hit when you're all excited and buying back when you only had one choice from your dealer, and you get all excited and you smell it, you get home and you smoke it, and you're like, okay, that high is coming. I know it's coming. Is it gonna arrive tomorrow? It's rather late. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, that's the worst. Council Member Crouch, you had another thought?
Yeah, well, first, in response to that, we came up with a general rule. If you had to ask yourself or ask anyone else if you felt that, then that was enough to say that it wasn't good. Just that alone, So, yeah, don't even tax your mind trying to figure it out if you're even thinking about that. But yeah, the kids today. No, but seriously, as kind of the old fogey, I came up in the 70s around New York City and was in a position to see, witness really cannabis that was most people just a touchstone of the countercultures, music or something like that, Panama Red by the New Riders of Purple Sage. But no, there was actually plant material that was very, very consistently red colored and incredibly beautiful, incredibly, the smell and the taste, like it didn't get as high as Hawaiian, but it had a taste that was better than anything else on this planet. I swear to you, there was nothing that tasted better than Panama Red. And it was strikingly beautiful. And the thing is that back in that day, back in, 71, 68, 78, anywhere in that time period, you had a very big range of cannabis available to you. You could get diesel weed, we called it. That was cannabis that was hauled over in a diesel hold of a ship and smelled it. Even worse than that, there was salt water, what is it, the the salt weed, I forget, the ocean weed, I forget what they called it. Seaweed, yeah, of course, I forgot. Seaweed. And the seaweed was terrible. That was $15 a pound. That was the cheapest, worst weed you could get, was seaweed. And seaweed was bales that were thrown over and that got a little waterlogged and became really nasty, unsmokable. Worse than diesel weed, if you can imagine it. But we had cannabis that was smuggled in chocolate. That actually tasted like chocolate. That was not bad, really. But I diverged. So the thing is that you could have really, really, really bad weed, and you could have really, really fantastic weed. On one end was diesel weed, and on the other end was, Acapulco Gold and Panama Red. The stuff from Hawaii Rainbow, Maui Wowie, and the stuff from over there in Asia. You get the Thai stick and the stuff coming out of what was it, the red, Cambodian red, I think it was called. And that, I believe, is what was carried over by like the military guys growing up in Alaska, and what we now know as Alaskan thunderfuck. These things are real and fantastic. And what happened was the average cannabis, from growing cannabis indoors under lights and really refined, and getting everybody basically on board with Sensimilia and everything, we've really raised the average stoner up to a quality of weed that was unimaginable to the average stoner back in the 60s maybe, or the 70s, who was smoking that somewhere closer to diesel weed. But the thing is, we also lost the fantastic top end stuff, and you have to realize that we've brought up the average to this really fantastic weed, but we've lost the really top end. And I think that that's the experience that we need to get back to somehow, get past the drug war and start getting to where we can actually, really have an honest comparison and a contest. Wouldn't that be a great cannabis cup where every country has a couple of different entries, and you put Hawaiian next to Cambodian and see what comes out on top? Because I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. But we have to get back to that. I mean, right now they're still growing indoors under lights in Hawaii. Not a good scene. So, I think people need to understand that we did come a real long ways. The average pot smoker certainly is much better off than they were in the 70s. But the super hardworking connoisseur that busted ass to get the best bud actually is having more trouble today than they did back then. So it's you win some, you lose some. But I just want to make sure people understand that, really understand, because the buying into that weed is better today is basically buying into the DEA's bullshit, buying into the government's line. And they'd like you to think that's true. But and finally, the DEA tested a bunch of different cannabis back then, and they said that the cannabis that we were getting out of Hawaii at that time was only like 15% THC, something like that. But that actually makes sense. Perceptively, the strongest weed that we were smoking was likely due to the terpene and cannabinoid composition in total, right? The what did you call it? Not the entourage effect, but the
ensemble effect.
The ensemble effect, indeed, the ensemble effect. But that's the thing. You can have a very perceptively strong cannabis and have it not be the THC necessarily be the causal factor. And that explains why Marinol, which is 100% THC and illegal in the pharmacy, is of no real appeal to the cannabis consumer out there. And that's 100% THC. So THC is not the answer. It's definitely an indicator, but it's not the answer. That mix, that complex mix of all these elements is what we want. And it's a beautiful experience. I'll leave you with one last thought. Remember, anybody that's been to Amsterdam, back in the day, they had some fantastic Turkish hash, Afghan hash. About 3 o'clock in the morning, you go to the bathroom or go out and do something, there'd be at least somebody out there near the front of the bed and breakfast, the youth hostels and stuff. There'd be always somebody near the front just smoking a bowl hash because it tasted so good. And they only had a couple of days, and they basically spent like all night smoking hash after everybody else in their party went to bed because it just tasted so good. And if you've never smoked Afghan hash, Afghanistan's best quality hand-pressed hash, beautiful golden brown hash, then you really you've got something to live for, look forward to.
Well, Amsterdam is the place to go for hash, that is for sure. Speaking of diesel weed, it still didn't go away. We had diesel weed actually in the 90s in West Virginia. So much so in Morgantown, it's a large music community. One of the bands called themselves Diesel Weed because there was a large diesel weed that came through and it leaked into the weed, and everybody else had the same fucking weed because we were all the same dealers. I was one of them. And so, yes, to corroborate some of what Michael is saying, but also to say, yes, the quality was better depending on your access and source. A lot of us still in the 80s and 90s only had access to very crappy South border grown Coca-Cola repacked, rehydrated black seeds, peeling apart and there's mold and all kinds of white stuff. I mean, some people even still get that to this day, unfortunately, depending on where you are in the country. So I didn't even know. I saw so much bad quality weed. It took a solid year or so before I finally saw and was around really green, fresh weed. And then I realized what it was about. So yes, there is a quality out there if you have access and source. The problem, of course, was access and source, which is why, you know, a lot of people, and depending on where you grew up in the country, are a little more educated about cannabis, such as if you tend to be out here on the West Coast, you tend to grow up a little more educated about cannabis than you are where I grew up in the South. It was still there, it was accessible, but the educated consumer for cannabis has been around quite significantly in the West Coast and Southwest states that I have found through my travels across the United States. So they look for and demand a higher quality because they know what to look for. Whereas there's still those that are just finding all about cannabis today, and it's through that crappy south of the border cannabis that doesn't necessarily meet the standards, but there's enough there that it gives them that understanding. And then when they hopefully get access to real quality cannabis, which is still a problem all throughout all the states, you know, even those in the traditional market, quality is still an issue and is always the challenge. So yes, I do believe there was quality back then, but I think there was probably more bad quality than there was solid quality, depending on how it was packaged and shipped, etc. Even from your time, you were stating diesel as well as salt laden from, you know, sea travel. So there's that. Council member Prieta.
When you were talking about all that nostalgia weed, Panama Red and Thai Stick and all that, I was going to all the different terpenes. Like we eventually got to in my head, like, man, what kind of hash that must have made, the taste, like, because that's where the real, like, that's where the real stuff is. But I can't wait, man. The international stuff, like you talk about, the international cups, the access to the different stuff where the farmers over there don't have to worry about prohibition. They could stop fucking around and like actually grow their plant to the best of their ability and put out some amazing cultivars. I'm looking forward to those days, man. Like we haven't. You're a cannabis snob, ATN, and I know why, but you are, and you have to call it out. George, you are too. Mike, you too. Brian, I think you're getting there. I'm still stuck in that. Give me it. I'll smoke it. I'll use it. I don't. I may provide commentary afterwards, but I'll use it. So the diesel weed, all that stuff. It's like, does that cook down?
No, well, you know, it always depends. But yeah, I am definitely a snob, but I've also afforded myself that luxury as well as I'm around it all the time being in a dispensary. So, but I also buy it all and try it all myself because I want to know the quality is there. I want to know that I am actually getting an eighth, especially post 64. I want to make sure that I am actually getting what my money is worth, because back in the day before 64, people would come back and say, hey, this bag's light, because, you know, everybody weighs their weight. And we're like, okay, let's see this, you know. So it's all dependent, you know. It's interesting. It's always been fascinating, but nor here nor there. Okay, well, we only had one question left, and Council Member Armstrong came. So Council Member, I'm going to put that in there for you. So Rico is Bubble Man and is playing Bubble Man today, since Bubble Man was happy enough to provide us with actual answers for the first time ever to questions. So, Council Member Armstrong, would you like to ask Bubble Man a question?
I don't have the question. So.
It's in chat.
Where It must have been in there before I came in, because, okay, gotcha. Hey, Bubble Man, could you lift the veil a little bit to all the inside stuff for the council, on what you see behind the scenes in the industry?
No. So we were getting to this Legends dinner that Bubble Man has going on, which is pretty awesome. And I'm sure he'll invite us on to Hash Church to talk about it at some other point in time, since he wasn't able to show up here. But the stoner did provide answers. And I think maybe he may have misinterpreted that we wanted him here to actually talk about it. And he was like, oh, hey, this is the easiest interview I've ever done. Here's your questions. Here's your answers. Thank you. Have a good day. I want to go smoke hash. But anyway, so this is what he provided about Legends. The question was, Legends, can you lift the veil for us a bit? Right. And he says, Legends of Hash is a dinner I started almost 20 years ago in Amsterdam with my good friends, Skunkman Sam and Michael Rich. Rest in peace, Michael. It was always a special evening that was about smoking and enjoying hash with hashish aficionados. No cameras were allowed, no filming, no promoting through social media. It was just about getting together with an amazing group of friends and smoking. It eventually turned into a small competition to see who had the best hash of the evening. This really attracted people because they love to compete and win. Fast forward to a few months ago, Addison Demora from Steep Hill, formerly and currently with 800 Pound Mantra, is putting on Legends with my support in Los Angeles on October 24th. So heads up, this month coming through in LA. Still private and invite only, so it doesn't matter. Heads up, pay attention. I guess maybe they'll put out some stuff after the party. We are hoping to grow the event in California so more people can get to experience it without affecting the integrity of the original event. Heads up. It's going to be a challenge, though, he says. But I look forward. This is Rico. This isn't Marcus now. I look forward to veterans having their own cups and getting together with veterans across the country. Ideally, the VFW posts, the American Legion posts, the DAV posts will all have a gardeners club, right? Ideally, they'll all turn away from being bars and serving booze to being dispensaries and slinging weed, what we really want, right? And we can go there and congregate like we want to, but this will be another way to have these co-ops, if you will, farmers markets type deals, also member benefits through the American Legion and VFW posts. But he's right. Who doesn't love competition? Vets love competition. So, throw in a chili cook-off, like, or some kind of other barbecue for the pot thing. I think that'll be pretty popular in cities across the country for vets.
I think, well, as the now ambassador to the California State Fair, for the first ever cannabis competition, I hope it will inspire others, and you will see local competitions in your state where it's legal or tolerated. And since here in California, it's opened up initially strictly to licensed growers. However, in the future, it's going to be open up to backyard growers. So any person over the age of 18, the age of 21, who can grow their 6 plants can potentially, compete. So, I look forward to a day when there's a VFW or an American Legion, local, regional, or state cup, so that we could get together and actually compare our harvests and actually see how they're done, and see what they test out to be, and learn from each other. That's also the great thing, is every gardener that I know has a different way to grow. So but at the same time, I want to smoke Rico's weed. I want to smoke Brian's weed. I want to smoke George's weed. I want to smoke Michael's weed, and I maybe want to smoke mine too. So, it's also about the communal and sharing. So any other thoughts on this issue? Well, that makes for yes, George, go ahead.
Well, I just think I'll just touch on what I was doing this past weekend. So that was a cannabis cup that's in its 24th year. And just to tell everybody a story, that's like a grassroots cup. And I'll explain how it's done in the end, because it's kind of the end of this story. 24 years ago, they were having their first hemp and harvest fest in New York State. And they got Peter Jennings from ABC News to come up and do a story on it. So he gets up to the festival and he wants to talk to all these growers. And this is, of course, deep into prohibition. And all the growers are like, yeah, I'm not going on ABC News, to tell everybody that I grow weed in New York State. So what they decided to do instead was have the growers anonymously put an ounce of weed into a competition under the name of the weed, and then have that throw the joints out to the people at the festival, and then have them judge it by applause. That became the New York State Harvest Cup, the cup, and they started having it every year, and they've stuck with it at kind of that grassroots level. You never know how many entries you're going to get. The only thing is they have to 1 to 2 ounces of weed, and then the rollers roll it up, and then they throw it out to the crowd, and then you pass it and tell them what you're passing. So very grassroots type of thing, and I would love to see, obviously, just like everybody was saying, these type of competition really brings the community together. Just the cannabis community, and especially the growing community, and allows like patients like me, like getting hooked up with a grower that can grow quality medicine at a decent price. That's the future for me, right? It's not the medical program that I'm spending ungodly amounts of money on in Pennsylvania, or that I would be in any other state. It's finding somebody, or being able to grow myself quality medicine for, at least 80% of that cost. So, and I think that's the real value of these competitions, is the community, how it grows us as a community, and honestly, how it connects patients to growers. So just wanted to add that. Oh, and Jerry Berry won the Harvest Cup. It was excellent.
Nice. Council Member Prieta.
Well, since I don't want to have this be like our shortest roundtable on record, so I want to extend it out a bit. And since we're on the topic of cups and whatnot, competitions, I'd like to know, and pass this question around to the council members, what was your first cup experience? And also, have you ever been a judge for the cup?
I'll happy to go first.
Yeah, whoever, just pass it around.
Yeah.
So I guess, have you been to a cup? What was your first cup experience like? And have you been a judge?
First experience was the High Times Cannabis Cup 1995 in Amsterdam, and I was a judge. And I also got married. Oh God. Yeah. So it's kind of a lot there, you know what I'm saying? Dealing with getting married was its own set of shenanigans, and then being at the High Times Cannabis Cup, its own other set of shenanigans. But at the same time, it was a cannabis cup, so it's done during Thanksgiving.
If I may,
yes.
is this the famous cake experience?
I mean, the cake experience was on this trip. Yes.
Okay. All right. Wow. Yeah. That is a lot.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was actually, because my wedding cake had 1.5 pounds of trichomes in it. And it was devastating. To Jack Herrera, everybody, Todd, everybody who was there. You had some Monica, all that. Yeah, it was an OG wedding in Amsterdam, and it was crazy. It was on the stage at the Milkveg. But even before all that, just the competition itself, it was my first time to Amsterdam, so that was already disorienting enough. And then getting a place and then trying to figure out where to go was its own set of challenges because I don't know Dutch. Fortunately, they all know English, so I was able to learn, pardon me, my Dutch sucks. Can we speak in English? And then they're like, sure. Okay. And so then it was, you had 1,500 Americans that basically go over to Amsterdam during Thanksgiving. And the problem is it's one of the vacation months of the Netherlands. So half of everything is closed. 2, it's fucking winter right off the fucking North Sea. The wind and the rain and all that is just bad. Yeah. So between it being very cold, then coffee shops were very small. You had to physically go to coffee shops to get and try the things. Some gave it to you, others you had to buy, others they gave you a discount on, others they had certain things. And I went to certain coffee shops and they would show me the sample, and I would whip out an actual microscope that I would carry with me a little 30 times, and they would freak out and be like, oh, and hold on. And then all of a sudden a different sample would appear. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like, well, that's kind of fucking sketch. And then the first meeting where all the judges come together, which was at the Milkveg, I think it was. Yeah. And just the kind of the outside area, not where the stage area was. And just so many booths, and there was a building next door with all the different booths. Jack was signing books. Bubble Man actually had a booth there where he was actually doing his Bubble Man bags, I think, for the first time there. So I mean, it was really it was, again, 1,500 of us, but the movement was very small. So all those that set up kind of all knew each other. And I was working for Ecolution Hemp Company. So we were also setting up a booth there. So we were also retailing out of the store, but we're also writing wholesale paper to people in Europe if they wanted to buy our hemp. So a lot happened necessarily in that situation. But the cup was when we would gather in places. Some of the major companies like Greenhouse or Sensi Seed would literally have like topless women show up and pass out just these huge containers full of joints. They would meet people at the airport. Unfortunately, then they had to stop that because then they passed out joints and people started lighting up in Schiphol. And the airport's like, no, you don't. So it was just kind of a little bit of chaos because a lot of Americans didn't understand the European culture, and it's fine to go and smoke in a coffee shop. You can't just go by and then just go out on the street and puff. One, it was usually 20 degrees and cold as hell, but at the same time, I remember being so surreal sitting in a coffee shop, and on the other side of the glass was a Dutch police officer. Wasn't batting an eye, didn't have that. He was dealing with something else altogether. But it was that first time I remember my ex-wife and I, we looked at each other and we're just kind of like, wow, we would not have this feeling in the United States. We would be absolutely paranoid as shit that cop was getting ready to come inside. So it was a abundance of appreciation for freedom, but it also showed me how repressed we were in the United States in that moment, just having that feeling of that fear. Whereas, you know, we realized, wow, we were in a country where it was legal, and that was an amazing feeling and sensation. But to add on to that was going into these coffee shops and then seeing all these qualities of hash. You could get a true Nepalese temple ball. You could get real Afghani hash. You could get, you know, a true Moroccan 00. All these hashes that I had read about, you could try them. And not only that, different depending on which shop, they had all different types of the same kinds of stuff, in the sense they had a Nepalese temple ball, but it was different than the temple ball that you got, you know, at the other spots. So it was fun then what you wanted to go around and try all these, because as Michael stated earlier, the flavors of these hashes were unlike any of the flowers that I had smoked. And to have that plethora of choice, it was, you know, I think the first thing I bought with this was a traditional Moroccan sebsi, which is a two-piece wooden pipe with a stone pipe that goes on the end, and it's perfect for smoking hash and for keef. It's long, so it can, you know, it cools the smoke, etc. But you know, the problem is that those headpieces are soapstone. If it fell off, it shattered. So, you know, it was added to the frustration of finding the hashish, but then trying to find the proper vessel to utilize, because you're only there for a week to 10 days. So it was a balance between usage and access, which opened up all kinds of different understandings in just that 1 week alone. So I know that's long-winded, but it was an amazing experience, and I was able to vote, and I came away feeling that it was not a good competition in how it was done. The competitions could be done better. And I would end up doing so here domestically over in time. I think, Michael, you were Councilmember Krawitz.
Yeah, man. Oh man, your story is so intriguing, because we crossed over, like we had, I don't know when we met, but it wasn't then. We didn't meet then. We met pretty long after that, I imagine, 95, maybe 99 or something like that, maybe, right. I don't know. But I actually, I was in college here in Virginia, and a friend of mine and I, we were going to go to Florida on spring break. And it actually just, I don't know, some kind of lark idea. I just did a comparison and looked at the price to fly to Amsterdam, just fully expecting it to be like 10 times the price to fly to Florida. And that would be the end of that thought. No, it was actually cheaper at that moment in time. And I think it was 1991. And it was really wild, because we were flying on like British Airways. And the lady next to me on the flight over, on my very first flight, she had this thick British accent and filled up her entire tray with little bottles of liquor while the guy was there with the cart, all free. And I think, you know, after that inspiration, I didn't do the same thing, but I definitely, you know, got a lot more than I probably would have if I hadn't been sitting next to that lady. But I reckon that between that lady and I, we got more in drinks and food than we paid in our tickets to fly over to Amsterdam and back. But anyway, my buddy and I went over to Amsterdam on our very first trip. And it would be years after that before I went to the first Cannabis Cup, but that was our first trip to Amsterdam. I think it was in like 91. And we were over there for a very short period of time. And I'd seen at the like corner of my eye, this museum, this cannabis, marijuana, I guess it's the hashish and hemp museum. Is that what Ben calls it? The hashish and hemp museum, I think, in Amsterdam. And Ben Dronkers, NCC's, wonderful person, wonderful family, wonderful place. Different facet of what ATN was talking about later years. And yeah, I came back, I guess it was 93, with the intention of going to these places and checking out and exploring all this cannabis stuff, giving myself more time. And I walk in the front door of this hashish and hemp museum, and who's there behind the counter but Chris Conrad. And it was just, I guess, a fluky thing. He just happened to be there for not that long, but he had helped set up the place. He was one of the curators of the museum. And he gave me, I said, Chris, I'd never met him, that's when I met him. And I asked him, hey, can I get like a book or something like that for some information? There's more information I can take home with me. And he puts a stack of books in front of me, like 8 inches tall. Jack Harris' book, The Hemper, and Emperor Wears No Clothes, and his book, Hemp Lifeline of the Future, and Robert Clark's book, Cannabis Botany. It's this whole big stack of books. That was my first introduction, thrown into the deep end of cannabis stuff. So I came back, I guess it was 96. So it must have been the year after you. And I had already met Chris. I knew him, I was coming back to Amsterdam at this point. And I got connected right up with the two things, the Green Prisoners Amsterdam, which was an activist organization right there in Amsterdam, but it was mostly dedicated to helping expats fight extradition. And there was this one couple that were from Missouri, I think it was, Les and Cheryl Mooring. They were facing like 100 years back in Missouri for just a handful of marijuana plants. And we were working with the Dutch government to try to get them to, not be, to the Dutch government to work to try to prevent extradition so they wouldn't be sent back to the United States for this draconian sentence. And that experience was incredible, but they had a big relationship with the Cannabis Cup. So that's what pulled me into the Cannabis Cup for the very first time. When I went to the Cannabis Cup over there in Amsterdam, I was actually an activist coming in, working as an activist. And it was strange. It was a little surreal even to say that there was no activism really in the Cannabis Cup. I mean, there was like a table right near the front door when you checked in with some flyers and stuff. And of course, lots of people there were activists, and so, but there was no like activist presence there. It really wasn't. And I asked
Jack was there, but not in a presence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I asked Steve Hager if I could set up a table, and he said, well, I can give you a discount on a table in the hemp hall. So I actually, the very first year I was there, I actually paid half of a table, and the other half of the table I shared it with Yaya. And Yaya was in Breda, Netherlands, a cannabis head shop. Wonderful head shop. Yaya was one of the first places on the net that I had a blog. Wasn't even called a blog yet. I wrote a webzine. So if you go digging around in the cannabis archives, you'll find a webzine written in the 90s and published on Yaya Net by Michael Kraus. So, but anyway, I asked, I had this table set up, and the second year I did this table, I did this for many years in a row. And the second year I did the table, I went back to Steve Hager and I was like, come on, man, I'm an activist. I'm working as a volunteer. I don't have to pay for a table. Come on, help me out. So he's like, be creative, figure something out. So I was all right. I set up a table in the hallway in the, what was that place? The PAX Party House.
PAX Party House.
Yeah, that's where they had all their table expositions and stuff like that. And then that Milky Way, the Milk Bag, was where they had the concerts and stuff later in the evening. And the PAX Party House was really neat because it was shared, the structure, overall structure shared with the police. They were literally in the same big building, like next door, and the police didn't care, I asked one time across the street at the gas station where the Cannabis Cup was, because that was my very first year. I was trying to find it. And I was literally, a few hundred yards away. And the guy was like, Cannabis Cup. And he pointed me to a coffee shop. There's Cannabis Cup every day, he said. He had no idea what the hell I was talking about. I love it. So, but anyway, yeah, the second year, I used the hallway upstairs. The third year, the restaurant within the building, the people that actually owned the building caught on to that, how cool it was to use that hallway. And I had already set up. And Steve Hager said, this is going to be a huge, diplomatic incident here if you can't get out of their way because they want that hallway. Would it be okay to move? And he's asking me. I was like, oh man, no problem, man. I'm at your it's cool vibe, city, hippie shit. I realized the faster I get that shit out of the way, the more I'm gonna make Steve happy. He'll help me out. I'm not worried. So guess what they did? They put us down in the judges lounge. Now, in the judges' lounge, you're not allowed to have anything in the judges' lounge but weed. There's no commercial stuff. You're not even allowed to talk about selling stuff. So there's no tables. There's no, sponsors. There's no, displays or nothing. But there was an activist table. And in the last year that I did the cup, I brought over Chris Conrad, Mickey Norris, a whole, a team from Virginia. Had this big, huge table in the back of the judges' lounge, and Sandy Burbank and her daughter. It was just a really, really wonderful activist table. But I'll tell you one little experience, right? When I was up in the hallway that first year, I had the hallway, this really, really cool Rasta dude, he comes in, he was so bewildered. And I think this experience captures the essence of the Cannabis Cup, because he had bought his badge, which is like what, $500 or something like that, to buy the badge so you can attend the Cannabis Cup. And he, of course, flew from wherever the hell he flew to probably spend another 500 and another 500 on lodging. So he's like 1,500 into this, and he's walking around, he's bewildered, comes to my table, and he's asking, like, where's the weed, man? And I was like, I'll tell you what, man, sit down here at my table, I'll roll a joint, and I'll explain how this works. But yeah, what ATN said is the way it goes. And the thing about it is that there was two things that were sort of colliding. One was a lot of the weed that was winning the Cannabis Cups were like long season bud and stuff like that they weren't even growing for the shops usually. They were growing the shorter season stuff that was faster to grow, was mostly what you found in the coffee shops. So the bud that was actually winning the prizes that you were getting at the coffee shops was really kind of a limited time offer. The people that are year round weren't really able to get it so consistently, number one. And then number two, the cup itself would try to get a lot of readers' eyes on their magazine. And they would do a lot of stuff right there around the Cannabis Cup to get a lot of stuff going on the magazine. That's when they set the ad rates for the next year. So the whole thing was sort of a clever sort of gimmick in a way, in the end. But nonetheless, really, really, really great weed. And I actually became a judge in Michigan many years later. And that's cool. You get this huge bag with all different kinds of samples. And it's actually, if you take it seriously, it's a job to try to test whatever it is they give you. They give you a lot of it, and you only have a few days to go through it. It was a challenge to really do it right. But it's fun. It's definitely fun to be a judge, and the Cannabis Cups are definitely cool. And when we get to the country level, oh man, we're talking like the St. Louis Exposition, or that Paris, like that label on the Jack Daniels where it's like 1899 Paris Exposition. You imagine how cool that exposition was, that fucking contest was. Now double that, and that's going to be our weed one, man.
Hell yeah. All right. Councilmember Armstrong, what was your first experience? Were you a judge when you were a judge? What was the other one, Rico?
Oh, have you been to a cup? Were you what was your experience? Have you been, and then were you a judge? I guess it doesn't have to be a cup. It could be a fest like you were talking about too. That's a competition. Just like any movement kind of deal. The High Times Cup is the most recognized, but there's all kinds of shit.
Yeah, it was really the first international one. Councilmember Armstrong.
So yeah, my first one was in 2017. It was the New York Harvest Fest Cup. I've also been to one in Boston, but yeah, my first experience was, first of all, it was my first experience at a cannabis festival. So by Sunday afternoon, I had seen a lot of stuff that I hadn't seen in quite some time, and seeing all the freaks and was enjoying the weekend. But when kind of what Etienne was talking about, the feeling of freedom, like I didn't really realize it until I was in the middle of that cup. Like that year it was kind of smaller, so they actually had a blue tarp that you get at Walmart, and like 8 guys rolling the joints on the blue tarp and literally just throwing them to us. So it was very small, and maybe 60 or 70 people being the judges. So in the middle of it, I felt that feeling of freedom that I kind of not felt before, even though I had been smoking freely all weekend. I felt that. So, and then and I was asked to be a judge for edibles at that cup as well a couple of years later, and I gave it to another vet because you had three, like you had the morning of it to judge the edibles, and I knew that would mean my whole Saturday evening would have been laying in bed. So I gave that to the older gentleman that I came with. He was happy to eat them all, give them his opinion, and then go take like a 14-hour nap. Because it's really hard to judge edibles, especially if you've got a bunch of entries. And some of them make them stronger than others, obviously. So yeah, that was the only time I was offered to be a judge, and I gave it away. But I think the cups are just like anything else in it. Our cups are the cups are reliant on the grassroots are better, and the more commercial it gets, we're not going to like the way those events go, as Etienne was talking about earlier. So, and that's where I'll stop on that. I think that answers it.
All right, Ricardo, and then our guest showed up. Ricardo.
So my first experience with the cup, it wasn't at a cup, and I couldn't partake, but I just got back from Iraq, and my squad decided to take a trip, and we all got in a van, dipped out to Amsterdam from Stuttgart, Germany, and stayed there over a long weekend, and went to like the Bulldog, the Grasshopper, and went all around sightseeing. And I just saw all kinds of pictures from all these people that seemed so happy. I was like, I want some of that. And so me and my squad, we signed a dollar bill, threw it up in the Bulldog, and I kind of said to myself, like, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. And so my first opportunity came in 2015 to go to the Cup in Denver. And Doc Sisley threw me an invite, and I joined her over there. That's where I met Kevin Richardson with the We for Warriors Project and a bunch of other peeps. We were posted up right next to a Nyambe Tosh, which was awesome. But there was weed all over the place. It was huge. I just kept asking myself, I was like, how is this legal? There's no way this is legal. Walking through this, like just all the different stalls, and everybody just smoking, walking, joking, like nothing was going on. I was like, man, this is just, it was insane. Because again, you're talking about this little bubble man, right? This little bubble of freedom, and everywhere else it's like hit or miss. So to be able to have that experience in the States while prohibition's still getting figured out was pretty cool. I want to shut up now and let you introduce our guest.
Well, thank you, Marcus, for answering our questions prior. We actually just read through your interview, but we're going to start back over because it's our time, so we can do whatever the fuck we want. We were actually talking about the High Times Cannabis Cup and, each one of our cup experiences and all of that. And yeah, we kind of covered those. So basically, welcome to our Veterans Action Roundtable number 26. Our guest is Bubble Man, and we have a series of questions. Now, he has answered them, and we have kind of read through his answers, but we're going to go through and see his embellishments now, since we get to double interview the man himself, the wonderful stoner, the man, the myth, the legend. Hi, Bubble Man.
Well, first of all, I apologize for being late. What an idiot I am. I don't know why, but my calendar had it as 5, and I couldn't even come in on time for that. So super apologies to you guys. I've only heard a little bit, but great vibes as always. Thanks for having me in here, Etienne. I've shit the bed completely on this whole thing. He sent me these messages and these questions, and I answered them all on the computer. He's like, Bud, we don't do it that way. I'm like, oh my God, okay. Let's start by shitting the bed once, and then let's be an hour and a half late. Really great way to show respect to the veterans. My apologies, guys. I went and picked up my son from SFU University, and I've been actually hanging out with him. He's been away during the week, and I only see him on the weekend, so that's why that all went down. But yeah, no, this is great. Super stoked to be here, and yeah, I'm happy to answer some questions. Etienne, did you want me to just kind of go through the first one, or?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's how'd you come into the cannabis field? Why cannabis? Why'd you choose cannabis? How did it stick to you?
You know what? For me, it was very much like the scene out of Dave Chappelle's Half Baked, when him and all his little homies like smoke herb for the first time, and then they go to the store. That's the scene where he's like, Abba Zaba, you my only friend. And he's like hugging the Abba Zaba guy. It was very much like that for me. I was young. I was 14 years old, so I wasn't really, anywhere near being an adult. So I still had that sort of a little bit of my magical thinking left in me. And it was one of my hockey buddies that got me turned on to it. He had a joint. Everyone else on the hockey team was like Joe Strady. At that age, nobody was doing anything. But here we have Steve McAvoy, whose father was a CFL referee. He was like, hey, you want to smoke a joint? And I was like, I didn't even know what a joint was, but it was sort of love at first sight. Really just loved the experience. I'm very type A. I'm very quick. I'm very fast, and just, I need to be pulled back and slowed down. I have a very alpha strong ego. I don't need alcohol. I don't need drugs. And I'm probably like, if there's other, I was really of the belief that it was probably bad for me. And there was a point where my father, rest in peace to him, he came up to me at one point, and I was maybe 16 at this point. He said, look, if you're going to do this, do it right, because you're in the Bible Belt, and there's a penitentiary 30 miles down the road full of people who thought that they could do this, and now they're in the penitentiary. And Stony Mountain Penitentiary was it'd be like being in Indiana at Terre Haute or something. Like, it's a bad prison. It's got really serious dudes in there. Habitual florists definitely don't belong there. And I sort of took that to heart and got together with some of my other friends that thought the same way. And we came up with this idea that our activism should be hemp-based. We're in the prairies. We can approach the farmers. And this was not, we weren't learning this by economics courses or farming, or we were learning it from smoking herb, and really like what most people would call abusing herb. I don't think of it as abusing, but man, we smoked a lot. Like, for me and my buddies, if we would go play pool one night, we'd save up and buy as much weed as we could, whether it was an eighth or a quarter or whatever, and then we'd roll it all and literally smoke every joint before we even played pool. We wouldn't even save one for afterwards. This is how, completely hypnotized we were by the whole cannabis vibe. But I feel very lucky that I got into cannabis, because in the city that I grew up in, Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is one of the more, we always had the murder capital of Canada. So that's kind of sets the tone what Winnipeg was like. It's a little bit harsh and rough around the edges. And if you grow up in Winnipeg, you're comfortable almost anywhere you go. Like, you could just go places and be comfortable, because it's a bit harder than soft. And so, yeah, that was just kind of a little bit of the background. We got into the hemp activism, and we started approaching farmers and our government. And in a very short period of time, surprisingly, because even our supporters, I'll never forget, one of our strongest supporters said, hemp in Canada, that'll happen when hell freezes over. Unfortunately, he had no understanding of how fucking cold it gets in Winnipeg in the winter. And hell did actually freeze over. I think it was colder than Mars that day. And we got hemp growing in our province for the first time in over 73 years in a very hardcore Bible Belt. Like, this is like Fargo, North Dakota to you guys. That's what Winnipeg is. It's like Fargo, North Dakota. And I don't know how much time you guys have spent up in Fargo, North Dakota, but it's a little bit backwoods, and those are my roots, and I love it, and that's where I'm from, and that's what really led me in. And I think that pathway that we took really came from my dad pulling me aside and saying, hey, listen, if you're going to do this, you better do it right, and you better do it smart. And so that was kind of through his advice we got into that whole hemp thing. And Etienne is actually one of the very few people that I know that was doing this same type of activism at the same time. I mean, this goes back to 91, 92, 93. The year we got our hemp grown was 94. Those are very early years for hemp activism in North America.
No, and we are literally, it's hard to believe we are such a younger generation of that because of how long it's been going. But, I did see what you were doing, and it definitely inspired us domestically. But we also saw the same repression, such as what was happening with just having a high times in Canada. I mean, it was such, you could go to jail for it. I mean, actually, you had an activist in Canada who actually fought against that just to actually get that information out there. But I want to go over to Councilmember Armstrong. He has a question.
Oh, he's on mute.
I'm sorry, my turn to screw everything up.
You're in good company.
Yeah. Oh. So what drew you into the hash world itself after starting with hemp activism? What drew you into hash in particular?
Well, okay, I really should start as well that one of the things that was unique for me, and I didn't know this back in the time. I mean, I was that guy growing up that everyone was like, oh yeah, Richardson has great weed. Like, he's always got great weed. And I didn't really understand what that meant because I wasn't growing it. I was just locating it and finding it. And I realized I was like a truffle pig or a truffle dog. I had the senses that some of my friends, a lot of them, did not have, like a lot of them. I had just a hyper awareness and a hypersensitivity to certain compounds in cannabis that I would be like, oh my God, do you smell the complexity of that? And most of my friends were like, oh, I don't know, it smells like pepper. It smells like gas. And I'd be more like a wine person, like, oh, but can't you smell those other tones that are kind of in behind that? And then there's these other ones that are completely underneath. And so that I didn't understand what that was, but I did use that to my advantage to always find exceptional cannabis. And so as I'm finding exceptional cannabis and loving the flavor and the taste, I'm building a tolerance to the cannabinoids that are present on said cannabis. So I'm also at the point I'm dealing successfully because I'm like accessing great cannabis. I'm just like, my mentor, Ron Hickey, who's completely off his fucking rocker. God bless him. He's absolutely insane person, the best person ever. You should have him on here one day. You guys will get a kick out of him. One of my early first mentors, when I went down to his cannabis grow store in Winnipeg, and I said, oh, I'm trying to grow some tomatoes. And he said, listen, kid, I know you're not growing tomatoes. You're not growing tomatoes. Why don't we just talk about what we're growing? We're growing weed, aren't we? And so this was my intro to Ron Hickey. This is a man who served 11 and a half years in Stony Mountain, the federal penitentiary I spoke about earlier, for cannabis, for growing cannabis. The man spent 12 Christmases away from his family. Way too long. So dealing and making free pot and smoking enormous amounts of pot, what happened was eventually I hit a ceiling. I just hit a ceiling, and there was no getting past that ceiling. I could smoke once I moved to BC in 96, and I was, selling 600-700 pounds a week. I had a lot of free weed. In fact, so much free weed that I was donating it to the BC Compassion Club, like 3, 4, 5 pounds at a time. I'm like, hey, Hillary, it's Christmas time. Like, give all the members an 8, like here's 9 pounds of weed. And often it was just even from, if I bought 400 or 500 pounds from a certain guy, I know that every pound is going to be 470 grams. Well, a sellable pound in Canada is 448 grams. So you can be generous and put 454 in there, but it's 448 pounds is what people were weighing for. So, there's 22 grams in every bag, and you just bought 400 pounds. do the math. You end up with an enormous amount of free weed. So I just had weed coming up my ears. I was just smoking. I bet you at one point I was smoking 2+ ounces a day easily. And my wife was just kind of like, she'd like be bringing me food, just coughing. And I was like, fuck, she's not even exaggerating. This is insane. We live in a fucking cloud of smoke. And that really is what started driving me towards first the oils, but the oils were just like, I don't know, all the guys that were making it all had the same look. They all had the kind of same dirt under the fingernails and just kind of like they came out of their garage like a troll or something. And don't get me wrong, I'm not judging these guys, amazing guys. I just started looking at it and being like, like I remember him failing chemistry in grade 11, but now he's doing chemistry in his garage and I'm going to inhale that chemistry into my lungs. So I was like, it took me a very quick period of time before I was like, you know what, that's not my game right there. And I got into dry sifting a little bit. I met Rob Clark in 1995 and he smoked a bowl of dry sift with me at this Thai food restaurant behind the
Come on, Starlink. Screenshot this, Rico.
Rob comes up to me with a bong and he smokes it with me, him and John Conroy on the stairs to this restaurant. And he says, if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. And that was the first time I ever saw resin melt into a liquid. And so that really set me off. And not only did it melt into a liquid, it blew me so far outside my ceiling that I had created for myself that it was just, I'd never experienced anything like it. So that was really, of course, Rob and Dave, because it was Skunkman Sam's hash that Rob just happened to have. I didn't know that at the time, but I would meet Dave like a year or so later. No, a couple of years later, 3 years later. And then we would all become good friends and they would become mentors to me. But that's really what drove me to hash, my ability to taste and to experience the tolerance that I built and wanting to just smash through it. Also, I love getting uncomfortably high. I'm not going to lie. Like when other people are kind of just like on the brink and they're just like, this is too much. I'm like, okay, let's do this. I bet you we could get higher. So
where can we push that edge, right?
Yeah, we called it on the brink. As long as I was teetering over the edge of it, looking into the abyss, I felt pretty good.
You were comfortable there. That was your comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly. Comfortably on the brink.
Council Member Prieta, you have a question for the Bubble Man.
Yeah, Mr. Bubbleman, can you give us some insight into their cannabis realm from your POV in Canada, your point of view there, all the things you've been through, where it's going now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a complex one. We're obviously first and foremost, when you get federal law, no matter how bad it is, you have to appreciate it because it's never as bad as having a gun shoved in your face, having your children taken by family health services, being thrown in a cage like Ron was in Stony Mountain Penitentiary with people who murdered children and raped women and did all these terrible things. This is insane, for someone who just smoked cannabis. So first and foremost, before I start the big rant of complaining, I want to say I'm appreciative of the fight that was done and where we got so far. Federal legalization is a pretty big deal. Mail ordering all your regulated herb and it's tested. Sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want you keep your regulated weed. It's like, well, no, like what you don't understand is everything you consume in the world is regulated unless you're like buying it off the street in Bangkok. Like it's all regulated. Even the chocolate bars that you buy, they regulate that shit, like shit goes over metal detectors and stuff. So they know there's no metal in your food. Like there's a lot of things that people don't understand that happens with all of the products that they buy. And because they've had this sort of intimate relationship with cannabis secretly in a closet or whatever, we get really connected to it. And I get that. But, one of my disappointments, okay, we had a great medical program. Everyone used medical to, it was the shield, unfortunately. A lot of people used medical as a shield to get a license to protect them from having their home taken, from having all of these different things. And if it was just to grow cannabis, it didn't bug me. When it was to grow cannabis and to sell, I was kind of like, you're kind of putting the people who are just growing cannabis for medicine, you're kind of putting their license at risk by, pretending that that's who you are, but you're actually growing cannabis. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against selling cannabis. I'm against selling cannabis if it puts the fucking license at risk for patients who aren't selling cannabis. They just want access to grow their own weed. So that was like a sensitive, I was always getting myself in trouble because, of course, I called everyone out that did it, and everyone did it. I swear I was the only person who had a medical license that wasn't growing weed, drying it up and selling it out the back door. Like I said, I'm not against that, but that's not what these licenses were for. That's not what we fought for. So anyway, it got worse and worse for the patients. And then recreational came in. Well, recreational came in and said things like, okay, we have provincial stores. So it's a double-edged sword. It's good and it's bad. If you have great products and the provinces want to buy your products, one province buys your products, 600 stores can get your product without having to deal with 600 stores. Just like liquor works here in Canada. The LC buys it, they bring it in, they distribute it to stores, and those stores sell it. That can work out in your favor, or it can work out against you, because if they decide they don't like your products, well, now you're SOL. You're not going to be able to sell them in that province anymore. And there's a variety of ways. Like our processing company has a processing license. We have a sales amendment license. We have an R&D license, and we have a medical license. So we could set up a medical platform and sell direct to patients, but that's its own can of worms as well. You have to understand that, and this is the real bummer of this, and maybe you guys will feel is that, recreational cannabis users are easy customers to deal with, and medical patients are much more difficult. I mean, a medical patient, that's a serious fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, this is like your life that you're dealing with this. Some people are trying to reduce, people are mitigating PTSD and bad memories, so many different things that it's so important for. And this is one of the things that really drives me nuts about it. In the recreational market, the province is going to say to you, look, you better make enough of this product so that if we sell out the 10 kilos that we order, that we can order another 10 kilos and fulfill the order. If you don't do that, we're going to strike you and put you at the bottom of the order list. So they punish the rec market like that, and it makes the rec people go and make these huge lots of products, hoping that when they get it to the market that it'll sell. The problem with that is that if a recreational people don't need products consistently as badly as medical patients do. That's a focus that we should have for medical patients first and foremost, and not rec patients, which aren't patients, just recreational users. When recreational users, when the OCS says to me, Ontario Cannabis Store says, we're going to need another 10 kilos right after we order this 10 kilos, that's an enormous amount of energy for me to make that available for a rec user. Now, in medical, we sell to Shelter, we sell to CanMart, a couple of small companies that have medical platforms before we've set up our own. And what we find there is they're willing to take small lots. They're willing to take whatever good product they can access. And the problem with that is you end up buying these small lots for medical, and a patient finds that and says, oh my God, this is amazing, I love it. And now it's not available for 7 more months because that was a small craft grower. They did one batch of it. They're growing something different this time, but they'll do it again next time. And we have that situation in Canada where there's this excessive amount available for rec users, and there's these limited lots available for patients. And of course, the price, if you're thinking, well, if I was a medical patient, I would just go and buy the recreational. Well, the recreational stuff is insanely expensive. And it has like insane excise taxes from the CRA, which are like 25 to 32% or something of the cost is excise tax going right to the government. So there's problems, but I guess there's problems we can deal with, and at least we have access in the meantime to both, that there is recreational and medical available. There's all sorts of stupid rules in place, and we'll have to figure it out and better it as we go along. But that's kind of like the short story. It's good and it's bad.
Right on. Councilmember Crowitz, you have the next question.
Thank you. Thank you. What it's such an honor. It's really great to have you on our roundtable here, man. Just following up on what you were just saying real quick before I ask the next question. We're really concerned in the United States about that. Actually, in Canada, at least you had medical, and then you established the adult regulated access. It seems like, following the state laws around the country here in the U.S., in states that didn't do that didn't have well-regulated medical before they went to adult rec, really hurts patients. So having the federal government in the position we are in the United States, where it's by law, and it actually says in the law that it's not medical, which is a ridiculous situation, but that's where we're at. And then to go from that straight to adult rec, we're really worried as vets, that medical cannabis is sort of in the crosshairs in a harsh way here in the U.S. But man, you up there already having the federal system legal. I mean, what is it like to use your mail system legally? I mean, that's some like straight up Mr. Rogers neighborhood shit, Mr. Canada, to be able to just actually, wow.
It's pretty trippy. I won't lie. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm Bubble Man. So people have been sending me hash for like 20 solid years from all over the world. Like I've been getting shit in my PO box. I try to tell people not to. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And they just send it anyway. I've been getting it since 1999. Hash has been showing up in my PO box from Australia and New Zealand and everywhere you can possibly imagine. It's completely bonkers, but God bless all those people because it was wonderful and enjoyed. So less unique for me, I think, because it's been happening for so long. And I was always of the mindset, how the fuck can I control what people send me? I was never worried about getting in trouble because there was no emails of me going, yeah, man, send me an ounce of your best, like with transactions. And it was always me going, no, like, don't do that. I'm telling you, don't fucking send that. This was when it was like super illegal. Anyway, now that it is legal, it's pretty unique to be able to go on the BC cannabis store and buy some CBD cream and just put my mom's address in there and ship it off to Manitoba. That is, it's surreal and unbelievable, really. It's a good thing. The mail came out with smell-proof packaging on their own because the whole system just reeked. That's how many people were ordering weed once that happened. It was a big deal. Every post office was like, listen, every truck reeks, every fucking warehouse reeks. This is out of control. Don't these people know how to seal this shit? So they came out with their own.
Can you show, do you have any pack? Could you just show us what that looks like?
It's a Canada Post mail package. I don't have one here, but it's just like one of those bubble wrap packages, but I guess it's got a special inside that they had to buy with a membrane of, I guess it's like PTFE or something that terpenes can't breach. So they came out with it like quick. Like it was not like a 17-year thing. It was just like, it was like 3 months or something. And these guys, like, they were in the boardroom. They were like, listen, we're going to have to figure this out. People are going to get robbed. Like shit's going to go down. Every driver knew what every package was. It was bad.
Yeah, I guess, a lot of off-gassing would be the issue.
Especially in the summer.
Oh, I bet, especially. Councilmember Kendra, you have a question.
Yes, hi. So from your perspective, what are some of the pros and cons of a legal market?
The pros and cons of a legal market. Well, I mean, the pros are that we can play now, that we can all kind of become involved and sort of drive this thing. And I think it's what we were all fighting for years. I was kind of, one of my mentors, Skunkman Sam, would always say to me, he's like, yeah, the difference between me and a lot of these activists, they were fighting for some specific people to earn the profits, and I was just fighting for cannabis's freedom. I don't care who earns the profits. That's an old school baller thing to say, because he taught me well. I'm the same way. Would it be great if I could make some profits and you guys could? Sure, it would be great. But if we can't, the fact that we get to play, and it feels fairly fair here in Canada, even though I see my own old activist friends absolutely divided, split down the middle. They're like, we'll never support that system. Like that system is this and that and this and that. It's like, you know what? I think that I respect that as well. But for me, with a family, like, I used to sell a lot of cannabis, and I could have been thrown into a prison with murderers and rapists. And instead, I got to become legal. And now it's like people at my kid's school come up to me and say, hey, like, can I invest in your company? Whereas what they used to say was, oh, the drug dealer lives up on Ocean View. So I think I'm really kind of appreciative of that normalization of cannabis that comes with a free market. Now, the cons of a free market are the people who design them not to be free. And so by definition, a free market is not a free market. You have to like weasel your way in and bore your way in. It's designed specifically for certain people with privilege, and everyone else that's brown has to rot in jail. So until all those people are out of jail, we will never be able to call this a free market.
Very well stated, sir. Councilmember Armstrong, you have the next question.
Okay, so yeah, Bubble Man, I'd like to start by saying, I learned so much watching Hash Church, and one of the things that really that I saw the quality, obviously, of all the hash and everything that was going on, and the growers, the quality medicine, that really did set me on a search for quality medicine. What are some of the products that excite you, and what are some that you are kind of weary of in some of these up and coming products?
Like, what are some of the problems? You cut out a little bit there. What are some of the problems of?
No, what are some of the products that excite you? The newer products that excite you, and what are some of them are there any that you are wary of?
Yes, I'm definitely wary of any type of flavored terpenes. So that scares me a little bit with certain types of oils and things that they're putting into vape pens. Now, this is a recreational product. If we're talking recreational, I would say that from a medical standpoint, there hasn't been enough sort of, and I guess it also is a balance, right? Like, it's like, what is it doing to you? If it's damaging your lungs, that to me scares me, because cannabis is never supposed to damage our lungs. We've done something very bad and very poor decisions if we've come to the conclusion that we're now damaging our lungs with cannabis after thousands of years of it not damaging people's lungs. Products that excite me are products that my team has been working on. Like, we're a hash company, and hash is like 1% of the 3% of the concentrate market here in Canada. So we're fighting over 1% of the market. So step one was to create that to be more like 8 or 9% of the market, so we can get it to be a little bit bigger. And so how we're doing that is we have a product called the Hazel Stick, and this is a pure hash stick. It's got no paper, it has no glue, and it has no cannabis. It's just hash rolled flat into a paper and then rolled up into like a tube. And it's 1 gram, and they're totally novel. Look at you smiling right now, man. Like, I got you all giggly just thinking about it. It really is. In California, they have been sold in the past under the name Pixie Stick. We call them Hazel Hash Sticks. We sell tens of thousands of these things a month. It actually blew up at, in the first 2 months of selling them, we took over like 14, 15% of the hash market in Ontario, which is that 1%, but they do like, $900 million annually or whatever. So it ends up being still a substantial number. So that is a product that excites me, because I want to bring people towards the experience of the unadulterated cannabinoid high. Why do we like getting high? Well, because of what's in the resin glands. And so we can smoke those resin glands diluted on plant matter and get one effect, or we can concentrate them and smoke them through oils or hashes or whatever and get different effects. And so I like bringing people closer to that. People that are smoking pre-rolls are never going to be like, oh yeah, I'll go spend $1,000 on a rig and a bowl and a carb cap and a dabber. Oh, you got to get the temp tech, that's $120. And then I'm going to need a torch, another $120. And we better start buying $100 grams, because what else am I going to put into this thing? And so all of a sudden it's just like, you know what, you're a lifer if that's what you're doing. Like, that's what Etienne and I are doing. We're lifers in this, but people that are smoking joints aren't. So the hazel is a great way to get a joint smoker into a hash product without buying anything else, because the hash itself is the smoking vessel. And they've already got a lighter, they've already got lips, so that's all they need to smoke the hazel. So we're very excited about that. I personally am the most excited about that one. And then we have another product, and I don't know if I can actually, here. We have another product, and these are really cool.
Just out of curiosity, what is a retail on a pixie stick in Canada currently?
Like, you can buy it retail for about 29 Canadian dollars, which is probably about 22 US. It's a gram of hash.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we get like a very small percentage of that. But it's a numbers game, right? You want to sell 100,000 of them a month, and then you're like, woohoo, we're doing pretty good. So the next product is Arthi, who raised almost and he said, these hazels are amazing. Me and my buddy went and bought one each because it's COVID, so we don't want to share. And the problem is like, I took one hit of that thing, and I was good to go. Like, I didn't need any more. I had 90% left of it. He's like, you need to figure out a way to get those things broken up into servings and put into some type of pipe or something. And so I found this company called Caldwell's. And what Caldwell's does is they create these paper. These are paper. I wish my camera, oh, there we go. It's just about, come on, give us the love. So this is a paper one hitter. It's a very thick paper, right? And on the inside, it has a thimble that's made out of 304 stainless steel. And it fits 0.2 of a gram. So I sell 5 of these in a package. It's now the convenience. We use the hazels that don't go to market. We powder them up, fill them up into here, put a little sticker over it, put 5 of them into a package, and for the same price, around 25 to 29 bucks Canadian, get a gram of hash. Now it's set up in 5 servings. So say if the 5 of you wanted to all get together and go spend, get 1 pack of these, you'd each have 1, and it hits, honestly, about 10 big smoky hits. So I did a bunch of R&D on this. This is the first thing I've smoked in probably 20 years. I really only vaporize. And so I hadn't combusted in a long time, but I found these so damn convenient that it was like how Coca-Cola would sell cannabis or hash. It's like you're selling a serving. You're making it so damn convenient. And the thing is, like, when you throw it away, you don't feel bad. You're like, okay, well, that's reasonable. Tiny bit of stainless steel. It's not like a big electronic thing or a big bunch of plastic. And it's all kind of biodegradable and goes back and recyclable. And so we're pretty excited about these. They haven't gotten to market yet. We're just in the middle of doing all of our R&D. We've sent off our NNCPs. In Canada, you're forced to send off a new product code. For every product you want to sell, it has to have a full packaging and all labels, THC stickers that have to be certain lengths, certain colors that aren't allowed, colors that you can use. 60 days it takes them to give us back the ability to now send that information out to each province. They'll put their orders in. During those 60 days, we'll make as many as we can, and we'll see how the market likes the Caldwell one hitter. I think it's pretty cool.
It's unique, and that's the thing, is people need to look for more unique product lines, in the sense of, joints were popular before COVID. However, now there needs to be more single serving situations we're finding that here in California. So great job on you and your team doing that. Council member Prieta, who also played Bubble Man earlier in our show.
I did. Yeah, I did. I hope you're not mad at me.
I thank you for stepping in, dude. Are you kidding me?
It went well.
You stepped right in.
I personally think that it went well, but I don't have the same pizzazz as you do. But those little pre-filled hash cigarettes that are environmentally friendly are a great idea. We're looking to gain access through the Veterans Affairs. So they have this I&D program here that gives out 300 grams a month to the people who are in it. And we're looking to expand that program through the VA so that we could start to get access to this stuff and not break the bank, get a consistent supply, find something that works for us and be able to get it when we need it, like you were talking about earlier. Something like that, I think, is worthy of bringing up to the Veterans Affairs Department, right? Especially, you said you get like 10 good pulls from that. Somebody who has been smoking flower for a while might be able to pull on it and get what they used to get from like a joint, 2 joints maybe in one hit, and it'll last longer. So that could help with the tolerance level. I'm sorry, I'm kind of just open, kind of taking up the time for this question that I'm supposed to be asking you, but it got some wheels turning. I want to make sure that it was stated. Maybe after this question that I ask you, if you could touch on the Canadian VA system for the veterans up there. I know they have partnerships with different growers or companies or something to provide for, or at least they did, the veterans, or there's some kind of voucher program. They also use the mail system. But what do you think the ceiling is for the most expensive joints? Talking about joints and stuff like that with hash or just regular joints. Do you think there is a ceiling for the most expensive joint?
Not in California, I don't. But up here in Canada, we're a little bit more pragmatic. We're, we're the neighbors up to the north here. We're pretty chill, not too many. We're still young and immature in the sense as, as this big group of people comes into cannabis for the first time, a lot of them, it's not the same cannabis community that it used to be. It's kind of this more open arms cannabis community. A lot of people coming in, and I mean, honestly, they'll be much more attuned to pay $6 for 0.2 of a gram of hash than they will to pay like $100 for really even a beautiful gram of hash, let alone a joint.
Go Starlink. Oh, there he
Where
is.
did I freeze?
Yeah, you just started. So
most expensive joint. I was just saying that Canada's a little kind of bit cheaper in the sense, like they're looking to spend like $6 on one of these, not $100 joints. I think that it'll be a while before our community, our cannabis community, matures enough to create enough people that have an interest. Right now, basically, the people who can make multi-$100 joints are, we have like 100,000 or more people in the country that have medical licenses to grow. Like I have a medical license to grow 100 plants, like my friends have medical licenses to grow 200-300 plants. So there's an enormous amount of licenses out there. And those are really the people that make products like that. But I don't know when they'll become available in the actual legal market. It'll be interesting to see.
no, I agree. It's something that here in California, I mean, people have tried to go high end and things, and joints are a very tricky thing, because as stated, as soon as you start to break a joint down, as opposed to like a hash joint, which is different from a flower joint, as soon as you break down the flower, it starts to degrade. And depending on how it's stored and the terpenes get sucked into the paper, you can end up with spending way too much money on, as we called it earlier, a pretendica. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't get you there. If you had the fresh flower and broke it open, that's a different scenario than, unfortunately, how long it takes, depending on when it was manufactured. You know, what is the manufacturing span in Canada? In California, it's a year and the product has to be taken off the market. So, I mean, depending on how it's stored and as well as how it's packaged will have a great effect, especially if it's a pre-roll, on what you would get versus what the experience you would get if you had actually harvested and dried that properly.
It falls into the label. So if you've got the label saying it's this percentage of terpenes and this percentage of cannabinoids, when that label changes more than 10 or 15%, you get an RTV, you get a return to vendor. So yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, pre-rolled joints would be like, you know, the companies that wanted to make the money off of them would just supply the equipment to the stores and just put it into the back room, and it'd be like, we make our pre-roll joints daily, like the donuts, because tomorrow they're no good. You know, putting a pre-roll like joint on the market. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they have coffee grinders at almost any grocery store. So I mean, that makes sense because people want fresh coffee, not, you know, prepackaged, dried out, flavorless, oilless, you know, stuff that we used to all get in every branch of the military. Okay, our final question was basically surrounding, the other day you were on Hash Church, you were talking about legends. And so, you know, if you could lift the veil a little bit for our audience about legends, what it isn't about. I'm aware of it and I've heard of it, whereas many people are unaware of what it is specifically. So educate them, one, what it is, and then what's taking place.
All right, just put these on my shoulder like my boxing belts. Right there, baby, right there. So Legends of Hash was me and Skunkman Sam sitting around in his apartment in Amsterdam. And I don't exactly remember the first year we did it. Maybe it was like 2003. Maybe it was 2002. I don't really remember exactly, but we were sitting in his place, and I was like, he was like, what was your first cup? And I said, 1995. He's like, oh, pretty good, pretty good. Mine was 89 and I won it. And I'm like, well, wasn't that like the first cup ever? He's like, yeah, I've been to every cup. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy that you used to just go to the old cups. And I didn't even realize at the time that I was basically in the same group, because 95 is basically, you know, those are early days, PAX Party House. Like that was the pinnacle of the cannabis cup. It changed a multitude of times, but anyone that went to the PAX Party House knows that that shit was baller. First of all, the place was right next door to a police department, and there was always Dutch cops and cars and motorcycles parked out front, with a whole like Grateful Dead scene going off right next door with just fucking freaks and trippers and smoking big joints, and it was absolutely a gong show. And we loved it, but of course it was High Times, so we loved to complain about it too. And oh, High Times, they did this wrong and they did that wrong, and they shit the bed over here and they shit the bed over there. Jesus H. So at one point I just said to Sam, I said, look, dude, High Times is bringing these amazing people to Amsterdam. There's a couple of thousand of us here. You know, we love it every year. It's like family. I come and see you and Diana and Rob and Michael and all these great people, and it's amazing. And he was like, yeah, you know, I just wish we could, you know, we've always did try to have a little dinner here, a little thing here, but we somehow got to talking like, what if we created the metaphorical set of bubble bags for all the people at the Cannabis Cup, and we dropped them all through the bags, and we just pulled the 90 micron and the 73 micron, and those 50 people we had a party with. And that's really was the beginning of Legends. They had a good friend named Simone who owned the Lebanese restaurant called The Artiste. And I had been at that restaurant in the past, you know, smoking bong rips with Dave and Rob, blowing, you know, hash smoke into this tiny little restaurant with a super like low hanging roof. And people were complaining about it. They were like, Dutch people were like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And Simone was just like, you can leave if you don't like it. If you can smoke cigarettes, they can smoke bong rips. It was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. So of course, that's where we threw Legends of Hash. We would support, yeah, I've even got my Legends of Hash hat on right now in Barcelona. Very cool. We would support Simone We would sell the tickets. I would sell the tickets. It was a matter of how could you get to Legends? Was Legends an ego thing? Was it like, well, let's invite DNA and Soma and everyone that has a big name in the cannabis culture? Or how about we humble out a little bit and everyone is equal? And if you have a beautiful piece of hash, I'll sell you a ticket. Okay, where did I freeze?
If you had a nice piece of hash, you could sell them a ticket.
Perfect. So I wasn't frozen for long. I watch you guys. So it's good that you're moving, because the minute you stop moving, I'm like, oh, I froze again. Apologies for my internet. It's Elon Musk's new Starlink. It is in beta. It's still a great unit, but it does glitch out every once in a while. So yeah, that's basically how Legend started. We made it so you couldn't bring a camera because some of the largest drug smugglers in Europe were showing up there the first few years. They were very much not wanting to be filmed. So we kept it a no phone zone. You couldn't pull your phone out. You couldn't take photos. You couldn't post on social media. And that created a very unique vibe for the event. We also would bring 100-year-old hubbly bubbly from Afghanistan, and we would fill it up with, Skunk Man Sam's 60 to 70% pure THC heads. Boom, like grams of them going into this thing at a time. It was the highest anyone had ever gotten. And even Sam himself had to step out a couple of times because the restaurant was just, you couldn't even see, your eyes were like blood red. There's 40 different kinds of hash that's on the table that people have brought, and everyone's just puffing the highest quality resin. And they're all hashish aficionados, and you could just feel the love in the room. It was not about competing. It was not about self-promotion. It was just about a group of people who loved hashish, and they would spend one night enjoying that with each other.
Well, thank you very much for that clarification. And that kind of concludes our discussion. Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Frenchie Cannoli. Rest in peace. One of the Hashishans. I know he will be honored at the upcoming one that's happening in October. And we talked about that earlier in the interview that we did before he got here. So we've covered that pretty good. So Rico, George, Michael, Kendra, do y'all have any other questions for Marcus before we let the man go?
No, I just want to say again, thank you for joining us. It was fun. I enjoyed your responses and stuff. I look forward to the next Hash Church.
I'm going to share with you guys the new Legends card that no one's seen yet. So you guys will see this before anyone else.
Nice.
There it is.
Very classy. Looks great.
Yeah, they did a great job. Hey, thank you so much for having me, everybody. And I really do apologize once again. I wish I would have gotten to spend more time with all of you. Seem like people, and I hope to visit again one day.
Well, we look forward to having you again. And of course, which we'll be happy to, because we got through these questions. I know probably some more has come up, but I also look forward to our time together on Hash Church. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the many years of being on there. It's been a joy to learn and to teach, and it's been an honor. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been an absolutely wonderful experience, and I look forward to the next time. The last time we saw each other was 2017 in Barcelona, and I definitely look forward to the next time. So with that in mind, do you have anything else before we bow out, Bubble Man?
No, other than I guess, yeah, I would tell everyone that the live Fungi Global Summit is happening right now at fungiglobalsummit.com. It's all free from today for 2 days straight. It's going on, and there's just an enormous amount of free, amazing, from food demos and education seminars, sacred medicine, legalization of psilocybin, the transformational power of mushrooms, and on and on and on and on it goes. Invite the fungi into your life. It's like cannabis. It'll be an ally: lion's mane, chaga, turkey tail, all of these different mushrooms, including, of course, psilocybin and all the fun psychedelic ones as well. That's what I'll leave you with, because yeah, mushrooms are good.
George, you had something real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Bubble Man for Hash Church. Like I said earlier, I think it's the education that comes from that show is just incredible. And then the other, I was going to ask you to indulge a little bit on the psilocybin, because I know that's the next little venture that you're heading on, and definitely look forward to that, seeing that. And PH Herbaholic here, by the way. So I've been definitely a long time churcher. So appreciate all the education.
Dude, that's awesome. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for our BAC Roundtable number 26 with Marcus Bubbleman Richardson. Y'all have a great rest of your week. We'll be back in 2 weeks with Wade Laughter, U.S. Navy veteran. So yeah, another Hash Churcher is going to be joining us, and we look forward to that and to him. So with that, much love, great respect, and we're out.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
This morning with a crack in my head. 12 bramble loggers later.
So this is number one. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it?
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta.
No, I went up bad heart earlier.
You got scissors? There's no tear tabs.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
Like I had a few. Like, lately, I've had a couple. But Like that.
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah. Yeah. No, just this one I think is
Went
sealed
to
up.
bed, had good sleep. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was
Ah,
freaking out 'cause I haven't had the cold shot since I went in the hospital.
Yeah.
And I felt
Admit it.
great.
Yeah,
In the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge. with
I
one-
found it. A few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
And I was in the hospital. I said, I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed I didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you know you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you? Could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh no, it's just a visual thing right now.
Just
But
visual,
yeah,
what do you think, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between 1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9 actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the eye.
I definitely
One,
like
yeah.
the purple in it. But
number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
no,
Well, that's
this
the
is-
next question.
Oh,
You
okay.
should just
well, the next
copy
question
me.
is
wouldn't
moisture
you?
and then aroma.
Yeah,
Right.
overall visual appealing, unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
1
Yeah,
through
how
1.
does it look?
Squishy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay, see,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
And which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? It did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet. We
It's
haven't-
got a bit of purple in it. I like
yeah,
that.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the trichomes on it too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next. So that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Charmin.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would
Yeah,
say.
if it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart.
Yeah,
I think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this because now I haven't seen any of the other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones
Well,
evenly.
you don't
Right,
compare
We're
it to
gonna know
anything.
when we're all done here.
Yeah, yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell it.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually does smell good when I
Yeah.
can smell it before it even got to me.
But you're glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You don't
Not
get through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So, what would you say? What would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you?
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it to.
right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna
Let's go on number 2.
change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2.
still,
How do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Think.
So question 2, yeah, you'll have
I got one on the back there. Oh,
yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here?
Okay,
Here?
on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say
Yeah.
is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do it here again?
No, I just need you,
Now, here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne. can
Yeah,
you
I'll do
for
it
me,
for you.
please?
Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in our noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can you do that on the
So-
other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2. And then 3 will be. these are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see.
My
Oh,
question,
yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags.
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
Take another smell.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay. Well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So the strength is a very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah.
They're all 1 to 9.
We haven't stopped anything else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it top points on both that.
Yeah.
Only one person grind.
Touch. Okay.
Wait, what are we doing now?
That's not at all.
What are we doing?
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky. If there's hash brown there, we'll know.
That number 5?
That is question 5, yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I just try that, you know.
Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No?
Hang on. Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
over there.
Number 5.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things?
I just did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, it's part of the problem is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
You told.
No,
we lost
Right?
him again.
Like I feel a little like yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
Can you just unplug that? No, that right there, the small wire. Yeah, just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before.
Yeah.
And it made me really moody. But right now I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see anything such as hairs?
In this one, I found
Break-
nothing like
break
that
it up
at all.
a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any seeds.
I think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Did you want a drink?
Yes, please.
Okay, well I got a cooler over there. It's got water.
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things. You know.
See anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I try to
No physical contaminants is mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 on this question.
So what do we do there?
Oh, okay. Just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects, I didn't see any seeds.
No.
And I didn't see any.
So
now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
correct.
Yeah. So I would just write none.
Cannabis hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
I find
contaminant. Yeah.
That's
I
good.
kind of don't feel like I'm getting the full experience unless there's a dog or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that too.
I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah. Let us know if it's.
You're the man with the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not. But I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know, but weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while it's
feel the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
There is a little more there, eh? Yeah.
Okay.
Once you fluff it up.
Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. Al's grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
black cherry soda.
I know it's not a question, but as for how it fluffs out when you grind it, it's certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground up. So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So I know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is a question in there, and it would have been presented as where are we here? Where physical? No. No, there really isn't.
There isn't.
Overall enjoyment.
Right.
Is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
Yep, camera can see it. Here is some papers. Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
I do get what?
Agassiz. Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Yeah, Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big, huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I gotta say,
all in one joint anyway.
Roll two.
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah. That would be a much longer
It
show.
would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. I know. So in my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
Well, she felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights to be doing this. And I'll tell you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody could say something about, but what's the point?
What's the point?
We're not really in the business. We're the other end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left.
One
to the cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right, pass one left, so I did.
Okay,
you like that?
Does aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
No, me.
There's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this your first one, Al?
7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Is this the first one that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still on the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my one. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is, yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
right.
Smoking experience.
Experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first coffer.
No, we didn't take
do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah. Well, can you go back through
last year's test? I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together, and I just rolled one joint.
Yeah.
Right. So I had extra from each pack.
I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought. It was like we had it for over a year.
Yeah, Wayne, when I moved, I still
the
had
original ones. Yeah, I got the 710 kit, and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck! There's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. Aroma to taste.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Ash the color. Has it been looking pretty?
Ash color structure. Heavy, chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that.
I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think it's a nice.
It's got a bit of a.
How many of these we're gonna do?
7, and then we got 7 more joints.
I won't make it.
Right, wait.
Bob.
You have a green oak mattress?
Bob has been consuming cannabis for years. And
Oh, yeah, did it
I
to
think
me.
this is his first probably opportunity to
Well,
really.
then I was supposed to send that to you. No, I'm going to take a photo.
They crisscross.
As far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't, so Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables.
Yeah.
To accommodate people. Got
Cool.
lots of parking.
Wait, you're not going to make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay,
You
so
can-
where are you? You're at 7?
Yeah.
All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Does it taste like it smelled?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is
Huh?
harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then question 9, ash color and structure. Is it heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end?
Yeah.
Or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
Color.
Color.
Oh, yeah.
Structure.
Yeah, okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. So you're
9, it should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is as well. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Just
Yeah.
go forward and
guess
answer
the-
some
I'm
of
going
the
to
other
put a
questions.
9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next
Answer
time, if I
9.
remember.
What did you say?
Guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that. Okay, so you got effects experience.
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
Pleasant or not very pleasant?
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9. Question 11. Yeah.
Question 11.
Overall enjoyment.
I enjoyed it, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I'm the same way. I'm always cough on everything.
Number 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
Yes.
I
Just
can
a yes
see
or
how
no
this
on
is
there,
gonna
eh?
go.
It's yes
I
or
don't
no.
want
yeah.
any more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how
Okay.
much is it? Yeah.
Talking by
Yeah, it should. They should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay, now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
In a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so I
12?
had
Put a
to-
Y
Yeah,
or
it's
an
12. Yeah.
put a Y or an
Who
N
refused
on
this?
your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
Well,
Good
they
thing
do
go
have
back
a-
and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
They do have the
And
list
it's
of
not on the
companies.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product. Do you-
No. Don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
I know.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but
the
it would be
thing.
an old school name.
I bypassed those 2 questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
We can go back and edit our test results. You know, if we wanted to change something,
Yeah.
we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can
Once
alter it
it's-
when you're super
Okay.
fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done. I
Okay.
believe. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I
save and
just
finish
said
later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't do 13,
Hit
did
the
we?
continue assessment. Okay, because
Sage,
that's
you
what we're
were
doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question, Al.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If I
How do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
As soon as you guys start talking about.
Oh.
So continue.
Okay, so I'm going to indica dominant 2.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah, I
save.
showed him where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between strains?
Finish later.
Oh, see, it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
And then when I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay. Just
Well,
give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's still fresh in your mind. Let's go through those questions because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and present truth. Physical, yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
How long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably find one and on any street corner.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
So did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later? And
Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
I wanna talk about news, don't want the drama. Pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's July 29th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Miss Cindy. How you doing?
I'm pretty tired and sore today, Al. Thanks. I went on a 3-hour foraging walk yesterday in the woods, and whew.
Yeah, oh yeah. I can imagine the leftover aches and pains after up and down, and if you're foraging through the woods, who knows whether you're even following the path.
Oh, there was a sort of path, but we would take bunny trails off into the woods, and very uneven ground. It makes it really hard to walk along, and oh yeah, but worth every second. There were we found 3 different types of amanitas. We found this little microscopic, so we couldn't see it, but this microscopic mushroom that grows in clusters and actually makes wood look blue, teal almost, and it'll glow in the dark. And everybody thinks it's some sort of natural dye, but it's just tiny little mushrooms.
Oh, really? Eh? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I learned that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. But I guess probably the best advice for mushroom pickers is to know your mushrooms.
Absolutely. The lady that led it, she is part of the New Brunswick foragers, and she works actually with a corporation really that they do poison control, like natural poison control. So if somebody eats something in the woods and they end up poisoned, they call this number, and she's one of the experts that helps people deal with it. So she came to Nova Scotia here and led this walk yesterday in the really high heat too, because we have a heat wave here. And but she was brilliant. She just taught us so much, and not just about mushrooms, but about a lot of other plants that we found in the forest. So it was pretty amazing, and I hope to do it again.
Very educational, I imagine.
Absolutely.
That's right. All right, what do you say? Get on the news?
Absolutely.
All right, first story is up.
Coming to us from StratCan, changes coming to Canada's largest cannabis market.
Yeah, the Ontario Cannabis Store is planning to begin reducing the number of products it carries in its warehouse by several thousand in the coming year and a half as it moves to create a more efficient supply chain amid a glut of product. The move, which will begin this September, comes as several other provincial distributors have made similar moves to handle a growing number of products, limited storage space at central distribution warehouses, and slowing market growth as demand seems to be reaching a saturation point.
Yeah, while growth in the Canadian cannabis industry was exponential following legalization in late 2018, that growth has slowed considerably in recent years, matched by a slowing or even contraction in the retail and production space. To address this, provincial distributors like the OCS, LDB, the AGLC, and the MBLL have been paring down their offerings and shortening the time they give products to grab consumer interest.
One way Ontario has been seeking to address the large array of products, currently 5,000 of them, and limited warehouse spaces through its flow-through program, which creates an on-demand list of products that can be ordered through the OCS without being permanently stored in its distribution center. Introduced in 2021, the flow-through program has continued to expand and evolve over time. The newest announcement will introduce changes like a multi-tier delivery platform that will try to reduce the program's end-to-end lead times, a common complaint from producers and retailers, as well as additional tools.
In addition to these changes, the OCS is also increasing from 4 product calls a year to 5, while reducing the time needed to launch a product into the market and creating a single harmonized submission process. In late August, the OCS will also introduce more detailed wholesale metrics through its supplier data program, ideally giving producers a chance to improve product availability. The provincial agency will provide more information to the industry on these proposed changes in the coming weeks and months.
There you go. Some changes coming here to Ontario. It's going to be interesting to see how everything works out, but it's just a matter of time, right? You know, I can see where there's products that, you know, just aren't selling. And, you know, I can understand them wanting to pull things out that are just taking up space.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
All right, on to the next story.
Coming to us from ckpgtoday.ca. Cannabis Street Festival returns to Prince George just months after a successful 420 event.
Just months after an incredible successful 420 event that saw strong community support, downtown Prince George once again saw another Cannabis Street Festival. Dancing in the Street Summerfest saw a 19-plus safe consumption site, live music, dancers, food trucks, local businesses, and more, bringing with it not just a good time for many, but strong economic gains. We're building that momentum. We're trying to make sure that everyone recognizes the BC Craft Farmers Co-op, your local craft growers, and that's what it's all about, said the president of the BC Craft Farmers Co-op, Tara Kirkpatrick.
We've been successful 2 years in a row in Kelowna. We want to bring our event around to other areas of the province and showcase other areas and bring that revenue, that $350,000 to the community, said a director of the BC Craft Farmers Co-op, Nadine Fernell. While local cannabis growers certainly have much to gain from street festivals, it's not just strictly cannabis related, as many other businesses were also displaying their wares and products. Similarly to a beer garden that has many family-friendly businesses and events. Fernell explained, Dancing in the Street Summerfest had a 19-plus consumption zone for adults, but also many things for families to enjoy. One such business was Press On Paws, a press-on nail business showcasing many different designs for all ages. Press On Paws owner Katrina Cole said she had a lot of fun showcasing her product to many people, and it's also a fantastic opportunity for her young business as well.
Yes, she says that it's definitely a great way to get started, and compared to just posting on social media, looking at all these markets and all these events this year, I've made huge progress. It makes a big difference compared to just selling on my page. Actually, being able to be out here and let people meet us and see our stock, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, these festivals are the heartbeat of every community. Shopping local and keeping your money within your town and supporting small businesses, Kirkpatrick said. On the note of the local businesses at the festival, while supporting local businesses and growers is certainly a huge focus of these festivals, education and destigmatizing cannabis is also a key element. As organizers say, normalizing cannabis consumption is vital for helping grow cannabis tourism and the local economy.
Now, the owner of Count Canna, Michelle Cauzel, she says, by doing these events, we do get to market our products, but we also get to educate everybody. People don't need to be afraid of the plant. They don't need to be afraid that it's a drug. It's a plant. We just got to get out there and make sure that people understand. And just as easy it is to go to the beer garden when you're at a music festival, you can stop and consume cannabis when you're at a festival as well. Regarding education, Fernell adds that there is a big misconception she hopes to clear up, being that cannabis is all about THC. She hopes events like this and the educational material that are at these festivals can help shed light on the other components of the cannabis.
THC is one minor component of cannabis plants, and that's where you get the education with terpenes and the entourage effect and the benefits of CBD and things like that. Fernell said cannabis is medicine for many people, and that's where we feel that we can break the stigma by educating the people, she continued.
With how popular the last two festivals have been and how cannabis tourism continues to grow in BC, Fernell said more street festivals and events like this are planned, and we will most likely see another one in Prince George in the not so distant future.
Nice.
Now, we've read this story. We've seen what's going on here with the street festival. Last week, Calgary had at the Stampede, they had a cannabis consumption area. Why this thing's got to spread across the country?
Edmonton had the first it was a dispensary that was allowed to come in and sell stuff at a festival.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's coming. It's coming. So Sarah, we still hope that means that someday the OCS will catch up with all that and we'll have the Karma Cup back.
As an outdoor festival, wouldn't that be cool?
It's an outdoor festival. Yeah, because it's really exciting that this stuff is happening. I love that they're doing this out in Prince George. Now, imagine if they could do that and different dispensaries or licensed producers can show up farm gate style and sell their wares.
Yeah.
Be beautiful.
Yeah, and these people who are doing these ones now, hopefully it opens up for others because of the fact that people can see that there's been no issues. Right?
Yep.
All righty, on to our third story of the day.
Yes, coming to us from cannabis.net. Legalize weed, not reschedule it. 50% of the comments on the DEA website want cannabis descheduled, not rescheduled to level 3.
The people have spoken. Oh, sorry. People have spoken.
Love it.
57% of DEA comments call for complete descheduling. In a surprising turn of events, our corporate and political overlords have finally conceded that cannabis might not be as dangerous as heroin after all. Their groundbreaking solution? To propose rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. It's almost as if they're realizing that treating a plant with numerous medical benefits, the same as the most dangerous narcotics, might have been a tad misguided.
Just maybe a bit. As part of this glacial process towards sanity, the Drug Enforcement Administration opened a public comment period to gauge the people's opinion on this monumental shift. Little did they know, they were about to get an earful. While roughly 35% of respondents nodded along with the government's baby steps towards reform, the majority had a more radical idea in mind. A whopping 57% of comments called for complete descheduling of cannabis. That's right, folks. The people aren't just asking for a slightly looser leash. They're demanding the collar be removed entirely.
Oh, nice. Is this a sign that the American public is ready to embrace a new era of cannabis policy? Have we finally reached a tipping point where the will of the people might actually influence drug legislation? Before we break out the celebratory joints, let's take a closer look at what this unprecedented show of public support really means and whether it stands a chance of swaying the powers that be. After all, when it comes to drug policy, the government has a long history of treating public opinion like a DEA agent treats a bag of evidence, something to be ignored or misplaced when inconvenient.
Let's dive deeper into the treasure trove of public opinion that the DEA's comment period unearthed. From May to July of 2023, the agency received an unprecedented flood of nearly 43,000 comments, shattering previous records and making it clear that Americans have strong feelings about cannabis policy. The numbers tell a compelling story. According to an analysis by industry firm Headset, a mere 8% of the commenters believed cannabis should remain in Schedule 1. Meanwhile, 35% agree with the Biden administration's proposal to move it to Schedule 3. But the real showstopper, the resounding 57% of respondents called for a complete descheduling, effectively removing cannabis from the Controlled Substance Act altogether.
Hey, that gives one of those parties the go-ahead. Let's legalize it. These statistics paint a clear picture. Over 9 out of 10 individuals who took the time to comment believe that cannabis should not remain a Schedule I substance. The people have spoken, and they're demanding more than just a slight relaxation of restrictions. Digging into the comments themselves reveals passionate pleas for reform. One commenter wrote, "Cannabis has been wrongly criminalized for far too long. It's time to right this historical wrong and fully deschedule cannabis." Another argued, "Rescheduling to Schedule 3 is not enough. We need complete descheduling to address the radical injustices perpetrated by the war on drugs."
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The Drug Policy Alliance analysis found that 42.4% of comments mentioned the need for federal cannabis reform to advance racial justice or social equity. This underscores a growing awareness of the disproportionate impact cannabis criminalization has had on communities of color. The overwhelming support for more comprehensive reform than what the government has proposed raises a crucial question. If the Biden administration doesn't heed this clear mandate from the people, who are they really serving? The disconnect between public opinion and government action suggests that corporate interest and entrenched bureaucratic resistance may be holding more sway than the will of the citizens.
So what's next in this process? Now that the comment period is closed, the DEA and other relevant agencies will review the feedback. There may be an administrative hearing to gather additional input before any rule is finalized and formally adopted. However, given the clear public sentiment, anything short of a complete descheduling is likely to be seen as an inadequate half measure. The ball is now in the government's court. Will they listen to the overwhelming majority calling for complete descheduling, or will they stick to their more conservative proposal? Their decision will speak volumes about those whose interests truly guide federal drug policy.
Yeah. As we await the next steps, one thing is clear. The American public is ready for a dramatic shift in how we approach cannabis. The people have moved beyond accepting the government's crumbs of reform and are now demanding the whole loaf. Whether our elected officials and bureaucrats will rise to meet this challenge remains to be seen. But one thing is certain. The pressure is for real. The substantive change is mounting, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to ignore.
Yeah, the verdict is in, and it's crystal clear. The American people aren't just asking for a minor tweak to cannabis laws. They're demanding a complete overhaul of the system. But why stop there? Perhaps it's time to reconsider the entire Controlled Substances Act and fundamentally renegotiate our relationship with drugs in general. After all, if we've been this wrong about cannabis for so long, what other substances might we be misjudging? Let's face it, cannabis by far one of the safest recreational substances when compared to other legal drugs like alcohol and tobacco. Yet, for over 5 decades, it's been languishing in the most restrictive category of the CSA, rubbing shoulders with drugs that might make it look like a gentle herbal tea in comparison. This glaring inconsistency has persisted despite mountains of evidence supporting cannabis's relative safety and potential benefits. It's a testament to the power of outdated ideologies and vested interest in shaping drug policy.
But times are changing, and momentum is on our side. The cannabis industry now employs tens of thousands of people, generates billions in revenue, and has become an integral part of many state economies. It's safe to say that cannabis is here to stay, no matter how much prohibitionists might, gnash their teeth. The genie is out of the bottle, and no amount of fear-mongering or outdated propaganda can stuff it back in. However, we can't rest on our laurels just yet. While the proposed move to Schedule 3 might seem like progress, it's likely to face fierce opposition. Anti-cannabis forces will probably litigate, the living daylights out of it, tying up the process in legal red tape for years to come. This means that, ironically, the same body that criminalized cannabis in the first place may need to be the ones to decriminalize it. Congress.
Yeah. So, what's the path forward? It's time to turn up the heat on our elected representatives. If you want to see real change, start blowing up your congressional representatives' phone lines. Email them. Tweet at them. Show up at their town halls. Make it impossible for them to ignore overwhelming public support for cannabis reform. Remind them that their job is to represent the will of the people, not to cling to outdated policies that serve no one but special interests. Here, I'll double that. The sticky bottom line is this. We're at a crucial juncture in the fight for sensible drug policy. The public comments on rescheduling have shown that Americans are ready for more than just incremental change. We're ready for a complete paradigm shift in how we approach cannabis and, by extension, all drugs. The question now is whether our political system is capable of rising to meet this challenge.
As we move forward, let's not lose sight of the bigger picture. This isn't just about cannabis. It's about personal freedom, social justice, and evidence-based policy. It's about creating a society that treats drug use as a public health issue rather than a criminal one. It's about acknowledging the war on drugs, that the war on drugs has been a colossal failure and charting a new course. So keep pushing. Keep advocating and keep the pressure on. The path to true reform may be long and winding, but with persistence and unity, we can bring about the change we want to see. The people have spoken. Now it's time for the powers that be to listen.
Oh, big time. Oh, yes. I could go all day about the U.S.
That was very, very obvious. An activist wrote that particular story, and that was, probably one of the best written stories I think we've ever had.
That was good. I agree. Yeah. It was as if it was written by an advocate who knows what they're talking about, and it's gotta change things. All righty, last story before we go to the break, and it's up.
Coming to us from ABC News, veterans lobbied for psychedelic therapy, but it may not be enough to save MDMA, or to save the MDMA application.
It was a landmark moment for the psychedelic movement. The Department of Veteran Affairs top doctor stood on stage praising advocates who had spent decades promoting the healing potential of mind-altering drugs. In an unannounced appearance at a New York psychedelic conference, the VA's Dr. Sharif Anna said his agency was ready to start rolling out MDMA-assisted therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder as soon as regulators approved it.
The VA has to be first, as we have been, with the mental health needs for our veterans. He told attendees at the May meeting. He also highlighted that the awesome, groundbreaking research on the medicine by MAPS, or the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, the leading nonprofit advocating for the medical and legal use of hallucinogenic medicines. But expectations for MDMA's first-of-a-kind approval unraveled a few weeks later when the FDA advisors voted overwhelmingly against the medicine, citing flawed data, questionable research contact, and potential safety and addiction risks. The panel's recommendation isn't binding, but the FDA is widely expected to delay or decline approval when it makes its decision by mid-August.
The potential rejection has sent shockwaves through the psychedelic community, including combat veterans who have spent years lobbying for the medicine, which is also known as ecstasy or Molly. The advocacy effort has long been intertwined with MAPS, which has funded or supported some of the most vocal veterans supporting psychedelic therapy. Dr. Harold Cudler of Duke University met with veterans and MAPS leaders while serving as the VA's top consultant on mental health services. He believes the FDA's experts are justifiably skeptical of the science behind the medicine, which he says has been drowned out by messaging from MAPS and its leaders, Rick Doblin, who began pursuing MDMA's approval in the mid-1980s.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rick is the most persuasive advocate within the scientific community that I've ever seen. You want to believe him because he's offering you something you sorely need, an effective treatment for PTSD, Cudler said. But I think the FDA committee caught a glimpse of how much of this is Rick zeal and how much is real. MAPS declined to make Doblin available for an interview. Instead, the group pointed to a recent statement by 24 scientists and pharmaceutical executives, many with backgrounds in psychedelic research, supporting MDMA's approval.
Earlier this year, MAPS changed the name of its drug development arm to Lykos Therapeutics, allowing the new company to raise funds from outside investors. In addition to shortcomings in Lykos studies, FDA panelists voiced concern about separate allegations that some MAPS-affiliated researchers suppressed negative study results or coached patients to inflate positive results. The FDA says it's investigating those claims. Let's hope.
Casey Tylek, who's an Army veteran, says he didn't experience any of that while participating in the study. When he asked researchers for guidance in evaluating the, effect of the medicine, Tylek said he was repeatedly rebuffed and told that he had to rate the treatment without any inside influence. Tylek said he was pessimistic going into the trial, but credits MDMA-assisted therapy with resolving anger, anxiety, and trauma stemming from a rocket attack in Iraq.
Yeah, he says it basically rewrote that memory in my mind and how it functioned. I was able to just kind of let go of it, and not get hung up on it. Cuddlers and other researchers say they want to see the MDMA results confirmed in larger studies that have no links to the psychedelic community.
That work would take years. Veterans who support the treatment say it would jeopardize patients suffering from PTSD who haven't been helped by antidepressants and other existing therapies. The suicide rate among veterans is 70% higher than the general population, according to government figures, with 18 veteran suicides per day in 2021. 18
a day?
John Lubecki, who served in both the Marines and in the Army, says he's tried to kill himself 5 times after returning from deployment to Iraq in 2006. After years of struggling with PTSD, he enrolled in MAPS trial in 2014. He credits MDMA-assisted therapy with curing his condition.
Since then, Lubecki has told his story hundreds of times in media interviews, congressional hearings, and private meetings with military officials and federal lawmakers, including conservatives such as Senator Rand Paul and Rep. Dan Crenshaw. Lubecki worked as a consultant for MAPS for more than 5 years, but he rejects the idea that he was merely advancing the agenda of psychedelic boosters who want to see the drugs outright legalized.
I'm not in this for ending the drug war or any of those other things, he said. I'm in it for my friends. Lubecki worked to help secure $20 million in funding for the VA to conduct its own studies of psychedelics, including MDMA and ketamine.
And part of the rationale for that research, many veterans now leave the U.S. to undergo psychedelic therapy in clinics in Mexico, Peru, and other countries where it is more accessible. The nonprofit group Heroic Hearts Project currently has a waiting list of over 1,000 veterans seeking financial and logistical support to travel abroad. A former Army Ranger, Jesse Galb, founded the group after returning from a weekend retreat in Peru using ayahuasca, a psychedelic brew associated with indigenous cultures of the Amazon. After the experience, he said he was able to overcome anxiety, anger, and depression that had burdened him after 3 deployments to Afghanistan.
Gould says MAPS deserves credit for kickstarting research that could eventually help thousands of veterans, and not to mention civilians. I think MAPS has done more for the veteran community in this area than most politicians have done in the last 20 years, says Gould, whose group has no financial ties to MAPS. Time and time again, our needs either go unheard or go to the back of the line.
Heroic Hearts hosted an event on Capitol Hill earlier this month where several House lawmakers and veterans called for MDMA's approval. I got the hiccups. Gould doesn't expect the FDA to flatly reject the MDA. Instead, he and others say the agency may ask Lykos to perform additional studies.
Even if the company is unable to quickly conduct that research, experts say others could benefit by avoiding the pitfalls of Lykos' MDMA application, including a small patient population with little diversity and high potential for bias. Dozens of other drug makers are studying psilocybin, LSD, and other psychedelics for depression, anxiety, and addiction.
Dr. John Crystal, a Yale University psychiatry professor, said Lykos' setback will hopefully ensure that future studies are conducted in ways that give reviewers greater confidence after the effectiveness and the safety of these medicines. So there you go. Let's hopefully middle of August. We'll keep an eye out for that.
For that next story, absolutely.
Yeah. See what happens. See what they do in the end. So, all right, time for us to take a break. Time to medicate. We'll be right back after our session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at PaceRadio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at PaceRadio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store,
They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back from our medication session, and we're going to have an awesome day, aren't we?
We are. We're going to have an awesome day.
We are. All righty. We better get at her. I see that our first one was a little tad long, but we'll get it through. We'll get through the day. Here we go.
For sure.
Next story is up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, legalizing medical cannabis has positive impact on child development by increasing parenting time, studying finds.
The new study suggests that access to medical cannabis may increase the amount of parenting that people engage in by improving patients' health. Medical cannabis legalization reduces inactive time and increases sleep, consistent with medical cannabis health benefits, the report published this month in the Journal of Applied Economics says.
Yeah, our results suggest that MML can have a significant positive impact on the development of children via increased parenting time, the study concludes, especially to those under the age of 6, a period characterized by high long-run returns to parental investment. The big caveat in findings, researchers noted, is that the benefits apply only if parents do not misuse cannabis, noting bigger increases in parenting time for those less likely to abuse cannabis.
Cannabis can provide medical benefits for those suffering from chronic pain, sleep disorder, depression, and PTSD, allowing parents to better interact with their children, the report says, though it adds that positive effects are not guaranteed. The new study was co-authored by Cynthia Benzek of St. Lawrence University Economics Department and Won Hung Kim of the School of Digital Humanities and Computational Social Studies at South Korea's Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Both authors also represent the Institute of Labor Economics in Bonn, Germany, and the Global Labor Organization in Essen, Germany.
We show that legalizing medical cannabis increases parenting time with children, they wrote. The increases are significant on active child care activities that require less effort of the parents, such as playing with the child, and on passive child care, in which parents watch over children while engaging in some other activity. Looking at heterogeneous effects, the effects are greater for those who are more likely to benefit from the medical use of cannabis for subsamples with larger baseline parenting time, such as parents who have children younger than 6. The treatment effects corresponded to 8 to 12% of the gap in parental time on childcare between parents with some college education and parents with less than college education. Active child care, the study explains, includes the time that parents actively look after the kids, played with them, or planned for their activities. It also includes schooling activities and medical care. Passive child care, meanwhile, refers to time parents spend primarily engaged in other activities while being in the presence of the child.
Whereas active child care is known to promote children's development, the authors pointed out, studies also show positive effects of passive care time on children's development that are distinct from the effects of active care times. The research drew on data from the U.S. Bureaus of Labor Statistics America Time Use Survey between 2003 and 2019. The survey asked respondents to fill out daily time diaries in 15-minute increments.
In an effort to interpret the magnitude of the increase of parenting time, the researchers compared groups distinguished by education level, noting that parents with some college education typically spend more time on active parenting than those with less college education. An increase by 4 minutes of active childcare represents 12.56% of the active childcare time gap by parents' education level. Similarly, an increase of 10 minutes of passive childcare represents 8.92% of the passive childcare time gap by parents' educational level, they wrote. Measured by working hours, not working parents, spend 22 minutes more than working parents on active childcare. By self-reported employment status, the difference is 14 minutes. Then the treatment of effect on active childcare time represents 18% of the gap between working and not working parents. And the effect of passive childcare time represents about 7% of the difference between working and not working parents.
The effects were greater for parents with children younger than 6 and during weekends. In terms of activity, the report says the increases are concentrated on playing with the child and looking after the child. No effect is found on activities such as organizing and planning for children or arts and crafts with children.
One possible explanation, it continues, is that the effects are observed only for time uses that require less effort for a person on, pain medicine, such as passive time use and spending time with the children, and not for effortful activities such as organizing and planning. This explanation is consistent with the fact that people tend to use medical cannabis as pain medicine, providing treatment for chronic pain, sleep disorder, anxiety, and depression. Men appear to increase parenting time after legalization more than women, which authors noted was consistent with earlier research indicating men increase cannabis use more after medical cannabis legalization than do women.
Notably, the observed effect was also greater in more religious states, as defined by the number of church members and religious adherents. In states with above median number of churches, ignoring the sizes of the churches, the effect on active childcare is small, but the effect on passive childcare is positive and significant, the study says. Overall, the pattern suggests that parents in states with more religious activity tend to benefit more from access to medical cannabis.
That's interesting. The study also found, even if we ignore the rest of the story, that's interesting. The study also found no evidence that legalization negatively impacted productive uses of time spent on home production and market work. We also do not find increased time use on tobacco and drug use or on paid medical care. Taken together, it says the results suggest that parents were able to increase parenting time by reducing inefficient time uses without reducing time spent on other productive activities.
Now, one of the key limitations of the study authors acknowledged is that the ATAS data does not include information about cannabis use on the individual level. Also, the results should be interpreted in the context of the USA, which is leading the world in opioid analgesic consumption, a potential substitute for medical cannabis, they added. Medical marijuana legalization may have allowed patients to move away from opioid to less harmful medical cannabis.
While there's been limited research exploring the role of cannabis policy on parenting behavior, a study last summer found that states that legalized medical cannabis saw a nearly 20% drop in foster care admissions based on parental drug misuse. Legalizing for adult use, meanwhile, was not associated with any statistically significant change in foster care entries. Separate 2022 research did identify a meaningful link between adult use legalization and foster care drug misuse cases. However, in that study, researchers at the University of Mississippi found that recreational legalization was associated with at least a 10% decrease in foster care admissions on average, including reduction in placements due to physical abuse, neglect, parental incarceration, and misuse of alcohol and other drugs.
There you go.
There we go.
Who would have thought? I know a lot of people didn't think that, because I know some people, that actually, lost, access to the kids because of cannabis.
Mhm.
In those early days of the laws, things have changed, but
Mhm.
still. All right, on to the next story, which is, sort of close to home, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of in my backyard. Coming to
All
us,
right.
city news everywhere. 2 face smuggling charges after 140 pounds of cannabis seized at the Halifax International Airport.
Oh, there you go. You see the packages right there in the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, police have charged 2 people in connection to a drug smuggling investigation earlier this week at Halifax Stanfield International Airport. On Monday morning, Canada's Border Service Agency officers intercepted 4 large suitcases containing 140 pounds of suspected cannabis.
Police said the luggage belonged to 2 passengers scheduled to leave the country on a flight to the United Kingdom. CBSA officers boarded the aircraft and arrested the 2 passengers for smuggling a controlled substance out of Canada.
Police say the suspects were interviewed by investigators, which led to them seizing amounts of Canadian and American and British currency. These people are 20 and 22 years of age, so they're really young compared to what you would think for international cannabis smugglers. But
Yeah.
they've been charged with possession for the purpose of distributing cannabis, for the purpose of exporting cannabis, for the purpose of selling cannabis, and for the property and possession of property obtained by crime and laundering proceeds of crime. They
Yeah.
got court next Tuesday.
Yeah, they both appeared in Dartmouth Provincial Court this past Tuesday and are in custody. And they're scheduled to return in court this coming Wednesday. So just in a few days.
20, 22 years of age. It's just not what
Yeah,
you
they're just
think
babies.
of trying to smuggle cannabis to. Now, is it because it's so hard for people to get it in there?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, and not to put these 2 young ladies down, but are they really the masterminds? Like, did they put it all together?
They're just
or
the
are they just
carriers.
mules?
They're just the mules,
Right?
correct? That's the way I look at it, correct? Yeah. Alrighty, on to our next story.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Are psychedelic dispensaries the next big business boom?
Maybe. Well, we're seeing lots of it now. We're right smack in the middle of a psychedelic revolution, and there is serious interest in psychedelics, most especially for its ability to treat several major conditions that are resistant to conventional medications. The interest is only growing, and so is the list of conditions that psychedelics may be able to treat. But we can't deny that we need to have more conversations and studies about psychedelics. We also need to discuss how it's going to be regulated in a retail market, especially one where cannabis is already legal and the marketplace is thriving.
Magic mushrooms, or psilocybin mushrooms, the most popular and accessible of all the psychedelics, are already quite accessible in much of North America. Psilocybin mushrooms can be purchased raw or dried. They are also widely consumed in processed form, made into chocolates, capsules, and tea. Other common psychedelics include LSD or acid, ketamine, MDMA, and peyote. Some are more challenging to access than others. That said, how do we decide who gets to sell them and where? Several cannabis dispensaries and head shops are also selling psychedelics, though we have to keep in mind that the legalization and laws differ for these 2 classes of medicines. They can also easily be purchased online or in the black market.
The ideal scenario would be to have specialized psychedelic medicine dispensaries where individuals can obtain the hallucinogenic medication of choice. Consumers and patients will also need to have doctors on board who can get them prescriptions in the first place. And before that, exactly. Now, much like how cannabis legalization spread throughout North America, resulting in the growth of thousands of dispensaries and massive cannabis businesses and conglomerates alongside it, a few things need to happen first.
Of course, psychedelics must be decriminalized and legalized. They have already been, some cities, countries, and states that have paved the way for decriminalizing psychedelics. Denver became the very first city in the United States to do so back in 2019, followed by Colorado. Meanwhile, Oregon made the strides as the first state to ever legalize psilocybin in 2020. Given the popularity of these substances today, we'll likely see an even greater demand to legalize these medicines in the near future, which will be critical for spreading public acceptance and thus dispensary establishment.
Well, we already do have several solid studies from investigators in the United States as well as in other parts of the globe. We still need much more ongoing research, especially on the impact of psychedelics on depression, anxiety, PTSD, and other mental health conditions. Additionally, we need a better understanding of psychedelics and what it can do for your physical health too. And just like cannabis, the subject of dosage will require a more thorough understanding and significantly more research.
As of late, most policy reforms have been too focused on expanding legal access as well as research. However, we also need to work on very specific policy changes so that we can mitigate negative events such as backlash in case the market is exposed to several major negative occurrences related to psychedelics. That's why we must also have guidance and support from the business community so that the economy will benefit from the legalization of psychedelics as well as the growth of dispensaries. Well, of course, the economy is going to benefit. If you can help people feel better, if you can help people heal what's causing them, like all those issues, they're going to make more money and spend more money.
Yeah. Now, according to RAND, a major think tank that has been influential in the field of government policy, it will be critical to have the support of the federal government. RAND published a report last year entitled How to Regulate Psychedelics, and it's one of the first and biggest research papers ever written to delve deeper into how a retail psychedelic market would look like. The federal government currently has multiple options when it comes to the supply of psychedelics, but it does not have unlimited time, says the report. Now is the time for U.S. federal policymakers to decide whether they want psilocybin and other psychedelic substances to follow in the footsteps of the for-profit cannabis model, according to the report.
The report also points out that people consume psychedelics and cannabis in different ways. For this reason, we shouldn't be comparing the decriminalization of cannabis to that of psychedelics. One of the ways the two differ in consumption is that people don't consume psychedelics near as often as cannabis, whereas many people can smoke weed daily. Consumers are infrequent at best when it comes to psychedelics. A major takeaway from our analysis is the extent to which infrequent users drive the market for psychedelics, wrote the authors. For cannabis, it is negligible. Those who reported using 5 or fewer days in the past month account for about 5% of the total use days in the past month. For psychedelics, that figure is closer to 60%.
Now, as far as conclusion, they say we can only hope that government officials aren't going to put out the fires of psychedelics. It's an extremely exciting field medicinally and scientifically because the world needs a new option for treating different diseases which psychedelics have shown to be successful in treating. We should also remember that psychedelics is not a one-size-fits-all solution. While they do work very well for some people, some have little benefit. This is why it's important to reinstate the importance of clinical trials that require several rounds of treatment. That, along with new laws that will help regulate psychedelics while improving access and decreasing costs, are all sorely needed by the general public right now.
At the very least, even if psychedelics and cannabis are extremely different, we can at least start by regulating psychedelics the way we do cannabis. Baby steps, but we're getting there.
Yeah, exactly. There was something I was going to touch on after we got done, and now I. Yeah. But no, it's it would be, imagine at least here, anyways. We do have some stores that are selling the mushrooms, but I imagine it wouldn't be something that would happen overnight. It would be quite a while, I think, before.
No, and there's at least one store that we know of out in BC that is selling. He's got all of it in there. He's got peyote, he's got mushrooms, he's got ketamine, he's got MDMA, he's got NNDMT, like LSD, right? It's all in there.
Yeah, and he just got his license reinstated, right? So his business license.
All hail Dana. All hail Dana, right? Oh, he's doing a fantastic job.
All righty. On to our last story of the day.
Oh, coming to us from my favorite publication. I love this one. The Fresh Toast. Oh, my day is complete. Are women more sensitive to THC?
What do you think? I haven't read the story yet. Yeah,
I think we are.
Well, we can put together people in general categories: men, woman, Indian, left-handed. Each person is slightly different, and some categories are different than others. So, are women more sensitive to THC and cannabis? Reactions to alcohol is different between women and men. Some South Asians are affected differently than North Americans with alcohol. So, what about this with cannabis? Yeah. Science shows biological differences in body structure and chemistry lead most women to absorb more alcohol and take longer to metabolize it. After drinking the same amount of alcohol, women tend to have higher blood alcohol levels than men, and the immediate effects of alcohol usually occur more quickly and last longer in women than men.
While more studies need to be done, current ones trend towards women being more sensitive to THC than men, meaning they tend to have a bigger reaction to less, very similar to alcohol. One study published by the journal Psychopharmacology found women who had consumed less of a cannabis had lower levels of THC in their blood, yet experienced the same acute effects as men. The key takeaway is that women may need a lower dose of THC to get to the same degree of intoxication as men. Females tend to progress in tolerance and dependence faster than males after initiation of regular cannabis use.
One theory researchers pose is estrogen, a primary female hormone, could influence the metabolism of THC. Levels of estrogen could account for the differences spotted in the study and for the reactions that women experience when consuming THC. Most studies are based on male participants, so the data may not hold true in females. Historically, subjects in animal and human studies across all the science have been male. Researchers have claimed that it is too difficult to control for the fluctuating hormones in the female body. It is important for physicians and scientists to recognize past studies have excluded females, leaving our understanding of medicine with a bias towards men, with women representing 50% of the population. It is critical data. It's a critical data point. And, yeah, if all the research is done on men, that's no good.
That's true.
Right? We're all built differently. Right?
It's true.
So that makes sense. All righty. Well, other than that, we're all done. We got all 8 stories in. All 8 stories. It's the first time in like 6 shows that we've been able to get them all in. We got 2 minutes left on the clock, and that will run up our commercial time. So, anything you got to say before we head out?
No, I think that's good. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Pace Radio Network.
All righty. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, Legacy420.com, and at ease.com. I think I got that right. All right. In closing, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Okay, we go to indica dominant number 2. All right, Bob, you're going to, oh, okay, I see. Okay, hang on. You want me to open this for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, okay. Yeah, I know.
What'd you get that I didn't get?
No. Okay, here's the plate. Put it on the plate. We need to.
Well, yeah, where do we want to put this?
Just put it over here on my tray.
Perfect.
That's right. That's what it's going to be. Heinz 57. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Which one are you doing now, Al?
So we're going to indica dominant number 2. Why don't you pull up sativa number 2? What did you think of your overall appeal of your sativa?
I can't save it.
The one I did first.
Here. Why don't you go on to the Wi-Fi? Because I didn't tell you the Wi-Fi password.
Uh-oh. You're slipping, Al.
Yeah. Okay, that's the word. Only the beginning is.
And which one?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, all right.
I don't either. No, I told him I got 75 gigs.
Yeah, she said don't worry about it.
I don't need it. I go to anybody says.
No, there's no purple in that at all.
All right.
I have
Ooh.
service.
You're fine?
Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't had any.
All right. If you have an issue, I'll just give you the Wi-Fi.
Based off smell, if I didn't know this was an indica, I think it's a sativa.
You know what,
That
Wayne?
would be the terpenes, eh?
My first round here, you get a gram in each package, so I split them all up. I did not find one strain that acted like a sativa, to be honest.
Oh no,
Really?
They were either very heavy or middle of the road.
Oh,
yep.
Anything that was like,
I think that might have something to do with the fact that I'm severe ADHD and my chemicals are differently balanced, to be honest.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
Because usually for me, a sativa will get me going and then keep me going. But but there are a lot of sativas, they're like indicas and vice versa. So
yeah, you're looking at right. This first question is your visual appeal. Now, if you think it smells good, scroll down and answer those questions while you're at it.
Have you ever had a sativa that put you to sleep? I have.
And if you have, because I'm going to pass it around again. And
I'm sorry, it's making me fill this out for a third time on the first time. Just give me a second.
What are you doing?
I got to admit, it is easier to do on the computer than on your cell phone.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Visual appeal.
That number one and number two?
This is sample 2, correct?
Okay.
And you rate it 1 to 9 on visual appeal. To me, it looks like it's been squished.
Sorry.
Flattened, doesn't it?
Sorry, that was me. I think I did give it a little squeeze, but not quite that.
When you split that bud and take a sniff, though.
Yeah.
Got me.
It's got that weird smell to it.
But this the visual. Visual isn't smell, right?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
You said we could scroll ahead and answer the other question.
Yeah, hell with it.
Now it does have trichomes and stuff like that, which is visually appealing. Correct. Yeah. All right. There's the moisture.
Sweet.
Okay, I'm going to pass it around so you can answer your next questions as you go along if you want to deal with moisture. The smell, if you think you've already got an answer on the aroma strength. You've got an answer on your pleasantries, but we'll keep passing it around. I'm just trying to keep things going, right? So if you can answer in more than one question while it goes by you, then
So this year they don't give you like the strength of each bud.
No, there's no percentage or anything.
Number 3 now.
Sorry, I'm scrolling ahead here. What do you got? Okay, so number 1 was visual appeal. You did that one.
8.
Number 2 was moisture.
Yeah.
That's 8 too.
So try to maybe judge a few things at one time. Well, it makes its way around. And people answer the question.
Okay.
There was one
that might speed things up, so we're not here at midnight.
Aroma pleasantness. I love that.
We'll be
For
eaten by
me
the
personally,
mosquitoes by
that
then.
deep smell is.
Yeah. You got the whole big 9. I'll go the 8 on that one.
Stickiness to touch.
Okay. Yeah. Aroma pleasantry, stickiness to touch.
Yeah. Nice.
Look for any physical contaminants.
That's number 5, eh?
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go.
7. And then physical contaminants.
Yeah.
Was there any mold, insects? None.
Those 6 questions are the first ones we'll do before we get to the grinding part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Done well.
That way we only have to pass it around the
Now
one.
we're on Saturday.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Now we get to grind it up. Well, you get to grind it up.
Why do I get to grind
If I only have to pass
Because
it
it's your
around
turn.
twice.
I started.
I don't feel any sticky.
Not in there.
He's almost done.
Break it open, he says. Okay. I'll go up by 1. I don't see any physical contaminants. I'm not seeing any seeds or hairs, or I don't see any bugs.
Well, that's good.
All right. So now we're going to be switching over to the aroma translates to taste. Your smoking experience. Keep an eye on the ash as well. All right. So Wayne, you ground that up, Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
Oh, wow. Thank you very
Bob,
much.
You get to grind that up.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, if you want, remove any lumber.
Try the new
Yeah,
grinder.
that first one, there was very little lumber in it. It was
Very
only one
little.
tiny little stem. Yeah.
Good. That's not one of the
But
questions.
it's
but
yeah.
it's good.
Goddamn side.
What's that?
Put in the comments.
Yeah.
No, I guess I never thought of that.
Comments. True. Hey, we're on sample 2. We've got 12 more to go.
Absolutely, buddy. I agree 100%.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I just reading what Buddy Weeds said. There's no sativa or indica. All cannabis is polyhybrid. The effects of cannabis consumes is the individually defined by the person, just like the bud.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree 100%. Thank you for that comment, bud.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, especially once legalization came out, a lot of people were saying no indica, no sativas.
Well, it's all a hybrid now, especially with the LP market, like you said. Unless you've got that strain from a authentic old school person who's got a bottle of them from the 70s, you don't know what you're really getting.
I've got some seeds that I'm growing that came directly from a breeder.
Yeah.
But if you go down all your lineage, there's no guarantee. You can't follow that all the way along.
As far as the legal industry goes, it doesn't have any OG original.
They've only there are some names I've seen.
But they aren't. They definitely didn't go down to
wherever. They bought from patients too, right? Okay, Bob, you need to roll a couple joints. Do you need a hand with that? Find it. Was it too moist or was it too dry?
No, it's just about right for rolling.
Just about right. Okay, good. Good to know. Okay. Do you still have the papers over there?
You betcha.
Okay.
It fluffed out pretty good.
Fluffed out pretty good. Yeah, there's another comment. Like you said, it's not on the thing.
Yeah.
That's something that we can add into the comments section.
I'd like to know what you're smoking, Buddy Weeds. And if if you happen to have a kit and you're watching us, please pipe in.
Yeah, comment in as you go along, and if you've got a kit, like Al, you could just send them the link and they could join it.
Yep, absolutely. Right. And we'll probably, before the judging is done, if there's anything left, we might do this again. So if you'd like to join us, let us know.
Yeah, who knows? It might be 4:00 by the time we get to 7 of indica. Okay. Bob's got the joints going there. Did you leave enough to roll 2 joints, or is it just one?
I'm not telling you.
I smoked 2 joints and then I smoked 4 more.
Bob says I gotta talk to his lawyer.
Oh, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 of them then.
We always called him Suzuki Bob because he drove around a little Suzuki Samurai. And when I first met Bob, one of the first things he showed me was the trophy case of his trophies from his off-road challenges that were held at Wingham Lake.
Nice.
Of all places.
Nice.
Yeah, like big trophies. Bob and I were part of an off-road club, 4x4 trucks. I just harvested some Avalon. Yeah, and actually, to tell you the truth, talking on the indica and sativa, the breeder who I purchased my seeds from, they do not list them as an indica or sativa.
Really? They just list the name?
They list the terpenes, some of the terpenes.
Yeah.
And they tell you what the lineage is.
Some of these strains I found very terpy and some not so terpy. So you'll have to tell me.
Yeah, they list like the time, how long, for bloom, indoor, outdoor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? The 8-week or the 12-week flower.
Yeah, it's hard to harvest in November when I did some this year with some snow.
My first season, Al, I got here. I brought up 4 clones in the back of my car. Went into a gas station. Had to go in the back to the trunk. Opened it up, and 4 plants went blink, 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 right in the middle of a parking lot at an A&W in White River, Ontario.
We should have lit that.
But when I got here, they weren't doing so good because of the climate, so I had to get my greenhouse. And I went into December in the greenhouse.
Oh yeah,
one at each.
I'll do that again this year because I got Pineapple Express going.
Okay,
so it'll probably go into
circle 2 joints.
November anyway.
That way you don't bogart the joints.
Why? I'm sorry.
That's going to work.
Take a look at your questions.
You mean don't do this, Al?
Oh,
It did. Mine
Okay.
too.
It's timed
That's
out
what I
and
said.
cleared
Al,
out
you
the
take
whole-
it too long in between.
Did you go to? Oh, did it?
For
Yeah,
the second.
it times out.
Oh, mine's still there.
It's still there, but I've been playing with it.
Go the other way.
I've already been timed out of the website twice as well, Al.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
You can't sit around talking. You gotta
Yeah,
get through
keep
it.
going. Pass the doobies. Pass that doobie. Sorry on the way.
Oh, we all just had to say that.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Number 7. Does aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
Nope. There you go.
And number 8 is
Yeah,
the
not
experience,
bad,
harsh
all
or smooth? So 1 to 9 for harsh and smooth.
Does the aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
And then ash color and structure, which we'll look
There
at here. in a
we
minute.
go. Yeah, this was working.
That's what we're looking at now.
Ash color structure.
Ash color
I'm finding
structure.
it definitely darker than the last.
Darker than the
Yeah.
last one.
Oh, Jesus,
Just
some
like
of
the
them try
paper.
the ash one.
I always think of the outer ash is the paper ash. It's white. The core is looking on a little bit on the dark side.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
that
how
it's
many
up
strains
here.
have we done so far? 2?
2.
2. We're halfway
And
through
we're-
the second one.
All right, and we're already 58 minutes into this. We're going to be here a while, folks.
We're getting faster. And we're gonna be 20 minutes talking at the beginning of the show.
9 is the ash color and structure. 9 is the ash color and structure.
Okay.
Okay.
Taste
Okay.
7.
So that was
8.
bogarting the joint.
Really?
I'm telling everybody else not to bogart it.
I don't even want it back.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, compared
There you
to
go.
compared to the smell, this is
comments.
awfully
I
disappointing.
did. I commented
Did you?
when.
And I just like to remind everybody,
Really as good as
Please-
this smells way better.
Yeah.
please don't lick the end of the joint while you're smoking it.
Don't even try it a second time. Yeah.
Would you buy this product?
No.
No, my throat is kind of burning actually.
Put it in the comments.
Honestly, I don't like that at all.
Well, okay, if we get to the point where nobody wants it anymore, we'll have to put it out.
Sorry, but
I'll
No,
give
it's
it-
gonna happen.
I'll
It's
give it a
gonna
second chance.
it smelled weird when I smelled it too. I didn't like the smell, and then the first taste was
Does it have a fuely
Yeah.
taste to it?
It does taste a bit decent.
Diesely? But
But,
that's
yeah, I don't like
that's-
that.
Yeah, sounds like that's getting put out.
Do you want any more?
I'm okay.
You
I gotta
okay?
remember
All right.
what I'm doing.
Kill it.
Second round, both joints put out.
Nobody wants it. If you want to keep smoking it, you can.
Okay, so once you're
No.
done, hit the save and then go to save and finish later.
Sorry.
All right.
I got the page.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for that strain.
What do we got going here, bud?
Oh,
Did you get that?
I
one?
skipped ahead.
I went
Number
right through it.
10?
I already saved him.
Oh.
Didn't
Yeah,
finish
didn't
joint.
give me the chance.
Cheers yourself there.
Okay, here.
All right.
So what are you looking for? Which one? 8?
Hey,
smoking experience, harsh or smooth?
Not that fucking smooth.
But it might time
So
out
like
even then.
I went
4.
yeah. Ash and color structure. I'm actually gonna change that.
I go with number 5, and that
Don't
was
forget
nice.
save and finish later.
Effects and experience number
That's
10.
done. Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weeds. Got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have a son that's a cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm mellow moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
Good as that. I was like, I'm not a cook. He works
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it. But Theo's would. And I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming.
That's what these events do, eh? Like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people were from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
Still lots to work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
It's true.
Right? Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant, it's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work, and for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because of being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody versus, yeah.
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE radio. Okay. It's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words, okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada.
why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But yeah, we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication. And he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So that's...
They had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory. Just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
Look at it as a missed opportunity.
Missed. Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come.
That's right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around to talk to you. Probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. We're coming to you live today on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. How you doing?
2 days. August is in 2 days. That's
I know. It's just cruising by. And the blackberries are blooming like crazy out here in BC. There's a nice rain. They're juicy as all get out. I'm just walking. I'm taking Meek out for a walk and just gorging. I'm gorging on blackberries.
Yeah. And there's not just blackberries, but you've got a cherry tree and an apple tree that are around there.
Yeah, and blueberries are happening as well. And, I'm a fruitarian, and I eat a few other things on the side. If it wasn't for fruit, I'd be a donutarian.
Donutarian. Yeah. Krispy Kreme.
How you doing?
Busy. Life has been insanely busy for me lately. The course that I am taking has gotten busier by about 5 times. It's pretty crazy. But I'm loving it. We're learning different integration therapies right now. We did last night's lecture was on the somatic, different somatic therapies and modalities. Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of stuff. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. And that's just school. I mean, I also have a daughter and 2 grandchildren and a life besides that. So, yeah, it's been busy. It's been
a life?
Yeah, I try to.
My life is my dog.
You love it. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's raining, so that should put out a few of the fires. There's been a lot of fires out here in BC, so the rain is always good to put the fire out, but sometimes along with the rain comes the lightning to start more fires. But
Yeah. Alberta, it's been devastating in Alberta. Jasper is 80% gone.
Yeah. It's a good thing that the world knows how to keep regrowing.
That's right. That's right. Lisa Ray says hi, guys.
Hi, Lisa. How was your coffee? we went to Milano's yesterday.
He drank coffee for 5 hours. I'm jealous, but yet I didn't get the jitters, so I'm not so jealous.
But he roasted a batch right there live for us. It was an awesome experience.
Oh yeah, that would have been beautiful.
Brian's blend,
which is a great blend. I have had it. It's one of my favorite to pick up and bring home.
Hey, we got a cool guest on today.
We do. And I find it very interesting that you the only one thing I'm going to say about this gentleman is that you brought on an integration specialist as I start learning about integration in my course. I think it's perfect timing.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. So our guest is, I'm going to see if I can actually even roll the R's, because I'm betting that the R's in the second name are supposed to be rolled. So I'm going to try. Alejandro Hierro.
How did he do?
You did pretty good, Steve. I'm impressed. Thank you for the effort. Hi, Cindy. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should I give a quick rundown on you?
Sure. Why not? Let's see if I actually kind of live up to my hype. So,
Okay.
Cindy, let's see.
You're a psychedelic integration coach, and
Yes.
you currently do that at this place scrolling across the bottom, betteryoucare.com. Correct?
Yes. Yes, Better You Care is a clinic in the U.S. that works mainly with ketamine-assisted psychotherapies, but they are a very integrative wellness clinic that's growing a lot so far. So happy to be a part of them.
Exciting.
And you've had a 17-year career, social work, behavioral health. And in that 17 years, obviously there's psychedelic experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing psychedelic experiences through that 17 years?
I actually started, if we dived really deep into it, somewhere around 6 years ago in my psychedelic experiences. The way that it all kind of came through for me, actually, I was working at a mental health clinic in San Isidro, and I was offered an opportunity to go take a training in the UK. This training was related to something that's called neuro-linguistic programming. So basically like a 10-day kind of retreat where we would get to learn these modalities and kind of just dive deep into the training so that we could actually kind of bring that back into our professional kind of field. I got approved to actually go from my clinic. I also had like vacation hours added on, so I just kind of took it as a little kind of learning trip vacation. I got invited by a very close friend of mine who basically said, just come over and we will take care of the rest. So I just had to plan my flight, plan my trip and everything, got there, pretty cool adventure. Was in this very beautiful place called the Lake District in the UK. Spent 10 days basically in a cabin with a bunch of other people just learning about ourselves, learning about treatment modalities with neuro-linguistic programming and just kind of processing all emotions and things like that. And quasi, I suppose, at the end, very psychedelic experiences just because of how things go. Like we don't need substances to get into these spaces every now and then. So definitely a non-ordinary state of consciousness at the end when we went through it. And then when I came back home to Tijuana. I live in Tijuana, in Mexico, with between the border of San Diego, California, and Baja California here in Mexico. I went back to my job, and then all of a sudden they downsized and I got laid off a little bit because I wasn't working full time. I was working part time. They needed another type of structure, so they just kind of laid me off. I was like, okay, so what do I need to do next? Serendipitously, I started running into just social media for family and friends, and a cousin of mine started posting things that I felt were not in his kind of purview of the normal things that he would be posting. Actually, he wouldn't be someone that posted stuff online anyway. So very, very kind of wellness oriented, very new age oriented, very just kind of positive vibes oriented. So I started speaking with him, and I was like, hey, guys, this doesn't seem like you. Like, I would really want to just kind of know what's going on, because it sounds like it's a little more aligned to the things that I'm doing in my life. And he said, well, let's go get a coffee shop. So we go get a coffee, and he tells me all his story about how he went to Peru with a friend of his. He went to experience an ayahuasca ceremony. And when he was over there in the ayahuasca ceremony, this guy, shaman, however we want to call him, told him like, hey, I want to talk to you. I want to tell you something that the abuelita, the mother ayahuasca, kind of mentioned that the message that she wants me to give you. This is to my cousin. My cousin says like, okay, he's kind of weirded out. And he says, well, Abuelita Ayahuasca says that you are going to be doing this for the rest of your life, and that I need to help you prepare for these experiences. My cousin, very agnostic back then, he says like, sure, yeah, whatever, like I'm not into this whole thing. And then he just starts explaining things that this shaman shouldn't know. My cousin gets a little concerned, scared, and upset, and he's like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. Comes back to Tijuana, and then just by sheer coincidence, the shaman ends up in Tijuana because his friend wanted to open up a clinic in Baja to work with ayahuasca for treatment for mental health issues and all these things. He couldn't find a place for him to stay, so he ends up staying with my cousin, and he stays with my cousin for a little over a month. And during that month, he starts doing all these ceremonies almost daily. And every day that he goes to the ceremony, the shaman asks my cousin, "So are you ready to do this? Are you ready to go into it? Are you like feeling the calling or something?" He always says, "No, no, 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 no," and not going too much deep into it. He says at the final ceremony, he says like, "You know what? Just stop telling me and sending me messages. If someone wants to tell me, they should tell me in person. Like, I don't want to learn about these things through third-party people." So kind of like basically saying, if ayahuasca is telling me that I need to do this, then let ayahuasca tell me. And the way that he says is that in his final ceremony, he saw this figure kind of appear in front of him, made of like leaves and plants and just kind of however you want to imagine it. And he says that, okay, so now that I'm here in front of you, are you going to say yes or no? So he said, okay. And that was over 10 years ago now. So he's been doing ayahuasca ceremonies for over 10 years now. He also now does psilocybin ceremonies as well. So he told me about all that, and he said, like, hey, if you're interested, if you want to join, just kind of come over, join. I would really be happy if you kind of be a part of one of these experiences. So I said yes. I was curious. I was a little concerned. I had always had this kind of reluctance towards psychedelics. Of course, just growing up, millennial, 90s kid, 2000s kind of young adult. The whole thing about drugs was always like, drugs are bad, right? The whole commercials of the egg, this is your brain on drugs, and this is and what happens, right? So I was always very concerned about that, and I always thought like, hey, I would never want to do anything to my brain that will mess up just who I am, because I would always value myself and my intelligence and just my cognitive abilities. So I wouldn't want to mess with that, and I was very, very concerned about the consequences. So I'm studying social work during all this period. I also started learning that when I was younger, that the laws implemented based on the risks or dangers on the substances that are Schedule 1 versus what the science was saying was not really the same thing, right? And I was like, okay, so there's some gap there. And then just kind of learning about my cousin, knowing that he's gone through this for a few years now, that he would never put me in a situation that I would be putting me in harm's way. I was like, okay, I'll go into this. I'll try it. I'll see what happens. I go into it really not knowing what to expect. It's kind of being okay. Let's see what happens. Go through the whole kind of experience, the whole ritual. I drink the ayahuasca, and I'm there for about 20-30 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, like, I start seeing little colors everywhere just pop up, and I start feeling the music very, very more intensely. Like, just my body, like all the senses in my body start kind of like lighting up. Everything becomes so intense, so powerful, just not accustomed to kind of like sensing everything in that way. And again, like, just time seems to slow down. There's like this little kind of halo effect to everything. I could listen to people, and they were like talking very far away from me, and it was almost like they were speaking right next to me. All the sounds and everything just starts blending together, and it just felt very blissful and kind of like transcendental. I don't know exactly how you would be able to explain it, but I'm sure the people that have gone through these kind of know what it is. And then all of a sudden I go like, okay, so this is why people believe in the divine. Because that was kind of the best way to kind of describe it. Was it was a divine feeling. Now, that being said, I'm not religious at all. I do not sort of profess any sort of religion or anything like that, but I can understand the sensation of what it means, like, to build those connections to a higher power, to a higher being, and then just kind of how you bring that and how it makes you feel and what type of life you live after the fact. So that was my kind of start in the whole thing. After that, it was very fortunate for me that I got the opportunity to continue to participate in these ayahuasca ceremonies with my cousin, because he lives like 5 minutes away from my house. So for the first couple of years, I was probably going to ayahuasca ceremonies for about maybe like once every 3 weeks. And then COVID hit, that kind of slowed it down. But still was taking the opportunity to kind of just participate and go. It was less people, larger room, taking all the precautions and everything, but we were still kind of just participating in those during that period, but still slowed down a little bit. And slowly but surely, we got to a point where now it's been over 110 experiences with psychedelics in different modalities, not just ayahuasca, although ayahuasca is kind of the one that I've had the most experiences with. And I can go into some experiences and examples if anyone wants to kind of like learn about those. But yeah, so somewhere around 70 experiences with ayahuasca, and then the rest are related more to psilocybin use, some LSD as well. Although LSD is a little bit more challenging because it's like 12 hours that you have to invest into the whole thing at least. So the preparation, the whole setting up and everything becomes a little bit more challenging. And now recently, as of summer or prior to summer, spring this year, now with ketamine as well, because of the opportunities that I got to start working at this clinic that we mentioned, Better You, that works specifically with ketamine as a psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. And I've been working with them as an integration coach for a few months now. Prior to that, some of my experiences with psychedelics were basically helping other people, just because they started learning that I was going through these experiences. I was telling them about what was happening, like the therapeutic side of it, the benefits, the community, the space, the being in, I don't know, the colors are fun too, if you want to kind of say it that way. So a lot of people started saying like, nah, that's too scary for me. I wouldn't want to do it. And then eventually they would say like, hey, if I do go, would you go with me? And I was like, sure, I'll go with you. So then it started becoming a thing of me being there for other people, not just necessarily being there for me in the experiences, which eventually kind of created a little pattern of me just kind of helping people through the whole thing. And then me coming from a therapeutic background, always being good at talking to people and just kind of listening. More and more people started just kind of seeking me out for support, for guidance, just in general as a friend. And eventually random people, because of the things that we're posting online, started like reaching out to me and asking about these things. And I sort of stumbled into the whole thing. Like, I really didn't want to at any point really say like, hey, yeah, I'll make psychedelics a career, or I'll be an integration coach. Like, that didn't exist really 2 years ago, at least not in my purview. I knew that they were trip sitters, or there were guides, or there were other things, but really not something that I would be thinking about. eventually I was like, okay, so I'm already in the mental health field. I'm already helping people. I already have kind of like a starting up a coaching practice that has to do more with purpose-driven kind of causes, projects, peak performance, flow states, um, allowing you an opportunity to get out of your own way, which is where my sort of handle for my Instagram comes out of. Like I was really wanting to explain to people, like, what is it that I do? Because they were always asking. So I was always just doing like a bunch of different eclectic things. And I was like, well, if I want to kind of summarize it down, I kind of help people get out of their own way so that they can live a life worth living. And I'm like, okay, cool. So get out of your own way. So that's where kind of the handle comes from. Everything starts basically getting related, right? If you're working with people, helping them find purpose, helping them through an existential crisis, helping them connect to flow states for peak performance, for being your most creative, your most productive, for feeling your best and performing at your best when you need it the most. A lot of that also comes with just optimizing yourself in all the modalities possible. It is somewhat of a non-ordinary state of consciousness that you go into. I was already doing the psychedelics. That was already working for me. I was already getting some of the benefits, and I'm like, okay, let's start exploring if I can kind of do this with other people in my own way. I was definitely, and I'm still definitely not at all prepared to work with ayahuasca as a guide or facilitator. I will join you in the experience. I will be there with you. But I know a great guy that does it, has done over 1,000 guided ceremonies, my cousin. And I'm like, okay, so I'll be there with you, but this is not something that I know I'm capable of doing. And I don't want to overstep or overreach my limits, at least not in those kind of spaces where you are playing with very powerful kind of states of consciousness and just experiences. So I was okay, but psilocybin seems to me like something that I'm better able to manage, to handle, to navigate. I've done it enough times where I feel comfortable with the space. So was speaking with my girlfriend, who was also at that time doing holistic women's circles. She got into it. She was a lawyer. She went into therapy, psychology, and said, like, I don't want to do law anymore. I'm going to do holistic women's circles. So she's been doing that as well. We started just kind of exploring how to do this together. And that's when we came up with this idea of finding a way to help people integrate their experiences and just kind of learn more about what they're doing. So we came up with another Instagram account called Integra tu Trip, which is a Spanish content related to psychedelics and psychedelic integration, because we do those experiences in Mexico. So we got together, we went through an experience together, a few experiences together with psilocybin, and we felt ready and comfortable enough to start guiding experiences for people. So we basically took everything that we learned about the experiences, took everything that I learned from my therapeutic social work background, started getting into like the trainings and things that we found online. There's a bunch of places that I know of that are doing trainings for that. I think one of them is called Embark. Another one is with Berkeley, and I can share those links with people later so that you can kind of send them yourself. Just kind of started getting in more into it. Bought a bunch of books. One's from Michael Pollan, Rick Strassman. Got doing more into research with maps. Actually, I got to meet Paul Stamets as well at one point at an event in San Diego with all the mycology, everything that he does. So
I saw the photo.
Yeah, so everything just kind of started aligning, right? You kind of start building your way into something. You kind of go into the momentum, and eventually you kind of stumble into, okay, so now I'm doing this. It seems like that. So doing it the best you can, working in the best way possible, understanding that there is an evolution in the industry. There's an evolution in just kind of the medical field. There's an evolution in the therapeutic field, in the laws and the acceptance that people are going through. Me already kind of going through this for over 6 years now. I just simply didn't want to have to get stuck in the gatekeeping whenever that does happen, because the more it becomes mainstream, the more it becomes researched and evidence-based, the more larger clinics come in, the more people start doing it. Of course, the more sort of restrictions or kind of like limitations, barriers to kind of make it appropriate, safe, secure for everyone. And I was like, okay, I need to start diving a little bit more deep into this whole thing. So yes, we're doing psilocybin experiences here in Mexico with certain people. We do follow a very kind of therapeutic modality. So we do it very, very small groups, very kind of integration based. So we do prep work, we do the experience, we do like an actual kind of therapeutic conversation or a meditative kind of experience through the psilocybin, and then after that we offer opportunities for people to just kind of engage with the conversations for the integration post. So it's about kind of just being a little bit more robust in everything that we do with that. Just putting everything out there just in summary, where eventually, just because I was already doing that, I ran into the just sheer luck that I was like looking into places in the US, like how do I need to get involved with this? Who are the clinics that are being there? Who do I need to start talking to? What are the certifications trainings that I need to get so that I can formally be a part of this in the US, just because that's where most of the research is kind of being funded from. So I was like, okay. And all of a sudden ads start popping up because you're doing the research. The algorithm does what the algorithm does. And I started getting a lot of ads for different companies that were doing psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. Mainly, it seemed that the ones that were doing very kind of formal work, large scale, were clinics that were working with ketamine. Ketamine is already approved in the medical industry. There's a lot of research done. It's already built into the system of the way that people do prescriptions and insurance and all these other kind of things. So it had already been used off-label. There's less of a stigma. It's not technically a psychedelic. It's associated anesthetic with psychedelic properties. So basically, the US, that's what it's approved right now, although they are working on approving other things. I think MDMA is the next one to be approved. Psilocybin is also in the trials, and ayahuasca seems to be there a little bit, but kind of further behind, right? So a lot of that stuff is like 5 years in the future, maybe. But ketamine is here now. People are accepting it. People are working with it. So I started just contacting these clinics, and eventually, after a while, Better You reached out. They said like, hey, we're interested in interviewing you. Let's have a conversation. 3 months process. During that 3-month process, I actually travel to Oaxaca, and I go to. I'm assuming people here know who Maria Sabina is. So I got to. Oh, there she is. Yes. So I actually got to meet Maria Sabina's great grandson. That he was once here in Tijuana. His name is Edgar, I believe.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Steve met him too.
Okay, so
did he take you up to her altar that they have in the mountain?
yes, the hilltop where they do the prayers and kind of the venerations and all those things. So I went to Huautla Jimenez as kind of part of my trip. It was a trip in itself, to say the least. Like getting to central Oaxaca, going through like 6 hours of driving in that little van in the middle of nowhere. That drive, like there's no tomorrow. There's people. I'm like, okay, I'm already here. I might as well just trust that these guys know what they're doing and they value their lives as much as I value my own, because they drive like crazy, like super fast and very, very kind of narrow roads. But it is what it is. So I got there to Huautla Jimenez. We got to spend the night over with him, with his family. And I was there because I asked him if I could do a ceremony with him. They call them veladas. He said yes. He was very, very kind, very friendly. And we just kind of went through it at his home, a few blocks away from Maria Sabina's old home, in the museum that they have there. And just kind of did the whole thing for the entire night. And I had never actually done that type of ritual, that type of ceremony. It's very, very unique, very, very different to how I was accustomed to doing things in other places and how I know other people do them. So it was transformative, to say the least, but in the sense that I felt that okay, I'm in the right place to be doing what I'm doing. There's a connection there. There's an opportunity for me to continue to expand and to help and to do good in the world in my own way, and also connected to the psychedelics. So it was a great experience. It was about 3.5, 4 hours with him specifically, just in the night, him like singing, chanting, doing just the things that he does as a shaman curandero, which was kind of fun and just joyful, exciting in itself. Just being like, oh, dude, I'm looking Maria Sabina's great grandson's home doing these things, right? Like I would never imagine I would be doing that.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, so it's super fun. And then all of a sudden, the ceremony starts coming to an end. And the way that he kind of closes it, I'm just going to say this because it was very funny and it was kind of playful. They do something with water there from like the sort of like a purification kind of thing with water. They gather the water that they use specifically from the little streams that they have, and they use that for the ceremony. And kind of the end of the ceremony, they basically like spit the water in your face. So as I was there, just kind of standing up, ready for everything to just kind of come back to center and come back from the experience, I just feel this guy gonna get close to me, start saying all these chants in his Mazatec language, and then all of a sudden just kind of spit super hard in my face, all the water. And I'm like, wow, this is probably the first and only time that someone is going to be spitting water in my face, and I'm gonna be very extremely grateful for them doing it. And then we just started all laughing about that, and he left the room, let us just kind of settle into the experience for the rest of the evening. And the experience continued because it was a pretty high dose. It was over 5 grams of the mushrooms that he has. And I still kind of just went through the whole experience all the way to the night until kind of early in the morning. So very, very beautiful experience. Then after that, just continued to travel. Eventually got a notification from this company Better You that they were still looking for psychedelic integration coaches. So I reached back out to them and like, hey, I'm still waiting for the interview follow-up. If you're interested, I'm still wanting to be a part of it. You're doing great work, et cetera, et cetera. They're like, oh yeah, let's do an interview next week. So they interviewed me again for a couple of times, and then now I'm there working with them. So
amazing. And this is a great time.
Oh, wait, that way.
that way. Yeah, that way.
It's break time. It's time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment with Alejandro Hierro.
Got it.
A better roll on that one.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back. Hey, watch for the Addies ad.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Oh, it wasn't in there.
You didn't get it added on to that one.
Damn. Well, we're back with the Mushy Moment. Myself, my awesome co-host Cindy, and Alejandro Hierro.
Yes.
Wow.
Question, Cindy?
Wow. Well, you answered my big one. So you've now, in your story of telling about yourself and how you got there, you're now working for this company. You've just been hired.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. And that was how many months ago?
So that started about 3 months now that I've been working for them officially. Yes.
Oh, wow. Wow. And why don't you tell us about this company?
So what can I say? So Better You Clinic.
Can I first get you to just move your microphone just a little away from your mouth? It's kind of distorting a bit when you.
How about now? Working?
No, that sounds fine.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. The technical difficulties. We do our best as we can. So Better You Clinic. I mean, the reason why I found them to be very kind of enticing to work with them, to collaborate with them, was mainly because I saw that it wasn't just about peddling like the ketamine. Like their whole modality was really about an integrative approach, a wellness approach, focusing on the whole person, not just on here's the medication. The very, very big approach on providing as much care and service at an affordable price compared to other alternatives that they were working with. I believe they've been in the field now officially for over 3 years. I'm not sure exactly all the dates and times, but I'm sure that we can find them on their website with all their kind of story and about. But just the fact that everyone working there, or everyone that I know, because it's a team now about a little over 50 people, that everyone has their own experiences with trauma, with depression, suicidality. There's a lot of them that have gone through like very, very challenging, tough things, and they came into the space wanting to help, wanting to be of service, wanting to also acknowledge that what they were doing prior to those experiences was not exactly working until they found the ketamine experience, right? So all those things really enticed me, really wanted me to be a part of it. I saw that they were very robust in all the information that they were providing. I loved kind of just their brand identity, the logo and everything they had, right? Like the little face, the Better kind of you kind of thing, like smiley face if you see the logo. So it felt like it was a good culture to be a part of. Whenever I was doing the interviews, everyone was very conversational, very friendly. It seemed like they were really enjoying the work that they were doing. It almost seemed more like they wanted to see if I was a good fit for their company culture rather than am I good at what I do. So it's like if I have good intentions, if I have, of course, the experience, I have the background, but I can be trainable within their cultural space, like the person that I am, not what I do as a service. I think that became also very, very valuable on my side as well, because it's a place that I feel comfortable going to, speaking with the people, just kind of having that fun environment to work in, and definitely not a clinical setting in traditional sense as one would expect. I work remotely. I work from home. I can work from different places. I could travel around the world, and I can still continue to work with them. They They have a very large kind of digital footprint. So they have a lot of people around the world that work for them in different parts: Brazil, Philippines, the U.S., Mexico. I'm not sure if they have anyone in Canada or not, or in other places, but I do know that we are pretty much spread over around a lot of places. And their main hub, their headquarters is based in California and Malibu. So that's where they have their official clinic. And the way that they do work is they partner with different clinicians and clinics around the U.S. and with different pharmaceutical companies that are able to kind of provide the prescriptions for people, and they just kind of bring everything together, and they set up a program. The program that they have is self-paced with a lot of support systems sort of set in between. Primary care providers, they do like all the medical background for people. They make sure that you're a good fit for the program. They explore any sort of contraindications that you may have to see if you would be able to get benefit from this or not. They work a lot with chronic treatment-resistant depression or with CPTSD. They work a lot with people with suicidality, going through grief, bipolar disorder. There's some of them as well, although very with no manic episodes. Just kind of generalizing the examples of the people that I've worked with in the past, and it's been wonderful to work with all these kind of variety of people in that kind of space. I come into the whole experience somewhere in between their process. So once they're already accepted, once they've gone through all their kind of backgrounds to know just that they're a good fit, once they've been prescribed their medication, once they receive their little kit that we call the brain box. It comes with medication, with also a nausea medication, because some people kind of experience nausea with the ketamine. So just kind of to mitigate the negative side effects. They get an app where they can download their information. They can follow up with us. They can kind of follow a specific program that's developed in such a way where it goes through 4 stages, basically, which is, if I'm not mistaken, heal, grow, transcend, and love, or love and transcend. I think it's love and transcend. Heal, grow, love, and transcend. So it's 4-step kind of process and just kind of their journey that people go through. People don't need to go through the process specifically, but it is set up for people so that they have a guided protocol for them to kind of go through. Journaling prompts, the support system there with all the information that's provided. They have access to a support team whenever they need to speak with someone for whatever reason. And eventually, if they feel ready for it, somewhere in between the halfway point of their experiences, they get to talk to me or to someone like me as an integration coach. And the work that we do with integration coaching, pretty much, and maybe Cindy, you would be able to kind of dive a little bit deeper into this, but it's more of just understanding are they preparing properly? Are they creating the proper set and setting? Are they understanding everything that they have to do about the challenges that may come when they go into an experience in the psychedelic space? Be it with the ketamine or with other modalities, in this case specifically talking about ketamine for them and what they may feel, what they may not feel. Some people just want someone to talk to because they don't have other people in their world that have gone through psychedelic experiences, and they just want to share. They want to explain. They want to talk about these, like, build community, build a place where they can kind of join other people in their experiences and learn from other people's experiences. And at the same time, this comes up a lot, and they ask, I want to know if I'm doing it right. And I'm like, well, there's no right or wrong way, as long as you're kind of keeping
the
to the
same
basics.
experience as my friend over there. I must be broken. I must be doing it wrong. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that all these people have like amazing, awe-inspiring, transcendental, spiritually connected, mechanical machine elves kind of connecting towards and all this kind of other stuff. And I haven't gone through that. And I'm like, well, you don't always need to go through that. And then we just kind of explain the whole thing about what it is, how it works, what it's actually doing for them in their brain in terms of the opportunity for the neuroplastic effects and just how it's actually kind of helping associate or disassociate different types of wiring in their brain. I'm being very kind of loose and metaphorical with my words, of course, because I do not have all the neuropsychological technicalities to talk about all the specifics.
No, you're putting it in there. You're integrating it great.
You're speaking in a language that everybody can understand, which is perfect.
Yes. And then just from understanding that part of how you will be able to still connect to an emotion but release yourself from the undesired response to that memory or to that emotion, to that sensation, so you can better kind of just embrace the lessons that were there and just kind of release yourself from everything that you no longer need or serves you in life. So just kind of having that part of the whole thing, and then coming into one of the most challenging sides of people, although it's one of the most important parts. We kind of mentioned this off the episode, is what comes after. Really, what's the once we're back in baseline, when you're actually challenging yourself in the day-to-day life, in the day-to-day kind of grind, when we reconnect to our clay feet, as some people kind of like to say, and really just have to grind with the reality of wherever as we were at before we started these experiences or these treatments, right? We can spend whatever time in a psychedelic experience, this associative, meditative, therapeutic experience. It can be very healing, very transformative. It can be very, very powerful. It can also be very terrifying for some people. And at the same time, it's like, okay, but that ends after a few hours. Even if it doesn't feel that way, you come back. You come back to baseline. And now now what's next? What comes after? And that becomes the actual work. And ironically, that also becomes the boring part for some people, just because it's mundane, it's simple, it's routine. It's the things such as, we call them pillars in the program in Better You. I've heard it sort of framed that way as well. In other places, kind of pillars of health and wellness is, do you have a proper sleep routine where you're actually recovering and resting properly? Are you setting up your space so you can go to bed as you should? Are you eating properly? And by that, I don't mean like, do you have a nutritionist with you, like going through all these kind of methodical things? It's really, are you nurturing yourself with the things that are aligned with the type of lifestyle that you really want to live and the type of energy that you need for yourself in your day-to-day that you do? Are you hydrating yourself properly? Are you drinking enough water? Right? Are you getting enough sunlight in the morning when you're waking up, so that you can kind of just activate your or get in tune with your circadian rhythms, so that you can kind of get that boost of cortisol in the proper moment of the day, so that you can kind of go through your energy cycles up and down properly as you should, so you can get the vitamin D that you need, so it can actually kind of do what it needs to do to help you with all your other kind of internal processes for your own health and wellness. Are you doing things that are fun? Are you really engaging with things you love to do, that are engaging, that are hobbies that you may have done when you were young or as a older adult, but still that you really enjoy doing them just for the sake of doing them, right? That they call something that is autotelic, right? Just the joy of doing it for the joy of doing it. Are you surrounding yourselves with the right people, with the right community? They may not be on this kind of journey with you, but are they healthy people in the sense that, are they helping you thrive? Are they helping you kind of connect? Are they helping you just build a stronger tribe that you really identify with? Are you moving your body? Like, are you, whatever that means, are you going out to walk at the park, at the beach? Are you doing stretching exercises? Are you doing yoga? Are you doing dance? Are you just kind of playing around with your pets and on the floor, or your kids? And engaging in all those simple things seems mundane, but at the same time, these are the things that we were evolutionary primed to do, that actually kind of help us stay in homeostasis, emotionally, cognitively, physically speaking. And those are the kind of things that people stop doing just because they need to do the other stuff, right? They need to work. They need to take care of this. They need to whatever that. And we put ourselves at the end, ironically, which we need to do the opposite when we're kind of going through this process. So just kind of helping people again understand that once they've gone through the experiences with the ketamine, they've gone through different realizations, different lessons, different insights, then it's like helping them kind of process that and know what it actually means to them. Because it could be something as random, like, I turned into a plant and I don't know what that means to me, and I was like just eating these bugs as a Venus flytrap, and I have no idea what that means. And then you start talking to them and they're like, well, I'm very snappy in my life, I'm very impulsive with my anger, I push people away, I'm very defensive, I don't like just kind of getting into conflicts with all these things. I'm like, okay, so maybe do those seem like things that a snappy Venus flytrap kind of just attacking everything would kind of seem like they're doing? They're like, yeah, well, maybe kind of. Okay, so what type of plant do you actually want to be like? and then they come up with something like, oh, I just want to be a gardenia because gardenias, when I was growing up, my family, my mom, we grew them in our garden, and it's always been a beautiful plant, blah blah blah, all these kind of examples. So now it's like, okay, so how can we translate that into your day-to-day life? So what does that mean to you? What are the actual characteristics of how are you going to transform from that Venus flytrap into that gardenia that you're talking about? How are we going to help you do that, not just emotionally, but how are we actually going to help you do that tangibly, objectively, day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, so that you can actually start tapping into and transforming into these things? And I know that just talking about that, it seems like odd that like a simple metaphor would be something that you can kind of just dissect and tap into something very powerful for people. The fact that they've gone through the psychedelic experience, that they connected to that in a very altered state of consciousness kind of way, means that there is something there that's resonating with them from the subconscious that they're trying to put words to but don't have the words to. And I'm just there basically as a mirror to just kind of ask questions, to play around with the facts, to explore ideas. Maybe sometimes to just tell them, like, it seems like that's very hard for you. I can kind of see that your eyes are kind of watering. Let's just kind of sit with that, and then just be there with them, and then just breathe with them, just kind of allowing them the space to be okay with not being okay, and things start coming up, and then you just kind of take it from where they're at. It's really always about where they're at, what they're coming into the experience with, and me just hopefully being receptive enough for them to be able to bounce off the information that they're trying to convey towards the work that they're trying to achieve. If I'm doing a good job at that, it works out in the end.
Nice. You put that very succinctly and nicely. That was awesome.
Yeah,
So
I love the plant metaphor. I might steal that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and that was actually true. That was something that came up in a session with one of our clients. So
That's amazing. I love it.
So have you done the ketamine as well?
I have. I've done 5 experiences. One, so the way that they have it set up, just kind of explaining a little bit about that, is with the kit that they send you, let's just say there's 2 different packages, 4 session package and an 8 session package. Usually when it's an 8 session package is because it was deemed that the person needed to go into the protocol with a little more intensity. So the more kind of robust protocol is twice a week for at least a month. So twice a week for a month, going through the experience, and then just kind of coming back to it and exploring if they want to go down once a week, and then just kind of moving towards maintenance, or just kind of releasing yourself from the ketamine experience. Really, it's about using it as a tool, not a crutch. So just kind of exploring what that is for people. So that I was offered and asked, like, hey, if you were doing this with people, you should kind of just explore, see what it is for you, and then we can just kind of work through this. Everyone always needs something to work through. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I kind of went through my own process with them. They gave me my little kit, and the way you do it is you start with something called an acclimation period. Acclimation period is basically you go either quarter dose or half dose of what your full prescribed dose is, and you also do just kind of holding it in your mouth, so you can absorb the medication through the mouth. Hold it for 15 minutes, and then you spit out the medication. To go through your experience lasts somewhere about 45 to 90 minutes or so. Then just come back for that, and then you kind of start working your way up depending on what you feel works for you. I basically worked my way up all the way to full dose ingested because I felt comfortable enough because of all my experiences with other psychedelic kind of just ceremonies and trips. And at the same time, because I also want to be aware of what people are talking to me about when they go through their own things. So the max dose that I had, I went through it, I ingested it, and that took me into what probably would be ego dissolving kind of experience, what some people may kind of call K-hole. So I've gone through all the spectrums of the kind of just mellowy, meditative, very, very cool kind of nice, comfortable, relaxing feelings, all the way to, oh, this is starting to be psychedelic. I can feel kind of this disassociation happening. I'm noticing just kind of different sensations and symbols and everything coming up, connecting to my thoughts in a very different kind of way, all the way to, oh no, this is getting into, I'm not sure if this is real. Oh, damn it. And then just kind of just acknowledging I'm lost in psychedelic space where all I can do is just kind of breathe and listen to the music, and then just let that be whatever that is.
Just
And then
be.
just kind of, just exactly, just the best advice that I have ever learned or have been given in this whole thing is whenever you're going through something challenging, and even if it's not challenging, just breathe and listen to the music.
Yeah.
That's pretty much anything you're going to be able to do, really. So just breathe and listen to the music. So learning
Don't
that,
struggle. Just don't struggle.
yeah, no struggle, no expectations. Just breathe and
Surrender.
listen to the music.
Yeah.
Surrender to the experience. Accept that whatever will come, and just kind of go through it. So I got to that place. It was very, very interesting. To be honest, one of the most intense experiences that I've had in the psychedelic space has been with the ketamine at that level. Um, uh, Although I have been through many, many more. But yeah, that one was the one where I really felt that kind of disconnect between what was happening inside my inner space versus in the outer space and baseline. I had my girlfriend there with me. She was kind of helping me set up the space, and we were doing a little bit of singing bowls kind of experiences as well. And she was talking to me. She was saying like, hold on to this ball. She put it in my body. She was like hitting the balls for the resonance and the whole kind of meditative process for the sound healing thing. I had no idea that was happening. Like I was going through my own thing in my own internal space, just kind of in a void, just in existing in nothingness, wondering if this is what death feels like. And then until all of a sudden, I just kind of blinked. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm back. What am I doing in the floor? But it was challenging, hard experience. Not the hardest, but one of the kind of most challenging experiences that I've gone through. But very, very satisfying, very, very good to understand what people go through when they go through these things, and just acknowledging again the power and the importance of setting, the space, the mindset that you go into, the intentions that you're doing for yourself,
Yep.
the reason why you're doing it, the people that are supporting you and when you're doing it, and also the opportunity to allow yourself the space to go through it. It's not whoever's there supporting you shouldn't be helping you all the time. It's like just having that conversation with people and knowing like, hey, if this happens, then yes, but just do this, just tell me that, just hold my hand, just hold my shoulder, just say these things, only respond with the most minimal, like whatever it is that you actually have the conversation with them, so they can actually give you the space to go through the experience. Because
Yeah,
one of the
really,
things,
the only time that anything should be intervened is when when it becomes life-saving protocols.
yeah. And the one thing that I can say, just as unique compared to other experiences that I've had with other psychedelics and now with the ketamine seems to give you kind of this opportunity of observing the observer. So it's more like it's you working with you versus something like with psilocybin or ayahuasca that does seem like there's a lot of value having a guide there going through the experience with you and actually kind of doing the whole thing with the music, with the chanting, with whatever work that they do as a healer in the experience, as a facilitator for the experience. Also with the psilocybin, feels that same way. With ketamine, I've noticed that difference with something that you are at least better able to navigate just by yourself, and there's value in the fact that you are doing the work yourself with yourself.
Thank you. I was going to ask you to be specific on what you would say were the biggest differences between the Aya journey, the mushroom journey, and the ketamine journey.
Yeah, with the Aya, like I said, the melodic music, less lyrics seems to be best, just because it allows you to go deeper into your own conversations, your own experiences. Psilocybin seems to be a little more friendly sometimes. I don't know exactly how to explain it. Everything seems to be a little bit more alive when you're working through it. Very contemplative as well. With ayahuasca is really just you're just gone with the music, and it's more of the guidance through the music and through the work that the facilitator is doing and whatever he's kind of doing and just kind of working through you. And it does seem to be a little bit more I don't want to say challenging per se, but more work gets done. I've seen, at least in my case, my own experiences with ayahuasca versus with psilocybin or anything else. And just with LSD, kind of closing with that, it seems to me very more conversational Like I feel like I have more of an opportunity to actually just engage with people, to connect to emotions, to release myself from an emotion, to go back to that emotion, to process in a more kind of baseline space through a psychedelic kind of mindset. So those would be kind of differences.
So I need to break in now and ask my final question. I looked down a minute ago and I'm like, oh my goodness, we're at the end. Like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Like, no.
I got one question though.
Oh, but I have to.
5-MeO.
I have once. I don't seem to respond very well to the inhaled smoked versions for whatever reason.
Oh, well, we should have a chat after the show because there's many more ways to do it. But I sadly still have to break in. If people want to reach you, they can reach you through Better You Care, or would.
So if they want to reach me directly, just with the Instagram, the Out of Your Own Way, I believe would be the best way. If they are very interested, if they are in the U.S., if they want to learn more about psychedelic assisted psychotherapies through ketamine, then the Better You website would be the best way to kind of just go into that. That's its own very unique thing. It's because it is just US based, but Out of Your Own Way, myself, I can just talk to people from all over the world and help in different types of modalities. So yeah, either or is great to be there, but the clinical side of things would be betteryoucare.com.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And that's it.
Oh, it's that time again?
Time
thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my awesome co-host Cindy, myself, and our incredible guest Alejandro. And I can tell we're going to have you on again anyway.
Of course.
Because, it was sad to see we came to the end.
Just flicked the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Happy to join whenever you have me over.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye, Cindy. Bye, Steve.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
420 Pace Network. Found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Shallon. Sample number 3.
Thank you.
Pop your lid off me.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to do this before it deletes it again on me.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you're
Save
done.
and finish later.
Yeah, save and finish later.
Mix it all up.
There we
That's
go.
what I do.
All right. Here's the ash. Sorry, the
Grind plate.
plate.
Thank you. But yours? She's
No,
got one in front
that's
of
just
her.
the one that was
Oh,
on there.
okay.
Yeah. Doesn't
It's
matter.
not getting
Well,
ground yet.
papers-
It doesn't get
oh,
ground
yeah.
yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get ground.
No grounding.
So we can answer your questions 1 through 6, right? While we have the plate.
Here. That one's open.
Oh. Okay, I didn't see the ones that Bob had.
You took it.
What's that? The papers? Yeah, I did take them.
Oh.
I took them and gave them to Shallon.
Thank you.
How are you finding in these strains that you've done so far the crystal factor?
Oh,
The first one was nice inside.
there's been crystals on them.
Oh, nice.
But there's no what I've noticed is there was no powder.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catch it in the sun, you can really see it.
Can you see the crystal in the sun?
It's really purple.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Nice. I can see the purple from here.
Oh, wow. Well, fuck, you're 13 hours away.
It's the mushrooms.
Oh, look at that.
No, I could really see that it was purple when he was holding it up in the sun. I could see it purple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's visually appealing.
Karma cup.
Yes, visually appealing. Okay, that means that has to go. Oh, yeah, it has to go around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're judging the Karma Cup. It's the 11th season
Making
here
a
in
guess.
Canada.
That one. Black Domino.
What is it?
I'm going to run a promo here, Al.
All right, go ahead as we keep judging here at the.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
And we are back.
All right, we're testing this indica. Everybody's got a good. They're liking it. Yeah. Moistures. Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, this is
Overall
this is
visual
smelling
appeal?
good. This is I'm.
Which one's this, Al?
This is
that what you're
this
on
is
now?
Sample number
Yeah.
3.
I'm just going to crack the bud to feel the.
I can do that. I will do number 3 of the indica
No, that's
or
not.
the sativa.
Correct.
No,
Yeah, what
that's
did you get? Like how? That's what I'm trying to get from you
Okay,
earlier. What are
so
your results for sativa number 3?
Well, I'm going to roll this, what I have left of it, and plus
Oh,
with
there
my
you go.
notes.
Overall visual. I like the look.
Yeah.
There you go. So 1 through 9.
Okay, let's get it rolled.
All
Yeah,
right,
we're gonna
gone
do it.
around twice.
That's 13.
No, that's 1. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't see any physical contaminants. Did anybody else? see
No,
any?
I'm not seeing any, but
Nothing. Okay.
remind me next time. I'll definitely bring us some loops. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not gonna see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next one. Translate. Does the aroma translate to taste? Taste.
moisture.
I really.
Number two
taste
is moisture.
important to me.
Yeah, I was going to mark that.
You know, like you can.
The taste is important to me, but the smell. I mean, I love the smell, but the smell not so
Yeah, I
much.
like the smell too, but the smell doesn't always translate to taste.
No.
Aroma pleasant.
Yeah, that's what I've found over the years.
Ice feedback.
Stickiness to touch.
Yeah.
Stickiness to touch. Does it feel sticky?
Yeah. Okay, so we're into the grinding phase.
Question
Now,
6: physical contaminants.
Shallon's gonna grind it up.
No,
He's gonna
so,
let
yeah,
us know
no.
That what you got?
how it is, whether it feels really moist or dry.
And we're about
or-
to smoke it for the next year.
Is there any lumber in it? No lumber. No lumber. Good to put that in the comments. Saying.
Don't make those comments too long. I can't remember them. How are you making out?
Pretty cute.
You sure are.
Okay.
Yeah, not too much at all for stock.
You know, I'm so used to cooking burgers and hot dogs. You know, maybe next time I do one of these, I'll just do a sub thing. Pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can just go and grab them. No, I'm gonna keep. We'll keep doing this.
Ooh, that fluffed out decent, eh? Yeah, that's a good fluff.
Probably when we start that, I'll get Al to run a video that's a little longer. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah. When I go to start up the barbecue, I'll get you to run a video. One of the other videos that are on there.
Yeah. They're only a couple of minutes though, so I can run a couple.
That's yeah. Or I'll just go do it. Yeah.
Well, there's one here that's 4 minutes.
We're gonna keep judging while I'm cooking.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I can really.
Yeah. You know, by the seat of your pants, right?
Always.
Always.
But I smelled that first.
And okay, now Shallon, how was it? Fluffy?
Yeah, it fluffed out pretty good.
Yeah.
Not overly dry.
Not overly dry.
Not-
Moisture was
not
good
wet.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no complaints.
No
there,
problem. By the looks of it, you're gonna roll 2 joints.
At least.
Do we want to speed this up? You want to help her, Deb?
Yeah.
So if we guess the strain, like after all this is done and over
Right.
down the road, when do they release the results? Do we get to
Yeah,
find
yeah.
out if
The
we guess
results
the
will
right
be
strain?
released on what the.
Oh, you mean if you were right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
See, you
sure
can
they
go
do.
back. Once things are submitted, you can go back and edit them. Last year, you
Until
couldn't-
what
you
date?
Couldn't.
Until the
Last
end.
year I wanted to go
Okay.
back in and see how I judged on things. And that's why I had leftovers out of each strain, so I could go back, double check what I saw, and say, okay, well maybe I'll go to the store and buy
Yeah.
that. Now that is finished first or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And the one thing that is different on the website this year is you can see, you'll probably be able to see your results this year, next year, although you can't see last year's results. I don't see them here.
Yeah, it is. It's a different.
Oh, I was going to keep track every year.
That's
three out of that
could
one.
be. Yeah, yeah.
Could be. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll
Okay,
find
we got
out.
the joints coming,
Can't tell you
and
that.
no problem rolling
Too
joints.
early.
All right. Okay, now we're going to be checking the ash. We want to know about.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Does the taste translate or the aroma translate into the taste? Your smoking experience. Keep an eye
Yeah,
on
no, that very rarely happens.
So we're just dumping it in. Oh yes.
Numbers that.
You know, we can't.
Enough for a third joint.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 joints.
Wow.
Yeah. I put fluff nicely and put a 9 in brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask what papers you're using, Al?
Because they
And which ones? The greens?
blue.
I don't like the blue. I like the green.
I like the blues.
I like blues too.
The blues are good for slickers.
Yeah. I like the reds all and the blues.
The red's too thick. I went.
My joints, so the fuller paper is better.
I splurged this month and I got some regular Ziggy Whites.
Yeah, that has some bite.
I can't pay $3.75 a pack of papers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you're paying for them anyways, buddy.
I've been using Good Day for years.
Yes, I have too.
And we met Kirk at the Karma Cup.
Oh, years ago. Yeah. And he's not even with Gazay anymore.
Correct. And ever since then, I've been smoking Gazay, and the Camel Lifestyle Shop keeps me in stock.
We have.
He keeps. Kurt sent me a whole crap load of stuff before I moved, so I still have a lot of reds and blues left. But you can't. I've tried to get Gazay into the store here in town, into my cannabis, but not yet. Although I have been successful in getting Shatterizer products in there and Canadian lumber.
Just look at it.
I have a minimal of 10 customers that buy these Gazays by the box load.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I love them.
Yeah,
I
love them. I wish Kurt still worked there because now I have to pay for them.
Yes.
So what's everybody thinking of so far? Of
well, let's just say, I think this round we would hear. Oh,
so you're on 8 already.
Oh,
where
have you got any more?
No. You're on question 9.
It's not the 70s, Al.
Ash.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
It's really, really light. That ash. You look at that ash.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's clean.
It's clean. Yeah.
Effects.
Now, okay, so here's a discussion. While we're all trying these strains, as far as judging goes, how effective are we being doing one strain after another as opposed to?
Not asking us how stoned we are.
Yeah,
I guess the effect does.
For the effects and experience, not pleasant or very pleasant. Bob says he doesn't know which one's hitting him right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Yep. My answer would have been
11 overall enjoyment.
Okay. Now don't forget, you can always go back and edit it.
And would you buy this
things
product?
Too?
12 is what would you buy this product?
You haven't even offered me a glass of water or anything, Al.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you
That's
want?
okay. I went to the fridge and got some
water.
No, that's too small. I burned my fingers.
Don't forget, guys. There's water, iced tea,
These things.
some
I have
pop,
water and tea.
some pop from Legacy 420.
Oh.
I like the black cherry.
What's the milligrams on that one? 60. What was the other one? 30. Yeah. $2. $2 for that.
I need some black.
So what are we on now, Al?
We are. Everybody is done judging. We're gonna move on to number 4. We still got a joint going here though. From number 3. Okay.
This is what I'm working on, and my notes here from the first time I tried it: 2-hour buzz.
It doesn't seem to ask us about the burn either.
I can still taste it.
Like it burns nice and even.
Yeah.
I can taste it too.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
Okay.
Dollar store.
Is that number 4?
No, that's number 3.
Oh.
We're almost halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 gram of love is later still.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. It's April the 24th and we are live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
No, not too bad. I'm looking forward to the upcoming week, and that is because the weather is looking really nice compared to what we've had.
Yeah, it's warming up here too, but to be fair, we need rain. Like I'm out in BC and it's drier than a popcorn.
Oh, yeah. Well, sounds like another year of fires.
Yeah, well, Alberta's already lit up, right? And they've actually just called in Alberta that there is a fire emergency up in the north by Fort McMurray again. They're already evacuating small towns. So
Yeah.
I'm not close to that by any means, but that's Alvin's area of employment near Grand Prairie, right? So it does kind of affect us. So we need rain, quite honestly.
Rain.
It's warming, but we need rain.
We've had some good rain, but some people say we still need more. So
Yeah.
now talking about rain and raining things on you. Last week we're talking about I gifted you some cannabis, sent you a little package there, but since then, wow.
Right? I know. I was sitting here at 4:20 and it was like my phone's ringing. And I had phoned them the night before because I was trying to get something lined up so they deliver. So I was and their website wasn't working. So I phoned them and said, hey, your website's not working. I'll come in tomorrow. So I assumed that when they were phoning, it was just tell me the website was up and working, and if I wanted a delivery, that they were able to do that, right? No, I won their 420 prize. And I mean, it was, to be honest, I think it was a full 30 grams, 20 like, as a gift, because there was so much packed into that bag. It was crazy. Live resin and like vape tips and a hash cone and a quarter and an eighth of flour, plus a whole bunch of joints. And I've still got that blunt. There's a blunt that we haven't even smoked yet. I still got a lot of it left because there was so much of it. But I mean, like Broken Coast Amnesia Haze, like these ones here are like, and Broken Coast, everybody, it's a pretty.
Yeah, you like them. You've given them thumbs up.
Right, when we had to do the MMPR thing, and we had to change our licensing for that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to cave, but yeah, like that's and there was 3 of them in the container, right? So we got kind of spoiled, but there was one that was like not so good.
Oh yeah.
And I really like the provider, right? They're an awesome provider. I really enjoy a lot of their other infused cannabis joints. This one was mint deep. All right. Like it was like making my eyes water, like my nose run. Like when you get that clearing, like you just suck.
Yeah.
They must have run the cannabis and Vicks because it was bad.
Oh, well, see, it can work as a natural decongestant.
I guess, but it was natural. Like holy freaking moly! It was like eye watering. No thanks.
Oh wow!
It was bad. It was. That's the only complaint I have. And I shouldn't be complaining because I mean, hey,
you spent a lot of years advocating for cannabis legalization, and we continue to do so.
To be fair,
like when you started doing this, you would never thought that you would be winning a prize at a store.
No, I never thought that we'd have stores.
Yeah,
I remember the first time I walked into that BC liquor, like because it's like the BC Liquor Control was the first store we ever had open in Cranbrook, and I remember the first day I walked in here, and I kind of wasn't, I really didn't want to, and I left and I sat in my car and I cried.
Wow. Yeah.
Because they were doing what I had to go and sit and do 6 months house arrest for.
Yeah.
Right? Trafficking. Right? So I did 6 months house arrest for what they're now doing legal. Behind a counter with a tail and a smile.
No, yeah.
So that was a hard pill to
Swallow, eh?
it was
Yeah.
tough. Yeah.
And, yeah.
No, I don't care.
There's
No,
a
it's like
process to get rid of that, but you have to still pay and do. It wasn't eliminated like it is in the U.S., where our guest is from,
No.
where they just sign it into law and remove it, right?
And the thing is, my cannabis possession charges, when I had a criminal record check done 2 years ago for the Ukrainian Society, we had to have criminal record checks done because we were dealing with vulnerable people, right? My cannabis possession charges were 2 of them. They were both under 7 grams. Were gone. Now, there was a appear showed in there that I didn't even remember having, right? Like I got a failure to appear, and that was back like in 90. And then the trafficking's still sitting there, and the possession of cocaine is still there, right? So those things are different. And again, like I don't have $3,000 to have them like just suspend it.
Yeah. There's more to the story than just 4 grams.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's felony.
All right. Well, what do you say? We got a guest in?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. All right. At this time, I'd like to introduce a guest who's busy educating and advocating with veterans in the U.S. as well as from around the world. We'd like to welcome Al Byrne back to the Pace Radio Show. Good evening, Al. How you doing?
Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara. Nice to meet you, Tamara. I don't believe we've talked, but Al and I had some conversations, one recently. I'm doing good. Just give you a weather report. I'm on the Gulf Coast of Florida and what we call the Panhandle down here. A lot of you Canadians come down this way, and you're never disappointed. Water temperature in the Gulf this evening is 71 degrees. Water temperature, yeah. And tomorrow probably be low 80s, very sunny, just a gentle breeze. So anyway, I just thought I'd fill in Canada and what the rest of the world is like.
We're all pasty Canadians, and you're nicely tanned and yeah, the nice sun. Yeah, we get like that sometimes.
I was talking to Al there a couple days ago, and he says, "Boy, I can never tell you're in Canada. Look at you, you're wearing a coat,
sweaters, our hair, like, and our faces are all white, like
hoodie on."
Well, listen, I grew up in Massachusetts, so I know about cold.
Okay.
Not Canadian cold, but it was cold enough, and that's one reason I decided I'd get out of there. I didn't like the cold, still don't. Go south. Good decision.
I could scratch out of here. I would.
Yeah. I was thinking that I was thinking that Tamara was with me when you were on the program, but by what you said there, when we came in, Tamara wasn't on the program when you were on. So this is a good opportunity, I guess, to get a bit of a background on Al, as far as to let Tamara and remind our viewers and any new viewers, your background when it comes to the cannabis end of things.
Background, huh? Okay, I grew up in New England. I went to Catholic schools. I went through my entire education from first grade through college in Catholic schools, and I was never in a classroom with a woman.
Really?
Just to give you an idea of I'm old. See, I'm 81. So I'm taking you back to an era before a lot of your audience even was born, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
you're the same age as my dad. So yeah.
Anyway, so that's how it started. I was a really big, good time high school jock. I went to Notre Dame. I was a really good jock at Notre Dame. While there, I joined the Navy at 17. I was what they call a midshipman. I was in a reserve officer training program, training to be an officer. So when I got out of Notre Dame, I got commissioned as an ensign. I spent 2 years on a destroyer. Then I spent 2 years in Rhode Island, sort of bringing me back to New England. My wife at the time wanted that. I wasn't too happy with it, but hey, what the hell. And then I got out of the Navy. I had done 4 years active duty. I had to do 6 in the Navy. At that time, you had to do your 6. So I did the 4 on active, and I had to do 2 as a reserve. I went in the reserve unit in Boston, and I was in the reserves about 6 months before I was recalled to active duty. I was sent to Vietnam as advisor for the VNs. Was there a year. Was transferred after that to Hawaii for 4 years, which was really wonderful. Got back to New England. I went to Rhode Island again, to the Newport area, right at, it was great. It was the 200th anniversary of the United States being born. The tall ships were there. It was mid-70s, spectacular time. Left there, went back to the Seabees again. Seabees are like the Navy's equivalent of Army engineers. They're Navy rates, and they go all over the place, can virtually build anything. There were about 900 of us in the battalion. We went from, we were all over the place. We were in the Caribbean, mostly Puerto Rico. At the same time, we were also in the Bahamas and in Iceland. And then we got transferred over to the West Coast, and we were in Guam and the Philippines, in Thailand, and a little island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, 1,400 miles from any inhabited land, called Diego Garcia. A very secret base. And so I did that and then I came back to the United States and was assigned to run one of the biggest retail stores in the Navy in the outside of Seattle area, Whidbey Island, Washington. It was a huge complex, 30,000 people in the service. I had about 400 employees. I had 11 restaurants, and I had dry cleaning plants and gas stations that pumped 500,000 gallons a month. It was a huge thing. And then they transferred me there to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for my last 2 years, and went to school on high quality contracting for the government, big money, and spent the last 2 years dealing with a Fortune 500 company called Gould, managing $1 billion plus contract. So my background in the Navy was basically logistics and or management at some higher level of management. And then I took that along the way. I stumbled into what I had known as a young man. At 21, my dad was dying of cancer, and he had lost 100 pounds. He was a mess. He was dying. He had liver cancer. He was in Boston. They were doing back then. Now this is 67. Very, very rudimentary chemotherapy treatment. I mean, now it's a little rough, but back then it was ridiculously rough. Anyway, it was killing him. So I went to his doctor. Now, the story's got this historical twist to it, but it's what it is. My dad graduated from Boston College in 1932. In the time, cannabis was a medicine. It was used all over the place. The guy that became his doctor graduated with him from BC in 32, went to medical school. I forget which one, probably around there someplace. Anyway, got out of medical school in 36 and did practice. Well, the whole time through medical school, he'd been taught about the uses of cannabis as a medicine. And when I went to him in the 60s, and he knew what was going on, and it was my dad's doc. He knew what the hell was going on, and I said, this throwing up and this he can't hold food down. He's dehydrated. Yeah. He says, try and get him some. He called it marijuana. Get him some marijuana, and see if he'll use it. And anyway, I'll shorten it up a little bit. I got some. He used it, and he stopped throwing up. He stopped being totally miserable almost before, right in front of my eyes. So
I assumed he smoked it.
Huh?
I assumed he smoked it.
He did, and
Yeah.
that we've been lucky with that because when he was in his 20s, he worked in Chicago as a salesman, and he drank and he smoked and he hung out in the speakeasies, just like anybody would if you're 25 in Chicago. And so he smoked. So he had given it up long time ago. But when I approached him with I think it was the first joint I ever rolled in my life, and I gave it to him. And he could smoke it. He knew how, you know what I mean? He had that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he felt a lot better. He ate. Of course, he died very soon after that. But it left a lasting impression about how quickly, how really quickly and dramatically my dad's composure changed. It was astounding. So anyway, fast forward to 83. I'm in the basement of a university building, Case Western University in Cleveland, working with my then wife, Marilyn Latham, on her thesis. And what we had done is we had contacted NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. It was a much bigger deal then than it is now. But they still only had, 3,000 or 5,000 paying people. Anyway, we convinced NORML to do a mailing that sent out a survey, a questionnaire to all their people, asked them to fill it out and send it back. And it was astounding. Usually when you do some shit like that, you get a response rate in the single digits. We got something like 88% of these things back. And basically, it was a questionnaire that, again, my ex-wife wanted to put a thesis to, which is, would you tell your healthcare provider, your MD, your nurse, about your use of cannabis for any reason at all? And they wrote back basically, I think it was someplace around 80% said, absolutely, I'll tell my doc or my nurse. The others, I guess, weren't so sure. So that was nice. We had some really good information there, but we got thousands of these things back. I'm telling you, thousands of them. So we sat down there in this basement for days, and I can only say in my life it was the first time I really felt like some sort of epiphany had just occurred in me. It was not what I was reading was handwritten notes from 4,000 people. They were of every sex. They were, every sex, male and female. They were, all kinds of races. They made no money.
Yeah, every religion. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah, anything you can imagine answered up. And what they said was, now this is 1983. You guys know what you know now, but back then we didn't know shit.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm reading is, this helps me with Crohn's disease.
Oh.
This helps me with sickle cell. This helps me with migraines. This helps me with pain control. Now, what we knew back then was that it was a really good antiemetic. Kept people that were sick from throwing up, which was helped my dad a lot. And it was also a really good way to control glaucoma through a lowered the intraocular pressure in the eyes. We knew that, but we didn't know about Crohn's disease. We didn't know that morning sickness was so diminished with the use of cannabis. We didn't know that people who hadn't slept in months and years got on cannabis and had 8 or 9 hours uninterrupted sleep for the first time in months. We didn't know all that then. But in that basement, I learned it. And so what it became for me was then how do you get this information to the public?
Yeah, you see this, you've got all this information, and you just want to scream at the world, hey.
What do you do with it? You got to get it out there.
So you got to get it out there.
I use NORML to some degree. I was running NORML to a degree, and then we formed an organization called Patients at a Time. And this was the killer. This was an organization that under AMA, American Nurses Association, and American Medical Association blessings, we held conferences for doctors, nurses, PhDs, and we taught them about the therapeutic uses of cannabis. And this was accredited conferences. So a doctor or a nurse got there, they got their continuing education credits for the year, et cetera, et cetera. And so the information presented was scientifically unrefutable. And that was the contest that I undertook with the federal government of the United States. My thought at the time when I was doing all this and putting this shit together was that the government of the United States has an opinion. I have science, and that science will trump it. And so we did that. Right. Then we did that, and then fast forward. That went really well. And then fast forward into 2007, I'm a veteran, a Navy veteran. As I said, I spent 24 years on active duty, and I'm continually interested to the nth degree in veteran affairs. So with another guy named Mike Kravitz, who you probably have heard of, Mike and I started an organization called Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. And what we wanted access to was the Veterans Health Administration of the United States. We wanted cannabis to be able to be used as a medicine within that gigantic hospital organization, biggest in the world. Took us 3 years, but we did it. By July of 2010, the Veterans Health Administration, listening to us, wrote a directive, like the thing, like a law, a directive. And it said, one sentence was simply, cannabis is a medicine. And then it went on to explain that this medicine should be used correctly and just, do it right. And then I think about a year later, they did it all over again. They issued another directive, same thing, changed a couple of words, it was the same thing. So we had introduced cannabis as a medicine to the largest healthcare facility in the world, which is in the United States part of the executive branch of our government. Executive branch is the president's little quadrant. We have the legislature, who are dysfunctional. We have the judicial, which is up for grabs, and then you got the executives. So this is part of the executive branch, the branch that has withheld saying anything positive, and yet for now 14 years this July, the Veterans Health Administration has been treating veterans all over the United States, except, and I'll get to the except, with cannabis in their treatment protocols. And so think about what I just said, 14 years.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of thousands of visits of vets all over the place. And you know what? Come on. There hasn't been a single reported problem.
Yeah. And
we would have heard.
How are they able to get access if it's not legal in every state? Like, are they?
Well, okay. Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. So I'll go there right now. The problem we have is that we have 50 states and territories. All of the territories of the United States, Guam, Virgin Islands, have enacted positive cannabis laws, and 42 of the 50 states have as well. So what we have in the country now of the United States is we have only 8 states in the United States that do not have some sort of cannabis law that's positive, either medical or totally recreational. So for veterans in those states, by the way the executive branch decisions have been made, those veterans in Kansas can't use cannabis medically and go into a Kansas VA facility and be treated as a veteran. They're told to go home.
Oh.
So that's where I am right now. My whole focus is to try and get folks to understand that we have U.S. military veterans, wounded veterans who can't use cannabis in the VHA medical facilities, not because the VA has a problem with it, only because these veterans live in a state that doesn't have some sort of positive law. I call that medical treatment by geography.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Now,
illogical, it's immoral,
would they
and it's
not be?
not medically unethical. But that's where I am. So that's my history. I started out at 17,
Wow.
joining the Navy, and I'm 81, and I'm still very, very concerned about the inequality of my brothers and sisters.
As they always say, thank you for your service. And I can say that twice because of not only for your military and the things, but also with your cannabis advocacy work.
Oh, thanks, Al. Yeah.
It goes hand in hand, right? Because when you're talking about a good medicine, veterans deserve the best, right? So they should be getting the best, and I think that's where it goes hand in hand with all service, right?
Well, yeah, it's a medicine. I mean,
yeah.
So first of all, I have to tell these for years now. You guys can understand. I've been talking to senators and congressmen and idiots all over the place, and over, I listen to them, and they talk about marijuana, the drug, and it's like it's cannabis, and it's a friggin' plant, it grows in the ground, and God, that's hard to get through with some human beings. And they just
no critical.
It is. I know. It's they've only known the negative. That's what they were taught. Everybody, a lot of the people now, like you said, you're 81. Your dad lived in an era where cannabis wasn't illegal, and everybody else, basically most of society now is growing up knowing that only being illegal. And,
well, when you grew up in the 80s too, we had we're Canadian, but we still had the Reagan years, right? Like, this is your brain on drugs. And growing up with all these commercials with this is your brain on drugs, right? So
the eggs frying in the frying pan.
You're talking about that advertisement where they're frying
pan in the eggs in the 80s, right? Because I was a teenager in the 80s, right? So again, that was our, and all the propaganda that we get out of the US comes across the border to us. So we get all this propaganda out of the States. This is your, brain on drugs, and it just kind of filters up here. But at the same time, Jean Chrétien, we had we had all kinds of Ladine reports and stuff done in Canada to move forward towards legalization in the 60s, in the 70s, to have some, Republican conservative, we have them here too, trust me, that comes flying across the border with this is your brain on drugs. So we got stagnated at the same time with Reagan's messaging in the States too.
I remember those ads. I thought they were hilarious, but they worked. They worked,
Oh yeah.
And again, I got to go back to what I said earlier. The government has an opinion, and we now have science. So it's been the education of the masses, not so much the politicians, the masses, the patients, that has changed this whole discourse from where I got in, where everybody went to jail just for saying the word, to now where it's a respected medicine, So it's a sea change, and I want to tell your audience that, especially the younger folks, like, this isn't over yet.
No.
There's still enough stupidity out there to keep this thing going on for a while, but you're way ahead of where we were. Don't quit, don't give up, and make sure when you say something about the use of cannabis, you say it accurately and be willing to have some science behind it. Just don't say shit. That's what the government does. It says stuff.
Well, the one good thing we can, positively say about legalization in Canada is that our crime rates are down 95% for possession. And to me, that is one of the best, I think, moves forward. Never mind that people have quite a bit of access in Canada now with our legalization market. But the fact that 95% of people have not been charged with possession of any type of cannabis is the best part of legalization, I think, for me.
People aren't getting arrested as many people. 95% reduction.
Reduction.
In charges.
90%.
Well, the one thing I will give Canada credit for is the care of their military with cannabis.
Yes, absolutely.
Up in your country, a vet can get cannabis from the government. It's good stuff. It's free, and it's delivered to their home. They don't even have to go out and get it. It's delivered to them, which is what it should be.
Right.
In the United States, as I just described, depending on where you live, you can't even use it and go into a hospital.
Yeah.
So the disparity of treatment there among the military, and we all, I don't know about you guys about the military, but the members of the military of Canada are my brothers and sisters just as much as the Marines are down here. We have a common bond of what we do for why we do it. And it doesn't, and the injuries, I'll point out to the audience, the injuries that the modern day military has are not that much different than the injuries that civilians have.
No.
Brain traumas and TBIs and post-traumatic stress issues can come not just from warfare, but from all kinds of sources. So that, when we talk about the use of this stuff for like military, or I do a lot, it certainly is valid for civilian use. I belong to a group in it's an international group. It's called Athletes for Care. And basically it's made up of professional athletes, Olympic athletes, and college-grade athletes who have suffered in some way through their sport some sort of problem, and have found cannabis to be helpful. And this just isn't football players and hockey players; it's fencers and gymnasts and swimmers.
Right.
So this whole thing about cannabis, it's a plant. It's a incredibly good nutritional source, which is another aspect that isn't discussed very much. And it certainly has pain control abilities that we all should recognize as being wonderful, because there's no side effects. There's none of that side effects that you get with pharmaceuticals. So I'm sort of diverging here, but I am the medical cannabis guy, and that's where I go with my conversations.
Oh, absolutely.
Super. And that's and that's what we need. More people who speak up, more people get educated. They speak up. It spreads like wildfire. But we have to take a commercial break right now. And as far as science, and you got a future project and stuff that you're working on, I'm going to get into that after the break. And as you mentioned, there's still lots of work to do. People still have to keep the advocacy going. So I'm going to throw a shout out there to the fact that next Saturday, this coming Saturday, May the 4th, is the Global Marijuana March being held globally here in Canada. The big one, the big one's happening in Vancouver as well as in Toronto. So it'll be interesting happening. So I'm going to throw in a little promo for that. And we'll see you all after the break. This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga, Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are People Advocating Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back. Tamara and I are joined by our guest, war vet and cannabis advocate, Al Byrne. Boy, I choked on that toke just before we came back live again. So now, before the break, we're talking about all the work that you've been doing, Al, your background and everything in your cannabis advocacy and with the military, the Navy, right? Going forward though, you were talking, you have a new project that you're working on with a friend of yours, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about that. And I've got some questions for you on some of the stuff that I've already seen presented, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Tamara, hi, I'm back. Casper Leach is the fellow that I've partnered with in this particular project. Casper's background is over the last 10, 15, 20 years, he's been in the entertainment world, basically, with a website basically built around time for hemp, for being the number. And he's done a good job with presenting cannabis issues and cannabis people and conversations about hemp and about medical cannabis and about legalization, the whole concept. So anyway, while this was going on, he had the wherewithal and the brains to archive it all. Every show that he ever did, he kept. and he kept it in remarkably good condition. And a lot of what he kept, I am involved with in that I almost all of the medical cannabis interviews over the years, 300 of them. And what we did was we interviewed, one of the things I did for real is I told you we ran these conferences. Well, I got these docs and nurses and researchers coming in from all over the world. And they would give their presentations, and everybody went away happy, like I said. And I was real happy because I was giving the finger to the feds. But what I was also meeting these people. So then what I did to try and, later on, you guys will appreciate this because you had a bump into TV. But so after I did 4 or 5 of these conferences, it was great. We had this wonderful conference, 350 people sitting in the room, went back to wherever they came from, and they were, pumped.
Good.
And I thought, well, that's that. Good job, Al. But there's a million people out there. So at this point in time, I decided to go video, and you can read all about this stuff. But and we did the video part live, and we did it, and then we sold it later on as educational material, and that way we got to expand the message out quite a bit. So anyway, that all started, like I said, the conference stuff started in about 2000, and I'm sorry, I sort of lost where you wanted me to go with that.
Oh, okay. With the stuff that you're doing with Casper, as far as the interviews.
Yeah. So anyway, we did all this stuff, and Casper archived it. So a year ago, I got a hold of him, and before that, Casper had been the right-hand man for a very, very leadership guru here in the United States, a guy named Jack Herr. He's the hemp man of the world. He reintroduced hemp back into the world, and Casper was his right-hand man for a decade. So anyway, Casper and I got together, and he said, "Look, you did most of the interviews. How about we take a lot of these archives and rerun them? Because I've looked at them, and the information there is PhD level and timeless." And then what we do is we interspace that. You do some new interviews with some of the newer folks, and we get it all together. So that's a Time for Hemp project. Casper has already done some remarkable editing. Basically, he's done interviews that I've done, and he's sort of taken out the ahs and the oomphs and the ads, and it's just straight up really high quality editing. And the conversations I don't remember having them. I was like, wow, that's cool, Al. Hey, you did good there.
I'm gonna bring.
It's good.
I'm gonna bring one on here to the screen. I'm gonna show here. Here's one here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is at Casper's website. You're talking about seminars, so on and so forth. This is called the Roots of Medical Cannabis Research. And I don't know whether you can read the guests who are involved in this episode. It's just phenomenal. The people that you've got it on.
Well, I see Andy Weil there.
Yeah. Dr. Donald Abrams.
That. Oh, you're talking about that interview? Yeah. Abrams, Weil, Grinspoon, and
Raphael Mechoulam.
Yeah, Mechoulam. Rafi was in there. Yeah, it's a hell of a half hour.
Yeah, Dr. Jeffrey Harrigan, rather.
Yeah, California, great guy.
Yeah, and then a doctor from Germany, Dr. Grockenharman.
Grottenheimer from
Does it
Germany.
ring a bell?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Franjo. His first name is Franjo. Franjo started the
Yes.
IACM, the International Academy of Cannabis Medicine, and basically he was the first president, and did everything.
Yeah, exactly.
He's an MD, speaks fluent English as well as German, and has been a leader in that cannabis medicine thing in Europe very, very successfully for 20-some years. Hell of a good guy. And he's a patient.
Legalized as well.
And he's a patient.
Yeah.
And of course,
I listened to this today.
Yeah, it's a hell of an
And
interview.
it was just, I was listening to these people who I was watching on videos when I was doing these educational seminars in cafes, and seeing these guys in movies, and I'm thinking, wow, now I'm sitting here listening to these same guys talking about all the benefits of cannabis, and it would just wow, I was blown away by it, and I can hardly wait to release this stuff here on the Pace Radio Network.
Yeah, well, thanks. But yeah, see, I knew all these guys, and so I'd call them up and I'd say,
Yeah.
"Can you do an interview?" Yeah, sure, I'll be glad. It was the conversations are kind of low key, I think, but the information provided is PhD level, because that's what these guys were.
Yeah.
Men and women here
Yeah.
were beyond the norm of figuring it all out. And a lot of them, like Dr. Weil, Andy Weil, I mean, he came to my call asking him for help 4 or 5 different times. I mean, he's on the cover of Time magazine 2 or 3 times, and I called him up and I said, "I need your help." "Yeah, what do you need now?" And he provided. Some of these people, they're exceptionally.
It's a gold star. It's a gold star interview. Like, this is a 5-star interview of people that you're talking to in this.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like,
Well, it's easy
yeah.
when you get that kind of talent. You ask
Yeah.
a question and just shut up. And let 'em
it's and as everybody can see there, you can
so
play it on the
anyway,
website.
that's what Casper and I
Casper
are
has-
doing. That's what we're doing. Let me finish it, and
Yeah.
then we have Casper and I and Time for Hemp have joined up with Pace Radio, and Pace Radio is going to rebroadcast some of these archives and the new stuff, pretty much, regularly. We're working on this. We've only talked about this for a week or two. And I don't know what I'm talking about. It's all between Al and not me, just other people.
Me and Casper.
Casper and you, I guess. Yeah. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I sent
that's
them
what
some
we're doing.
material.
We got
to
all
look
these
at.
archives, all this education, all this information, and we assume that at least half the audience out there has never heard this before.
Yep.
It's not dated. In fact, you might not have even heard about it, but it's true. It's there, and these are the guys that did it.
I would have when I was showing the documentaries, and these people were in there talking about the benefits of cannabis and stuff. I had nurses and I had people who were like medical specialists, like sort of like on the Reiki and other ways of homeopathic medicine, come to the cafes and watch these videos with me, and they would take down notes. These are researchers and doctors that did the research. Like, you're getting it right from the horse's mouth. Like, you can't get a much better source. And I just think it's just so important. Even though it's someone like Dr. Michelin isn't with us anymore, his education and the work that he did can continue. And this is one of the ways of doing that.
Yeah, well, it was unique, the approach of accredited conferences, and it was something that the federal government really couldn't get much involved with. and I'll clarify that. It actually, I think that we got the first one in 2000 at the University of Iowa, in Iowa City, of all places, Heartland, America. We were sponsored by the medical school and the nursing school of the university, and therefore by the American Medical and the American Nurses Association. And we kind of snuck it in there. There it was. It was done. And I had the opportunity and I took it. The University of Iowa had a student-based TV teaching program. I don't know what they called it. Didn't matter. They had cameras and they had the ability to broadcast this stuff all over the United States. So what I arranged with University of Iowa at the time was to broadcast the conference. It was 2 days, 16 hours live. And we broadcasted it live to 9 different places around the United States.
Nice.
And Canada.
Yeah.
And Canada. One of the recipients was McGill.
Oh, McGill University.
Yeah,
in Montreal.
The McGill setup was made by a doctor named Mark Ware.
Yeah.
And Mark came to us and said, "I'll help," and he did, and he's been with, I've known him forever.
He's still doing research at McGill. They're still doing research at McGill University.
Yeah, Mark has spent a lot of time, I believe, with Health Canada, with cannabis and pain control.
Well, the nice thing about it right now, since we've had this review that was done just recently, Health Canada, they've been recommended that Health Canada spend more money on research for medicinal purposes for cannabis. We need them to recognize cannabis as a medicine, and they still don't. Even though they give it to our veterans, Health Canada, it's a fight. Our College of Physicians block our doctors from allowing us to use a medicine that's natural and healthy for us. So we've got a long ways to go, even though we've got legalization in Canada.
Well, Mark's your man. He knows more about it than anybody. But anyway, what we did was we tossed science in their face. We used these people that you're referring to, and but the government did try to block me. The second conference we had was scheduled for Portland, Oregon, and it was all set up. It was done with the hospital there and the nurses, et cetera, in Oregon. And at the last minute, the hospital pulled its accreditation out from under us. Oh. And the reason we found out later was the federal government, namely the White House, the drug czar, had called the CEO of the HBO that ran the hospital and told him if he actually condoned the use of this conferencing in one of his hospitals, that the federal government would never spend another nickel in any one of his HBOs. Oh. And that was the kind of, that happened again, just so you don't think I'm making it up, in 2010, we did our conference in Tucson. And we were sponsored by the University of Arizona's Medical School, Nursing School, and Dr. Andrew Weil's Integrative Healing School. And all went well until a month or two ahead of the conference. I got an email from the lawyer of the University of Arizona's system. I mean, the whole system, the state. And she informed me that because we were going to have the subject of cannabis on the University of Arizona campus, she was not going to allow that. And therefore, your conference is canceled. And by the way, I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks, so adios. And we found out later, I'm not making this shit up. It's in my book.
I totally believe it.
We found out later that what had happened is the White House of the United States, the drug czar office, had called this woman. As I put it in my book, I said they found a lawyer with no balls.
Yeah.
A female, but give me a break on that. It's a pun, all right? And told her the same thing they told his CEO in Canada. They said, if you allow this conference, that we'll pull all the federal dollars out of your University of Arizona educational system. And this dumb lawyer believed him. But anyway, by the time she come back from vacation, Dr. Wild, the dean of the nursing school and the dean of the medical school, had convinced everybody else that the lawyer was a nut and we're going to do this, and we did it. But there's others, and I keep referring to my book, so let me brag. Other than Time for Hemp, and with all these archives and all this wonderful information that I hope your audience will check out now and then, if not a lot, I wrote a book. It's just, and it's called F-O-R, Country and Cannabis, for country and cannabis. In other words, as Al said earlier, thanks for your service, and not just the military, but the path beyond that. And thank you for that, because that's what my title means, for country. I served my country. And then later I served to indoctrinate the world, if you will, about the uses of therapeutic cannabis. So that's what the book's about. So some of these stories I'm relating, like the Arizona thing, and they're in there. And there's more.
They're all in there.
And some of them are terrible. Some of the stories of federal government, the actions they took against patients, sick people, horrible. So I wrote all that down because, as people told me a long time ago, "Al, if you don't do this, nobody else can."
And
you're still around.
It's all part of the history of cannabis.
It is. And again, back to right, and then that brings us right back to Casper and I, because these archives are history. And
for sure.
Many instances, I was going to say earlier, the last interviews done with some of these folks, Dr. Grinspoon and others, it's the last thing they ever did.
Well, I'll bring this back up on the screen again here. This is on Casper's website, and this is his blogs, the Time for Hemp Seeds to Grow. And these are some of the interviews that he's rejigged and put things together. Took the ums and ahs and stuff out of it. And they're all free. You can see they're a free download right there. Peter McWilliams, a tribute to Peter McWilliams. He was a cannabis advocate in the U.S. And I'm just trying to think of the young lady's name who has been Julia, correct? Yeah. There's one with Casper Chats with Tommy Chong and Tim Leary. There's the medical cannabis research one. Marijuana is good for you. There'll be an interview with Dr. Lester Grinspoon. Hemp Can Save the World. Interviews, chats with a bunch of people there. And Andrea Herman, I can remember listening to her years ago when the Pace Radio Show was on Time for Hemp. And she was a Canadian hemp farmer.
Well, I think the difference too is like the United States is like 5 times the population of we are or more.
Oh yeah.
So and it's really, I guess for me, it's kind of difficult to even imagine walking in a city that's like, because I live in a population of 20,000 people, and Calgary and Vancouver are huge to me. Or Toronto was like a culture shock. Montreal was a culture shock, right? Ottawa, all culture shock for me. From the prairie, little prairies and like Little House on the Prairie kind of. So I ended up in this. So I couldn't even imagine going to the States. I'd walk into New York. I'd probably drop dead if I was in Central Park or downtown New York. I'd probably drop.
It's so big. So
big. It would just be total culture. Mm-hmm.
All right, I see it's top of the hour. Time to take another break, and then we'll come back from there, and we'll go from there. I'm just trying to find my stuff. There we go. Off we go. All right. When we return, we'll continue our discussion. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. And don't forget, just because cannabis is legalized where you are, we still got to speak out because it still has to be improved.
Not worldwide.
Right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. Tonight, Tamara and I were joined by our special guest, war veteran on more than just one front, because he's also a war veteran when it comes to the cannabis issue. And that's our guest, Al Byrne. Well, Al, you've got a long history of work you've done, and you've got work that you're going to be doing more here, as you mentioned, with Casper, on getting all this archived material out there. You've been doing this, like I said, for years, and there's been interviews. It's all been radio, Pace Radio Show, Pace Radio Network, because we were doing radio. Casper was always radio. You looking forward to the transition to doing video?
Yes and no. I mean, look at me. I'm not pretty like tomorrow. We have to be realistic. I've been told I have a great radio voice, so I don't think I want to blow my image.
Don't underestimate yourself. Once you get comfortable, because I started in radio too. I was the last person that wanted to put my face into video ever. I just wasn't. I wasn't into it. And then it was kind of like, here we are. So don't underestimate yourself, because it'll be just fine.
I've actually done a lot of video with a lot of our Veterans Voices shows were video. In fact, maybe 50 of them, and I've done a lot of video here and there, just being interviewed by TV places and shit.
Good.
So the
Good.
camera doesn't really bother me. As I said, the first conference, it helped us immeasurably because we got out
Yeah.
in a video sense to I think it was 8 different places, Miguel. But I mean, it was all over the United States. It was University of Arkansas, University of Virginia, the entire health system of the state of Oregon was tuned into it. Everybody in the state of Oregon in the health association business could watch that conference in Oregon. So the video part of it, I've never diminished that. What we did, after a few years, I said, well, you know, I told you before, well, I got 350 people in the room and they went home educated, and I felt good about that.
Do you think it's in the States because it's a privatized healthcare system where our system's public, right? So we have like the government's all governmentally funded for our universal healthcare for all our hospitals. So do you think it's easier to go and do these conferences and have these associations tune in because it's a privatized care system? Because I'm not sure that the Canadian College of Physicians would do that here.
Well, I have a story in my book about dealing with your University of British Columbia about this very issue, and let's just say let's not bring it up right now because it really didn't put the Canadian people in very good light.
I know.
About what I did, and this is to get to. But wait a minute, to get to the question, what I did was I got these 350 people in the room and I said, that's a finite number. It's no good. It's not big enough. So every conference after that, we videotaped it and we got the videotape approved for accreditation.
Right.
And we put the videotapes on 2 different sources. We put it on the University of California, San Francisco medical schools training thing. And then any doc anywhere in the world, from India to Canada, could go to that website and take a course on medical cannabis that we put together. The other place we put it was a company that is in Charlottesville, Virginia, called Scitent, SCITENT. They're a for-profit company, but they did the exact same thing. They took our information, our videos, put them into a teachable format, accredited them as we did, and sold them to doctors that wanted accreditation in cannabis research and didn't want to go, to a conference every 2 years.
Right.
So the video thing, Al, I think that was really important. And the other thing I noticed was that when we would just talk, we'd get a couple, 12 seconds on a news thing at night with a microphone stuck in your face.
Yeah.
As soon as we did something with video, we were getting 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Because it could run the video clip.
Yeah, they'd run video strips, and
Nice.
we did produce back in the 90s a award-winning video called "Marijuana as Medicine." I named it. If I had to do it over, I would have called it "Cannabis as Medicine," but it was called "Marijuana as Medicine." We won a number of awards. They showed it at the United Nations to the assembled general masses in New York. I mailed the thing, the copies of it, to at least 18 different countries. The big film festival out there in the West, Sundance Film Festival, they gave the thing a special award because they didn't have a category. They couldn't figure out where to put this medical marijuana 18-minute film because nobody had ever done anything like that. There was no. It was another one we sneaking
breaking barriers.
We snuck it in on the feds again. They didn't see that coming. They didn't see us coming to the VHA to get that medical marijuana or cannabis label in the VHA system. They didn't see that. They were fighting some other war. We snuck in the back door with soldiers. We know where to go.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
all this stuff is important. I think words are more important than visual,
Mhm.
but visual does get a certain amount of attention that just straight words do not. So I think it's a harmonious thing. A little of both
Yeah.
is probably good.
That's right. Yeah. Now, as far as your comment about look at me, do I look? I would say you probably represent one of the largest growing sectors of the cannabis consumers, and that's the seniors,
Yep. The
right?
demographics.
When
More
up here,
people
yeah,
having
that's
veterans in their senior years than anyone else.
Well, I've been smoking cannabis on a daily basis for probably 45 years. So don't look at me as average. But yeah, the over 65 group in the United States has got it. They have got the word that
yeah,
if you use cannabis in a reasonable fashion, your pain is modulated, you sleep better, your appetite's up, your nutrition's better, all these things we've been talking about. The older folks, they still read, believe it or
yeah,
not.
Right?
yeah.
And the younger folks do not, but the old folks read and they listen to each other's wisdom. They look at somebody that's next to him, is 75 years old, and looks pretty good. The guy says, "Yeah, I eat a cannabis gummy every night." And really, yeah. So they know how to learn, and yes, you're absolutely right. And these people they vote. They are reasonably affluent as a class. So there is some political power there. In Florida, we had an activist now gone, but he came up with a great idea 10 years ago. He called his roving Florida educational cannabis tour the Silver Tour. He
Oh,
wanted red
yes.
hair and silver hair. That's what the whole thing was designed for. And he did exceptionally well in county elections where there was a huge portion of elderly retirees, if you will. The cannabis issues won in the 90s. 92 yes, 8 no, that kind of stuff. So the older folks have definitely got the word, as I said, especially for pain control, sleep control, bladder control. I mean,
Appetite. Like that's the thing too. As you get older, I noticed that my parents aren't eating as much. My dad's diabetic, right? There's no way I could get either one of them to try cannabis. My mom worked for the RCMP, but they see what it's done for my health. So but again, it's the appetite is a huge thing for seniors.
Yeah. I just want to go off track a little bit and tell your audience because I think it's important. We're talking Canada and the United States. Well, we should. That's where we live and stuff. But there is a world out there, and it's really quite sophisticated. And 27 countries in the world have cannabis in their medical pharmacopoeia. What that means is that their doctors and nurses and researchers could just treat cannabis like any other administrative treatment, any other herbal or pharmaceutical treatment. 27 countries.
Wow.
Not my waters. I'm talking Spain and France and Germany and England and Australia. I'm talking, I'm not talking Fiji, although they do too. I don't want to knock Fiji here because they're on board.
And
but
then you got countries that hang people.
Yeah, but the point is 27 countries, okay?
Which is huge.
This stuff is being used every day in these countries, and there's no negative reports from anywhere about anything. And then when you go to the distribution of cannabis drugs in Europe, it's done by one company pretty much called Merck. It's a German company. This is the fourth largest pharmaceutical company in the world. Mm-hmm. So when people start this conversation about, well, the pharmaceutical company's got nothing to gain here, well, Merck's involved up to their ass. I mean, this thing, they're distributing all the cannabis in Europe. Oh, wow. So I don't see necessarily the pharmacological industry as a whole as a negative, like a lot of people do. They recognize there's profit. They produced this stuff years ago. Lilly did, and Merck did, and all these companies. They had cannabis extracts. They sold it back when my dad's doctor was in school.
Those old glass bottles that you see all the time that have cannabis.
They got that stuff. They still know how to make it.
Oh yeah.
And so anytime they can bring it back to life, there's nothing to keep Eli Lilly from putting out a cannabis project tomorrow.
Yeah, because they had it back then.
Yeah. So anyway, I just want you to remember the next time you hear the politicians say, "Well, there isn't enough study," well, he or she's just got their head up their ass. There's 27 countries that have it in their pharmacopoeia, have had it there for years, and the United Nations 2 years ago. Canada, the United States, we're part of that gig. The United Nations transferred cannabis from a very, very restrictive schedule number to no restriction at all.
Huh?
Nothing.
Nice,
So
nice.
Internationally, transferring cannabis between United Nation countries is just like transferring a bushel of wheat.
It is.
Yeah.
I know. We know that because they're doing it here. They're actually exporting cannabis from Canada to Germany and to Israel, and we know that for a fact. So
Yeah, we have we don't bring cannabis to our country. We don't. Our laws don't allow that, but we allow exporting. We don't allow the importing of it.
Well, years ago, I'll tell you a story, an American story, but
Sure.
I was married into a family that had a wheat farm right on the North Dakota Canadian border. And it had been in this family for, a couple hundred years. It's called a pioneer farm in North Dakota. It's a sort of a hallowed term. It's like got a halo around it or something. So anyway, I called up representing the farm, the government of North Dakota, and I was trying to speak to somebody in agriculture about growing hemp in North Dakota. This was 10, 12 years ago. And I got in a switchboard, and the lady said, "Well, where are you calling from?" And I said, "I'm down here in Wapaton. I'm at this pioneer farm, the Moore Mathery farm in Wapaton." And she said, "Pioneer farm?" And I said, yeah. And she said, "Okay, hang on just a minute." So this guy gets on the phone, and he gives me his name, and I say, "Hi, here's my name." He said, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, I want to talk about growing hemp in North Dakota. It's about time we make some money." And he said, "What's that mean?" And I said, "Well, look, our farm is right there on the border, and we do wheat. We've done wheat, and we do navy beans, and we do shit, but we do wheat. And at the end of the year, we make about $25 an acre. That's how a farmer makes money. You got a lot of acres, you can have some money." So anyway, that's what I told this guy. And he says, "Well, so what?" And I said, "Well, you're up, these guys in Canada, 50 miles from me, they're making $200 net an acre growing cannabis." And he says, "Really?" And he says, "Give me some." I said, "Wait a minute, who the hell are you anyway?" He says, "I'm the governor." Apparently in North Dakota, if you're from a pioneer farm, the governor answers the phone. So I talked to him, and he was terrific. Don't get me wrong. The guy, again, we're talking education. He had no idea about what I was talking about, but he was smart enough to listen and learn. When we finished talking, and it was quite a conversation, maybe 45 minutes, he said, "Now listen, I'm turning you over to another guy." I said, "Who's that?" I said, "It's the Secretary of Agriculture. I want you to talk to him and tell him the same shit you've been telling me." So there's a lot of people out there that are willing to learn, and the agriculture guy learned, and there's other stories. But the point is that if people understand how good this plan is, the profit in this, the governor's looking at, damn, my people can make 100 times, 200 times what they're making now, doing the same amount of work, less fertilizer, renewable crop. Damn, he was like on it, like wham. And I just don't think enough people understand the quality of this plant and its versatility.
That's
and I
huge.
want to get to nutrition. Then take me down any street you want. But
It takes post toxins out of soils that could be, replenishing all that
Yeah.
dirty, toxin, chemically burnt soil in the States. You could plant hemp through there. It would actually clean the soil. Like, it's so environmentally friendly as well. Like, I don't understand. You can make hempcrete and build houses with hempcrete. There's just so many benefits to it.
absolutely, I agree completely.
Absolutely.
And there's nutrition. The first book I got involved with was 1997. You can still get it. It's McFarland Press. It's called Cannabis in Medical Practice, and it has a big subtitle. But there were 17 chapters in the book written by 13 different specialists. One of the specialists was Don E. Wirschafter, an attorney, a good friend of mine. In America, he became famous because he opened up in the late 80s something called the Ohio Hempery, where he actually opened up a museum that had all these hemp products from the past displayed, again, indicating this is not new stuff. We're not really, we're just calling it to your attention. Anyway, Donnie spent his money, and he commissioned a lab analysis of the cannabis seed and the oil pressed out of it. And this report is in this book. The book costs $20. This thing's worth the whole thing right there.
Yeah.
But basically, the seed of the cannabis plant contains within it two acids, linoleic and linoleic, that are absolutely essential to human life, animal life, and it's in the exact straight up proportions that we need in the human body. Perfect. Everything just bam, it's perfect. So that in China now, our adversary, when you go to the movie theater over there, you don't eat popcorn, you eat roasted hemp seeds. That's their TV snack.
Wow.
Hemp seeds are amazingly nutritious, as is the leaves of the plant.
Yeah.
I wanted to
So
let
are the
you know
sprouts
there's
of that plant.
trees and there's food and there's all kinds of things that this plant can help us.
Tamara had a guest on her broadcast, Cannabis and Coffee with Tamara Wana, with a friend of hers. And I'm going to let Tamara tell the story about how important these little growths are.
So I have a friend. Well, she's actually a cannabis advocate too, who has a daughter who was the first licensed cannabis teenager in Canada. Haley has a rare form of epilepsy. So this kid couldn't even go out in public without earphones and her eyes covered and all kinds of things. Well, they put her on a special keto diet, which is actually really low in glucose, and it's like anybody else probably would like it's balanced specifically for Haley. So they're always monitoring her glucose and all these things. But they noticed with using juicing that it was benefiting her. But when they found that they could actually grow it like a bean sprout, so no more than alive for like 14 days. So you from the time
Microgreen.
like a microgreen, like a micro sprout, like like the alfalfa sprout you put on a sandwich. They have found that has been most beneficial because of the acidity in it, because it's not activated and it's beneficial for the neurons in her brain for epilepsy.
A seed that's 14 days growing. That's it.
Like
14 days.
Seed, like 2 leaves, 14 days. But it's not, it's the acidity in that sprout. It's not because it's not activated either, right? So there's going to be some more stuff coming up shortly in the next near future where I can actually give some more details, and I'll probably have a show back on the show or this show to explain more. But she got a hold of me today, and there's more exciting news coming out.
Yeah, she's doing research on this, actual research on it.
Yeah, she has actually some doctors on board with her. So this research and so this is something that's very new, but it's up and coming, and it's being researched, and possibly could be like mind blowing. Yeah,
This sort of expands on what you were just talking about there, Al, about those acids at that very early stage and how important it is. And Tamara's friend there,
she's been grasping
exactly showing what you're talking about.
Yeah. And Cheryl's been grasping, but if you want to Google the Haley Rose Foundation, I don't think there's much on there right now. But her name's Cheryl Rose. She's on Facebook, but she is like I said, there are so many things that have changed Haley's life. And Haley's now 31 years old. She's no longer a teenager, but she was 15,
She was
14.
sent home. She was 15 and sent home from the hospital to
There
enjoy
was nothing. Yeah.
enjoy her last days. This was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
And Cheryl's done, like I said, they've done inhalation. They've done, in fact, Dr. Paul Hornsby, who unfortunately has passed away, he's a Canadian doctor, invented a nose spray that would actually pull her out of a seizure almost instantaneously as well. So, and Dr. Hornsby's got all the research. I'm not sure where we would be able to find that, but Cheryl probably has it actually. But with a nose, with that actually Dr. Paul Hornsby came up with to help her with her seizures as well. So there's some stuff being done up here, but like I said, it's the acid in that plant that's before it's been activated that's beneficial for her. And it's supposed to be with the juicing too. The raw juicing is also very, where it's not activated with no heat, just the acidity in that plant. The THCA.
Yeah. Well, seeds, you just never know. Everything that's in the seed at the beginning is there for it to start that plant's life. So it's obviously very important stuff. It was just
the agricultural work that this plant has just begun. I mean,
well, that's where she's heading with this. She wants to see it on the grocery store shelves as a health food. She doesn't want to see it behind a cannabis gate with with taxes. She wants to see it on the grocery store shelves like a bean sprout, an alfalfa sprout. So you can have it for on your sandwich. And I think that's the direction we should be going. Agriculture, it's a plant, right? On both sides of the border.
Couldn't agree more. Time for hemp. That's the name of the.
That's right. That's right.
We really like the cannabis plant for all kinds of reasons. Hemp is one of them. It's very important. I mean, God, I tell people if you really think about it, the Declaration of Independence was written on a hemp parchment. The first buildings in San Francisco were tents made out of hemp, because what they did was they sold the sails off the ships that brought them there to make shelter. So the first buildings in San Francisco were hemp. They're still finding miners that left their overalls hanging in some mine 150 years ago. They go and they find one of these old mines and they find these jeans, these hemp jeans, and they're fine.
Yeah. That's why they quit using it, because cotton deteriorates and hemp will last forever. There ain't no money in things you can't replace, right? It's a responsible society that we became.
But anyway, it's a hell of a good product. It's a great plant, and again, it's a plant. I got to keep reminding people it was in the United States. Well, I guess it's the world. In 2014, the American Herbal Association did declare cannabis an herb. That had always been
what it is.
Where should it go? Well, they declared it an herb, and then they wrote a monologue, which is the second largest monologue ever written about a plant, second only to garlic, on the positive uses of the plant.
Right.
And that's 10 years ago now.
Right.
So it is an herb. It's recognized as such now by the United Nations. I just see in the future, in your country and mine, that essentially cannabis will be under the authority of the agriculture people.
It should be.
We control all our agriculture with that department, and this is stuff we eat and we turn into medicines, and and I can't see why that won't be the outcome. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think that'll be the ultimate. It'll be taken out of
our hemp growers here. They have to go through Health Canada. They don't go through Agriculture Canada. They have to go through Health Canada.
Yeah,
they should be going through the Agriculture Department.
They can only
Well,
go.
it's the same way down in a lot of the states here, guys. They have to. They're dealing with health department, and again, it's a growing pain. It's 5 years ago we didn't even have this kind of discussion, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's how we started the show.
I just think the logical place is to be within agriculture because it's a prayer.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, when you even like for you, I'm sure when you see the day that a G7 country actually legalizes cannabis, it's kind of something, historical, right? So Canada's the first G7 to actually federally legalize cannabis in the world. So that's a bonus. I still have faith that the U.S. will do the same thing and federally regulate and legalize cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, down here we have this thing called the Senate and the House of Republicans, and they can't get together, and they've
we watch in horror all the time.
It's just same thing. Those guys just don't want to get along,
Oh yeah, we watch the Moscow March there. We get your news up here. We have our own opinions, probably.
All right. Where can people find your book? Because you did talk about your book. You've got it right there on your
thank you
name.
Again. For country and cannabis, online it's easy. You go to Thrift Books, Barnes and Noble, Amazon Books. Just go to search. You get to Amazon Books, go to search, and either put my name in. You see it here on the screen, Al Byrne, or For Country and Cannabis, and it'll pop up, and they'll charge you a couple of bucks, and they'll send it to you that day, and you'll be overwhelmed with the
just listening tonight is a good idea.
You could probably get it on Audible. So get a hold of them and have yourself record yourself reading it and get it on Audible too.
Yeah, we've talked about doing audio. I haven't got there yet, and they want me to do it again because I have this great radio voice.
Right.
And also, but now we get into studios, and I live in the middle of nowhere in Florida. I actually live in a place called Tate's Hell State Park. The story is. A couple of 100 years ago, there was this guy living basically where I live right now. His name was Tate. That was his last name. And he had cattle. And there are panthers here in Florida. There are a lot more than there are now. And the panthers were taking down his cattle. So he went out with his gun and his dog, and he's going to get them panthers. And nobody saw him for a couple of days. His dog come home, but he didn't come back. And 6-8 days later, he stumbled out of the jungle somewhere around here. And there were some human beings within earshot. And he said, "My name's Tate. I've just been to hell. So I live in Tate's Hell."
That's hilarious. That's funny. Because what's funny? My great grandmother married a Tate in Canada. So my grandmother's maiden name was Tate.
Well, Florida used to be full of cattle, but anyway, that's the story around here.
And we don't think of Florida having cattle. We always just think, I guess, because I've never traveled to the States, as Texas being all cattle. But I assume that people in the States too, down maybe that far south, think we all live in igloos too still.
Yeah, there's actually a term that people in North America mainly think is a derogatory term. It's called cracker, being a cracker. And that has been, by like people that I grew up with in New England, if you call somebody a cracker, that meant they were ignorant, southerner, hillbilly,
interesting.
And down here in Florida, that's just another word for cowboy. And the reason that they get the cracker is because the cowboys in Florida, and there were cows all over the place down here from the Spanish when they brought them in.
Oh, yeah,
and these guys would use these long whips. I mean, long whips, 6-8 feet, and they wouldn't hit the cattle with them, but they'd snap it.
Crap.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And so the cowboys were called crackers.
Oh, interesting.
So anyway, there's another
Yeah.
little bit of American history.
Up
So
here they're called rednecks.
yeah, I live in a house that's called a cracker house, and it's not a derogatory term down here. It means it's a house that people would have built the shape, the architecture of it, like a couple hundred years ago. Yeah.
That's super interesting. See, that's
Mm.
the thing that we don't hear a lot of past history and stuff about the States. You just get kind of wish-wash of things. It's very interesting to hear stories directly from you.
Stories. Yeah. Yeah.
In this area I live in.
All right, Al.
Oh, you got to
Time's up.
Okay, good. I'm gonna go to bed then. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we got a couple of minutes, but there is a broadcast that is following us, so I do have to cut us off at a certain point. So keep going. Tell your story.
No, I just thank you for this conversation. I appreciate you letting me bringing up these different subject matters. I do think that both our countries, the people of our country, need to get better educated, pass information along, learn. I mean, actually take some time to study, to listen, to go back to these archives and listen to what these men and women who spent their lives figuring this stuff out have to say, so that when you go and talk to your doctor and your nurse, you can educate them. Keep in mind, folks, when I started this stuff in 2000 in the United States with the first accredited conference, that was the first time in modern history that a doctor or a nurse had that type of instruction since 1930s.
Yeah, that's so disheartening that it
it's just all gone away. Now we have about half of the medical schools and about half of the nursing schools in the country have courses on the use of therapeutic cannabis and, most importantly, the endocannabinoid system, which we didn't even touch tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
the education is growing, but I just urge you, if you can, to talk to your doctor, talk to your nurse, talk to anybody and say, hey, give it a try. It can't hurt you. Be modest and moderate in what you do, and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like our stigma, I think, is after 5 years of legalization in Canada is easing somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a learning curve.
I know in my early days of my illness, I'd always talk to the nurses when I was at the hospital or something like that, or when I went to see a specialist, anything like that, any medical appointment. I always make sure that they knew I was using cannabis as a medicinally, and in order to help educate them. Some of them I took books to, gave them magazines, Treating Yourself magazines or whatever. Educate them, spread the word. Right?
I've done that my whole life too. Any place I could say to somebody in the medical community, hey, I use cannabis and it's good for me. I got a few rejections, but most of the 99% of them said, yeah, what goes on? They want to know, especially nurses.
Yeah.
Especially nurses.
Yeah, and some of them would tell me. Some of them would tell me that they say, yeah, I know some older people that are patients that they consume medicinally, but they would it was sort of quiet, because they were sort of not everybody was staying in the cannabis closet then.
Well, remember we fought for Lisa Kirkman to be able to use her vaporizer in the hospital and medicine.
Yeah.
And she had to use my vaporizer, and they'd take it apart, make sure it was all safe. And then after that, it was a while, but I think there was a few other patients that were told no, they couldn't. And then they made legislation to change the rules and the policies so that you couldn't use it. Okay, fuck.
Yeah.
Right.
There was this scent free. Couldn't have any scent or smell, and even with the volcano, even though there's no smoke, there's still an odor, or a bit of a smell.
Right.
All right. You're frozen. At least your face is frozen there, Tamara.
I know, yeah. It did that during the break too. It was like I was all buggered up. I had to leave and come back.
Oh, yeah, that's why you disappeared first grade.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be nice that if patients somehow could get access to cannabinoid therapy while they're in a hospital.
I'm
It doesn't
interested to look.
necessarily mean that they have to smoke, but being able to have access to it.
I'm interested to see if we can find an old medical journal from the 30s. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's Google and just see if we could find something. I'd be interested to read that because I know that Jan, Jade Ridge's partner that passed away, he was doing courses for accreditation in Canada for doctors before he passed away too. So, and then again, Mark Ware, I'm not sure what that he's done that as well. But I know that some of the doctors here do take
Mark did a pain study on patients on smokable cannabis to deal with patients. He had 21 participants in the study, and it came out with a positive result. I can't remember all the numbers and all that, but it came out as a positive result. I know I used that study and sent it to my MP at the time, who was a conservative member, and he wrote me back and told me that nice study, but it's not big enough, and didn't mean anything. So, yeah.
I know, like, and that's the thing. Before we didn't want to hear it. Now I think it's a little, like I said, the stigma's worn off of it.
Yeah.
Well, the two U.S. studies on smoking and cannabis. The first one was presented at one of my conferences again in 2008. The professor and the researcher was Donald Tashkin. He was the head of the pulmonary department of UCLA. He was a professor of medicine, and he was hired by the federal government to do a smoking study on over 30 years on patients that were in 4 categories: people that smoke cigarettes and cigars, people that smoke cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, people that smoked only cannabis, and people that smoked nothing at all. At the end of the 30-year period, he presented at my conference that people that smoke cigarettes and cigars are going to get lung cancer and COPD just like they say you are. The same would be for the people that smoke cigarettes and cannabis. They were going to get COPD and lung cancer. The people that smoked only cannabis in the study, about 3,000 of them, nobody had lung cancer and nobody had COPD, which was a better result than people that smoked nothing at all. Fast forward, that was 2008. Fast forward to May 2023, a study by UCLA, same outfit, 7 years this time. And they did basically Tashkin study all over again, except this time they actually let people with COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, into the study. So they went 7 years this time, same categories, same result. You smoke cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, you're going to get lung cancer, you're going to get COPD. If you smoke nothing, you're probably going to get something. You ought to smoke cannabis because nobody in the study of 7 years got lung cancer or COPD. And the people that went in with COPD came out cured of the disease.
I've heard that several times.
The bottom line is cannabis kills cancer cells.
Yeah, I've heard that several times. We have
Dr. Taskin's reports. He's one of my doctors in my research department of the on the PACE website, and sharing that report with so many people, it's so important because of the results of the study. You know, when people who smoke cannabis get less cancer, lung cancer versus people who don't smoke anything at all.
Right.
It's got to, obviously there's benefit there.
The government thought that the result would be different. And when Tashkin came out with it, that's why he did it at my conference. Because he knew if he could do it at an accredited conference, it would be videotaped, it would be, blessed and stamped by the AMA, and they couldn't overpower him. But they expected, of course, you smoke pot, you're going to die, and it didn't happen. It was the other way around. And that's why the government well, you talk to somebody in the government about this, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Like 2005, I was using Ventolin and Advair for asthma. I haven't used Advair or blue Ventolin puffer and almost 10 years because I smoke cannabis and my lungs are clear now. And they don't, and the only explanation is my consumption of cannabis.
Yep.
And the chiropractor laughed at me when I told him that. He's like, "That's not possible." I says, "Well, I'm just telling you. I was using it on a regular basis. I had to take Advair and Ventolin because I had asthma, and now I don't."
I
And
just
still-
had I just had my lungs x-rayed because my new doctor was concerned that I had been consuming cannabis basically daily for over 20 years, and the results come back
Fair.
clear. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd be fitting right in with Taskin's and UCLA's data. I mean,
But they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to the case study, right? And that's the thing. I don't know how many patients. There's 45,000 licensed cannabis patients in Canada that all have a testimonial. But apparently, a case study in Canada doesn't warrant Health Canada recognizing cannabis as a medicine. It's mind blowing.
Well, the thing here's another thing for you folks to. You just Tamara just gave us what the politicians and the naysayers would say is an anecdotal story. About her use of cannabis and how it helped her. And if you ask Dr. Ware what that was, he'd tell you it's an N of one study, one being one patient. And so, verbiage in this discussion is huge. And that's why, again, radio is important because you can teach people the right words. It's cannabis, not marijuana. I mean, just for a get-go. So the notion that you have an anecdotal story is just absolutely bullshit. What you have is an N of one study where you could say to your physician, "I'm sick. I'm doing this. I'm not sick anymore." That's an N, and there's millions of them.
Yeah.
And the press and the public say, and the press and the politicians say, "Oh, that's an anecdote."
Yeah, and that's what I don't get that because, like I said, each story, each testimonial is a case study. End off. Right?
It's data. So don't let these guys get away with this stuff. Even in newspaper print. I've been notorious with my colleagues because I write these horrible, scathing letters to the editor, telling them what an idiot they are, that they actually repeated this bullshit. And my colleagues will say, "Well, they're never going to print that letter." And I've told them time and time again, I don't expect the editor to print that letter. I expect him never to print the bullshit again. And they don't. And you just have to call them out. You have to say, "We're watching you. The information is wrong. You're a public servant. You're supposed to be a journalist with quality. Live up to your reputation." Call them out.
I will give CNN some credit. They have done some pretty good documentaries on cannabis as medicine and psilocybin a little bit. Anderson Cooper, he's done some pretty good work on the benefits of medical cannabis in the States and psilocybin as well. So I will give them that little bit of credit.
Well, if you got another minute, I'll tell you a psilocybin story. I had, I don't know why, but for 10, 12 years, I had these headaches they call cluster headaches. They're like migraine headaches on steroids. They're just friggin' awful. The way I described it is when those things come on, somebody took a knife, jammed it in my right eye, and just kept twisting it around.
Oh.
It was just awful. So I got put on all the stuff, and I carried around an oxygen bottle. That helped sometimes, but it wasn't going anywhere. And finally, I appealed to a friend of mine, a man you probably have heard of, a doctor named Ethan Russo.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ethan and I did a lot of work together, and we were buddies. And I called him up, and he's a smart guy. And I said, "What?" And he said, "Can you get a hold of some psilocybin mushrooms?" I said, "Yes, I can." I was in Virginia. And I got the mushrooms, and he said, "Okay, here's what you do. Get the mushrooms, and when you feel the aura of these horrible headaches coming on, it's like my body all of a sudden wasn't right. And then within a minute, I had this friggin' head cake. So what he's saying, when you feel that shit just when it's coming on, take these mushrooms, chop them up real good, swallow them with grapefruit juice." He wanted me to use a high acidic grapefruit juice and see what happened.
Breaks
And
it down. Your stomach.
I did that, just as he said. And that was the last headache I had. And that was 24 years ago.
Wow.
Wow.
One
Oh,
treatment. To make it better, I told Ethan it worked. He said, God, man, I'm glad. He said, listen, I got a doc friend here. He was in Missoula, Montana. I said, have you got some more of them mushrooms? I said, sure. Can you send them to her? Yeah. So anyway, I sent this doc in Missoula the mushrooms. I called her up and I said, here's what I did. And she said, okay. So she did it. She called me back. It didn't work. I said, oh. So she got another headache. She tried it. And she hasn't had one either now for 24 years.
Oh, there you go.
So I believe you don't have to convince me about psilocybin mushrooms. There is a healing power there that is extraordinary. And, I'm in.
Yeah, we'll discuss that in our next interview. Right. I'm looking at the time. I can't really extend this much more because there is another broadcast coming on. So we have to get out of the way for that. So shout out time, person, place, a thing, website, anything like that you want to throw out there?
No, go look at the archives at Time for Hemp. They'll be growing. You'll see them on Pace. You'll hear them in Pace Radio. We're gonna copycat each other there. And then if you really want to know a lot about cannabis and how it kills cancer and how it does a lot of wonderful things, just read my book. And there's a history there that if you're a retailer or an activist and you don't know what's in that book, then you're not a phony, but you just don't know what you're talking about. And in this game, you really want to know what you're talking about. Who did it, why, and how. Yeah. And that book it's 360 pages. It's not for lightweights. But you learn so much. I hope that you'll take that education and give it to others.
So the name of the book is again. What's the name of the book again?
For Country and Cannabis.
There we go.
And you can find that at Amazon.
Books.
Yeah, and thank you again for your service on both sides of the thing. But being a cannabis warrior, thank you, and for all your service for your country. And thanks for coming on our show.
My pleasure.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Just so you know, you can find the Pace Radio Show. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. Thanks go to our sponsors, the friendly folks at legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop in downtown Camelford. And they're expanding, just so you know. They're going to add in I don't know if it's public or not, but they are expanding. And a big thank you to you, Al, for coming on here, talking to us tonight, and as Tamara said, for all your service as well. And thanks, Tamara. We'll see you next week for sure. And thanks to our people who's tuned in and watched the program, and to all those who'll be watching the podcast afterwards. Thank you, and good night. We got to find the closing. There we go. Bye-bye.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
Okay, Deb.
Right here, right?
Oh,
Here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then we're about to start that one.
Okay.
Here, you want that?
No, it's too small. Thanks. I can't feel it while it's burning until after.
Number 3. Time to vote on number 3.
Yeah, and so what'd you think of what was number 4 like for you on your
I
sativa?
find that the hardest thing about buying pot from the just opening whatever I buy it in.
Yeah.
I wrote down here 1 hour and 30-minute buzz, sleepy,
Idea.
chilled, relaxed.
Yeah, I like your earlier point. Your question was, how can you really tell the effects if you got smoking one after the other?
Yeah,
and
you got to be seasoned.
You to host, yeah, you got to be seasoned. That would take a week.
Yeah,
and
that's one of the reasons why our kit took so long. Like we had like 2 months to do it, and it came to the end of the 2 months. It's like we have a lot left to go. Because we were trying to do 1 in the morning, 1 o'clock.
Oh yeah, the legacy cup. Yes, of course. Yes, the old Karma cup.
And
as I said, when I moved, I still had stuff from the Karma Cup 4 years prior.
For this year, it's the end of the summer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the end of the summer.
And it's been available already for some time, eh?
As far as in the stores, June. And in order to be able to, like, the stores can order it. The information went to the stores to purchase it. And so it's up to the stores to order them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look and see if it's on OCS yet.
If you want, you go into the store looking for one and they don't have it, ask them to order it.
Yeah, the store beside us.
Order it so that you can get one, right? And that'll make a store more up to want to have them available.
Yeah.
And realistically, broadcast like this gives people a bit of an idea on what's available, and hopefully they watch, get a good impression, and we'll go buy a kit. Right?
All right, here, Al, I've got some information here on the OCS website.
Okay. Stickiness there. Extreme.
It's not as sticky as it looks like it should be.
Just better not going slow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Feel that.
Feel that.
It says Karma Cup is only available in stores. It's not available on the.
That smell when you cracked it.
Yeah.
There is no good smell.
Joint. We keep
squeezing it hangs.
Yeah. Break her up. Whatever.
Yeah, break her up because when I get it, I'm gonna grind it.
All right. Overall visual appeal.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that right in the sun. Isn't that nice? You go right ahead. Help yourself.
Yeah.
All right. You ready?
We're on
number 4 there. Yeah. So question 1 is the overall visual appeal.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see any seeds,
moisture,
anything, no
second
hair,
one?
no contaminants. Because some of this stuff is hand trimmed, right? So it's not done by a machine.
Aroma
so
strength is number 3.
Being in there. Oh yeah, I see you shifted yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aroma
you
can see right down,
is number 4.
Beside there,
yeah.
Stickiness to touch is number 5.
Deb is starting to roll.
Stickiness, yeah.
Taking too long.
Yeah, and once you get it,
and physical contaminants.
We'll ask you some questions on the rolling.
And then the rest is smoking.
As far as the grinding.
That's
effect.
it, eh?
I like those light green ones, but they're hit and miss on the taste.
Yeah. There we go. Still stuck inside the grinder?
Sometimes I get stuck inside the grinder.
Yeah, I do if it's when it's sticky. I gotta clean these grinders at least once a week. It just gums up.
Do you keep the hash from it?
Not off the grinders, no.
No. I do.
Yeah, I'll show this to everybody. I keep.
Oh, you got your knife
this
box.
is my this is my rolling tray.
Yeah.
This is the kiff.
I lift it up. There you go.
That gets caught underneath it.
Yeah.
I'll take that out shortly, and that'll be somewhere.
Let me help you.
That'll be somewhere close to an ounce of
Yeah.
kiff.
Yeah. And how long does that take to accumulate?
Some in the past, I'm still collecting it up.
Al, how long does it take you to accumulate that much?
Yeah, in the rosin press. Yeah. And what I'm going to do is press it to make hash, and then I've got a apple.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna smoke it in my apple.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how long does it take you to get that much?
You know what? I've had this box for friggin' decade, maybe close to 2 decade and a half, right? 15 years. And I don't know. I've never kept track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every 6 months you probably empty it.
That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
About every 6 months.
I don't have
That's just from grinding it and
Yours.
then dumping
No,
it
that's yours.
in the box that has
Yeah.
a screen in it, right? It's in there. And I don't, other than just gathering it up, that's the only time it's moving around.
Oh, we've got fire burning.
Oh God! Call the fire
Got her
department.
going. Now we're gonna check out the taste, the aroma, to taste the whole experience, whether it's harsh or smooth. Ash.
Ash is really black, and it's kind of hard to get a suck on it.
Draw. Is that rolled too tight? Well, we have another one here too.
Yeah.
If that's the problem.
I figured that's what's gonna happen.
Look at two good sized doobies. Well, pretty well every sample.
That is dark, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I did though.
You're coming around. Doobies. I wonder if what it'd be like doing this with Volcano.
Or even a Stundenglass.
I could just imagine with this.
I could go get mine and try a strain in it.
Oh, smokes, we would be toast.
Have you tried a Stundenglass, Wayne?
No, I haven't. No.
Think of a gravity bomb
that spins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done gravity bongs, but yeah, but I'm not even sure I know what a.
They call it a gravity infuser because it blows smoke out. You can put it on the top of a glass, and it will fill the product up with infused smoke, and then you can drink it out of a glass. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
Or you just grab the hose. You don't even have to inhale. You don't have to suck. It just blows it in your face.
I have my concentrate attachment on it, or I bring it in.
Yeah, because there's water on the bottom, and it flips. And
Here, I'll show you, Wayne.
As the water drains down like an hourglass, it pulls this air through the bowl, which is the joint, which is the pot smoking, and it fills the chamber. It fills the chamber where the water was with smoke, right? And you're inhaling it. And it's just fucking. It's like a big power toke. Oh yeah, big time. Super toke screen.
The indigenous thing.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, I could just imagine us doing that. I think I'd want to do a test.
There you go, Wayne.
And then do the other.
Yeah.
So we're pretty quiet going on with
Okay.
this. So how are we feeling on on this.
I'm stuck on this smoking experience because it's harsh to smooth, and I don't find it harsh, but I don't like the taste.
Oh yeah.
Ah, well, that means it's harsh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can answer the taste in the question before that.
Yes, I guess I did answer
Yeah.
that with a low 2. But yeah, I didn't find it harsh.
Here. Thank you, sweetie.
I need
a break.
The ash isn't too bad.
Yeah. No.
It is a little dark.
When it
I am
first starts
seeing-
up, the first light, it's black.
Was it?
I'm already.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I'm already on my 4th strain here. I'm gonna need a break.
Oh, yeah,
soon,
we're on our
man.
4th strain too.
All right.
Smoking experience.
Not pleasant. I don't know. It's
Okay.
making
Save the evidence.
It's making my tongue tingle.
Heavy.
Good thing.
No. No.
No, I've only.
Dark and
I'm not.
funky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Or light fluffy. Sex was not at all pleasant. Very pleasant. Shallon, Deb. All right.
No more.
It's gone.
If you like earthy, dirty tastes, it might be.
Yeah.
Okay. It's maybe.
You have in there for number 7.
Oh
no. Okay.
Sorry, I flew ahead of you there.
Yeah. I'm just flying slow.
7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Okay, good stuff.
No.
That is 4 strains. We are over half done the indica kit.
No, I don't.
Thank God.
With myself.
Smoking experience, harsh to smooth.
You know, I don't know.
Half and half.
When we go to fire up the pre-rolls, is it something that we'll say, hey, let's all come back tomorrow?
9 is the ash color.
Oh.
Okay. That's 4.
Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Well, we're touring around talking to people.
I've been roaming around myself. For your viewers who don't know me, I'm Cy Williams, High Canada Magazine, the day host here at the Grow Up Conference. I've been running between the consumption lounge, smoking copious amounts of cannabis, and the main stage where I've been introducing people on the hour. I've only missed one.
Oh, you're doing good then. You only missed one. And I've seen you out there with the Indigenous seminar.
Oh, I thought the Indigenous seminar was amazing. It's really what's happening in sovereign cannabis right now is so exciting. And to be honest, legal cannabis doesn't really need the voice or the platforms like it used to. The big fight over the next 5 years is sovereign cannabis. And seeing all these groups come together nationally and start showing up at the shows, forming associations, a coalition, using some of the funding that's available they're going to give these big boys a run for their money. So I'm excited about everything that's coming out of down the line for sovereign cannabis. There's actually a really interesting Supreme Court battle going on.
Oh.
Lori's involved in that I can't really talk about, but it will be instrumental and pivotal in establishing the rights of sovereign cannabis across Canada, and that's based on a case out of Vernon.
I saw Robert Laurie here, didn't I?
He is here, and you should ask him how that's going. He'll be able to say a little bit about it. But lots of exciting things happening here at Grow Up, and in Canada overall.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of the people are happy with what they're seeing, experiencing.
Oh yeah, you know what? It's quality over quantity at these shows. Yeah, you can go to an MJ BizCom or a big trade show. Then you'll make a few connections and get a stack of business cards like this. But here, there may be only like 1,000 people, but the quality of that connection over the week.
Oh, it feels like more than 1,000 people in there.
It does, and it's a smaller venue, but you know what? It's quality of people. It's decision makers. It's honest to God influencers who are influencing on behalf of the plant. It's I've seen millions of dollars of business going on already just today, and it happens in the smoking circle, happens on the trade show floor, and so many great speakers. Plus, there's all these legends here: Tommy Chong, Jorge Cavante, Mila Jansen.
Held the door for Mila to come out.
Yeah,
should have said hi. Hey,
stick your face in there. Al, I just want to take this opportunity to say I love what you're doing. I've been a big fan for a lot of years, and every time I see you, you're always so busy. I'm always so busy, but it's really good to actually get a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And the first time we really got that was some of the Global Marijuana March meetings for this year.
That's right. We had a hell of a good time planning the GMM this year, getting people riled up and getting people out there. And I was really pleased with the turnout. It's great to see that it's back, and just going to get bigger and better every year. The fight is far from over. We've lots of things to fight for still. So let's not get complacent and sit back and think it's all done. Because between the sovereign fight and all the enforcement coming into Ontario over the next month, thanks to the money the feds peeled off, 31 mil for the what the hell is that? You say it's to clamp down on organized crime, but come on. It looks to me like you're clamping down on sovereign cannabis, and it doesn't mean you're going onto the territories and trying to stop that.
Not here in Ontario, but the RMBC.
That's right. I think there's been fights with the Mohawks in the past that haven't gone well for the feds or the provincial government. Anyways, that's right.
I just
have lots
together and do a regular interview.
Sounds good. Oh, highcanada.net. Everything we've ever published is available for free digital download. Also, check out our YouTube channel, High Canada Magazine.
There you go. Thanks, Hi.